All right. Big up to each and every one. Yeah, man. Manners and respect to the ones that we're checking in today. Is Saturday, June 8th, 7:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, let me go through the formalities, you know the thing going on. TG Media, big up yourself, respect for the check-in. Maat Root, yeah, man, bless up, respect for the check-in. Island Spice, big up yourself, respect for the check-in. Haunted Official, yeah, man, manners and respect for the check-in. All right, so that so far. All right, we have some topics up for discussion tonight. It should be a very interesting one. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, very informative as always. Cause you know how we do it. The whole objective and purpose of the platform is to, engage in constructive conversations and dialogue, inform and to edify, and at least we can gather a understanding, overstanding, understanding, whichever way you want put it, from the topics presented and the conversation, surrounding these topics. So manners and respect to each and every one. You know how the thing go. Yeah, man. After always say thank you all for supporting the platform. I saw like 10 likes before the stream started. Yeah, I just want to say I greatly appreciate that, because at the end of the day, it does help the platform. And it's really the most difficult aspect of the YouTube for me, is to get people to really, like the stream. I'm talking about supporters, the people who support the platform, the people who rate the platform. It is also difficult to get them to leave a like on it. Sometimes I see 200 likes. I mean, say I'm more than that in terms of the amount of people them who check in and rate the platform. But sometimes I do understand that people busy then get caught up. Some people just not remember to leave a like. So I just saw that go. You understand me? I say. So me just want to say manners and respect. Big up to all the ones and ones who support the platform day in, day out. Irrespective of whatever way, shape, or form you do. Yeah, man, we just want to say greatly appreciated. Let me big up the members as well, because you know the thing going on. Big up to Alfred Russell, Dada Stereo, Lynette Thompson, Mark, Chang, Ray Blay, Haunted Official, Sonic Frequency Sound, Mandela Strength, Canon God, Jamel Pickersgill, Silver One, Ocean Johnson, Is Addiction, Cute Browning, Beast, Text 876, Skyboss Game, Jeremy D TV, Not Nice, Scara, Time Will Tell, Success Over Hype, Michael Brown, Lee Miller RTV, The Skeptic Jamaican, Ever Bless, Black Sal D, Akon, TG Media, Private Figure, Jamon, Vioni All, Humbleman RB, Lone Star, Michelle Clark, B.I. Strong, Sweet P, Global Life Records TV, Rick Livestream, The Free Thinker, Nicky Willie, DJ Congo, Not Your Child Car, Moodman, Ryan Williams, Only Good Karma. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. Greatly appreciate the support. I just want to say big up the people from the Caribbean Massive. Big up the North, South, and Central American Massive, European Massive. Big up on yourself. Anyway, uno there, uno know uno self and manners and respect. Big up the African Massive. Big up the Asia Massive. Wherever you are checking in, yeah, man, we just want to say big up on yourself. Yeah, we greatly appreciate the support. All right, so we have some topics up for discussion. Vybz Kartel's health. Yeah, man, we see that kind of about the space. So we just want to hear some perspectives on it, because I think it's a very interesting conversation, and I'm gonna say why. Skilli Bang at the airport, yeah, man, we saw that, where he make a post and I make them know, so here go on, 100,000 US worth of jewelry that was on in his luggage. Yeah, he must say it missing, and he need it back. So pretty much that's like $15 million worth of jewelry. But the reason I want to speak on it as well is that, it has been a big problem at the airport for a very long time. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. The man them at the airport, them dangerous when them ready, man. So a long time people are miss things. It's not just now. The only thing is that someone like a Skilli Bang, you get what me I say? Yeah, where him carry a certain clout in terms of his popularity. Him lick out a sound and people really know. But it has always been a problem. Anybody with travel knows it has always been a problem where any little items them put on the small pockets of them suitcase, by the time them reach in a customer and them place, them things missing. You get what I say? So it is a problem that I think you know, I can speak on it through the lenses of what transpired with Skilli as well. So we definitely have that in the conversation. Yeah, you know, Putin problems. Yeah, man, we see in the news where them say a couple of ships ahead to Cuba and Venezuela side, and you know, yeah, we kind of see a little hysteria surrounding it. So we definitely want to get some perspectives on that. You know, yeah, man. Is it that as Jamaicans, you have a negative perception of, you know, yeah, man, them people, the Russians, them and them thing there. So we definitely want to hear about that because it's a part of the whole geopolitical chess game. You know the Monroe Doctrine go. You get what I say? The Western Hemisphere is the United States sphere of influence or dominance, and no one else is allowed to. That's the doctrine implemented by President Monroe. So what he's saying is that, you know, the whole around here so is the United States should have all the influence and dominance, and therefore no other superpower should be allowed. So yeah, man, we see a little hysteria surrounding that, so we're gonna speak on it. Queen Ifrika, we see Queen Ifrika burn a piece of fire and this up. You know, so Maroons, she said fake Richard Curry and Anu and Buju in the mix. You understand me? I say she mentioned a bridging where one next one where there are more town too. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, she call him what? Him name Alex. More Minot. Yeah. So she burn a fire still. So we definitely want to speak on that. We also want to speak on the ANC big loss, the African National Congress, because the ANC in itself is a case study. Because South Africa, as a African country, I think it has a lot of similarity with Jamaica in terms of its diverse population. You know, the history of South Africa, you know, the Portuguese went down there, you know, to Vasco da Gama and them and you know, in 14, you know, yeah, man, them time the Vasco da Gama, the Portuguese went down there, then the Dutch, you know, went over there too. Then the Germans, them go over there as well. The British, them did over there too. You understand me, I say? Yeah, so it's a very diverse country, and you look at the whole political landscape, the ANC dominated for over 30 years, never lost an election under Mandela, right? And now that they only got 40%, they didn't get the popular vote. So they are in some serious political quagmire right now, but we definitely gonna be speaking on it because, you know, yeah, man, that is how we reason. You know, we are here to just present topics and we can reason on it with the objective to edify and to, you know, yeah, man, reason it out with the people. So I just want to say, big up to all the ones and ones them who there. Let me just finish up this quick and fast there. K Young, big up yourself, my general. Godfrey Goldburn, big up. Alex Brown, manners and respect. Poseidon, big up, you know, with the English massive. Text 876, manners and respect, my general. Jeremy and A. Simon, bless up. Scala, big up, you know. Roxy BK Dime, yeah, man, bless up, respect. You know the thing going, you know. Yeah, man, greatly appreciate that in a Roxy. Yeah, man. Miss Julia, big up yourself, you know. Yeah, man. Brenda Elson. Yeah, man. Bless up, Brenda Elson. Yeah, first time seeing you. Thank you for checking in. I want to say a very big thanks to the new subscribers as well. You know, for those who are new to the platform, yeah, man, it is a platform that we always encourage engagement. You get what I say? Global Life Records TV, 56. Yeah, big up yourself, 56. You know, a thing on me general, we don't have to always agree. I always say that all the time. We're not here to agree, but at the same time, you know the thing, we can respectfully disagree. Is Addiction Media, you know the thing going, big up, greatly appreciate the support. Chang, big up my general. Colin Burton, manners and respect, you know, Colin Burton. Yeah, man, Colin Burton, always check in, listen the reasoning, and check back out. No issues at all. Big up to Alex Brown with the first super chat. You know how the thing go. Bless up. Greatly appreciate the support. Alex Brown. Nikki Willie. Big up Nikki Willie, you know. Manners and respect. Nikki Willie govern the ground. That's how it there. You know, yeah, man, managing moderator. So the ones who are moderators and them can't deal with the reasoning, in a way, and them a go style the thing. Remember, say Nicky William, Merkaba, and Rick Storm, them can just remove on the comment because we're not over here to really argue about some petty things. We're there for all our reasoning as a group more time. We check in our reason and we keep it moving. That's how simple it is. Yeah, man, thank you. Is addiction. You know what I think? Lynette Thompson, big up yourself and my sister. Manners and respect. Yeah, man, Rick live stream. Greatly appreciate the super sticker, my general. You know the thing go. Fitzroy Reed, big up, you know. Gippo D. Where you going, my general? Big up yourself, you know. Fabian Powell, big up yourself. Jerome Pearson, big up, you know. You look like you only come around when you see one Vybz Cartel topic. But anyway, I saw it go still. You see it? Yeah, man, as me always say, I'm me alone obligated to pass through. But big up Jerome, man. You know what thing going on, Jerome. Always a manners and respect. With the reasoning, Jerome. Chaka D. Yeah, man, big up, you know, big up, you know. Emmanuel Asu, manners and respect, my general. The West African general in the house. Apostle James, big up yourself, you know, my general. Gippo D, yeah, man, with the next super chat. Yes, big up family. And remember, people, ones and ones can like the super chat as well. And you can leave a comment with the super chat as well. You can engage with it same way, man. We appreciate the engagement. Dream X Production, manners and respect. Yeah, 56. I guess me have it in my general. Yeah, we're not here to agree, but we can respectfully disagree. Poor House, big up yourself, you know. Money Pro Music, manners and respect. And please engage with the poll as well. Yeah, man, we greatly appreciate the engagement with the poll. Yeah, there's a poll there. Just select whatever choice you want to select. Yeah, man, and we can have that engagement there. All right, so we're gonna get into the start off with the Vybz Cartel health situation, right? And you know, it's interesting to me because it is a case study in itself. Because you know, we Jamaicans, we always say, no matter what, you know, yeah, man, we mustn't play around with health, and we mustn't, you know, run no joke with health or wish, you know, them kind of things that are nobody, because it can reach anybody at all, right? All right, so we see Vybz Cartel son forward out, you know, we see the facts interview and things like that. And, you know, I think based on what the doctor presented, it is a genuine and valid cause for concern. Where me kind of find very strange, should I use that word? Or well, when me observe, me see say some people are saying that you know, why is it that at this point in time he's speaking about his health? He's no more special than anybody else. You have other people in a prison who are sick. Why is it that it's him alone? People that talk about him health and wellness. Well, all I have to say about this is that when it comes on to Vybz Cartel is a dancehall superstar. You know, the Gaza fans them have him as king of the dancehall. You understand what I say? Very impactful all over. So at the end of the day, if you compare Vybz Cartel health with a regular person health in the prison, yeah, me understand say every life is a life. But at the end of the day, we are talking about Vybz Cartel health where we know about. So for those who are saying, you know, is he the only one in prison where, you know, have a medical condition? Well, present the others are people them. But in the meantime, I am just working with what is out there. And I just find it to be unbecoming that people would really look at Vybz Cartel's medical condition to really slander him, say boy, a pity people a look at us a little craft game, them actually a play. You get what I say? So I want to hear some perspectives on that, people. You know the thing go. Jamon, big up, you know, Jamon. Respect for the super chat. Jamon said, big up the true queen in my life. Her father today was a special day. Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Imhotep, this is my 5th graduation. Can you tell her to give school a break? No, please, I don't think any more degree out there. Big up Jamon, man. It's a, you know, yeah, man, it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling, man. Me general, you get what I say? Yeah, man, my little Sunday, my 16 September forward, and, you know, yeah, man, my daughter got before by December. So, you know the thing, it's a good feeling to see the journey and how you travel it with them and to see their success. So it's a good look, man. And big up and congratulations, Jamon. You know the thing going on. Anne-Marie, Lark Anne-Marie, you change your name, Anne-Marie. Big up yourself, you know what the thing going on. Respect for the check-in. All right, so I want to get some perspectives on this Vybz Kartel's medical condition. Is it something that you know, yeah man, the ones and one them should really take very seriously and know it's a serious matter? Or is it a case where people are say, well, is more like a towncraft or pull off because it's a record from a doctor. So me not think a towncraft or pull off, but anyways, I'm one person. I'm in a day of a superimpose when me think on nobody. That's why I'm kind of engaged like this. So, Canon God, since I check in first, yeah man, let me hear what you say now.
Yeah, man, bless up. Good evening, good evening.
Respect.
You know, there's a lot of ways to look at it. And I can go all type of ways, as you know. But I would have start out first with and say, first of all, is that, you know, any human being, you know, incarceration or under the authorities protection or anything where the authority tell you what their day-to-day basis is supposed to be like. These people are also entitled to the proper, you know, medication, the proper doctor, anything that they can. And even if the hospital, even if the prison or whatever can't afford it, if they themselves can afford it, like we know, prisoners go dentist and all them things all type of time, different from the hospital, but if them can afford it, you know, they should get the best and the special or the best attention they can get to preserve their life, you know, while under their authority, no matter what they're charged for. Unless it's a death sentence.
Right, but even in a them sentence they too, you know, yeah man, them try to make sure so the man them all right.
Definitely,
Maybe
but you
before
know,
them put them at the gallows or upon the
that
chair
is
or
true.
whatever too. So
Yeah,
yeah man, definitely agree with that.
that's what I'm saying. Don't condemn.
Right. Agree. Big Papa, yeah, unmute your mic. Let me hear what you're saying. What is your perspective on this thing? All right, look like Big Papa.
Morning,
Big up,
everybody.
Big Papa.
Yeah, evening time.
Yo, it is all right. If a man sick and him incarcerated, he should get the medical help he needs.
Yeah,
And people, it sound inhumane for people that say him not fit him a go way in there and whatever. It sound inhumane, but I'm saying. If to somebody to me I talk about me, it seems like when there is something coming up, this health issue is pushed. Remember when him there go privy council, that was one of the thing that was pushed. It should happen speedy because he has a medical condition, right?
right.
When all of that was taking place, we heard nothing about his medical condition again. Now this one is coming up again. The medical condition present itself, sent
Right.
front and center. So I am saying, if if it can be used, if it can be used to enhance his case, somebody looking on can use it to detract from it too. A yin and yang as far as me concerned.
But
But
yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
me only say if him need medical help, he should get medical help.
yeah. I agree, but I never know say we don't muddy up the water so early. I don't know, you know,
May
even
add?
not normally like that. But
Yeah, man, you're there, Rick, man. Yeah, man.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, go to Canon. When
Yeah,
you
it's
try
me I say,
water
I never know we don't muddy up the water so early because we can all, we are grown people and one at a time, the whole way, yeah, so, some type of academic in our own field in our life, life teacher experience, and we know psychology, and we agree with what you say, but we never know so we are going to start early. What you?
All right. Well, my little take on that still, Big Papa said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody where I say something otherwise, yeah, man, they would have to go around the official medical report that was not by no lawyer or not his son. He is a certified medical doctor. We present the evidence. So at the end of the day, the validity is where that is at. For me, you get what me I say, Max, you want me big up yourself, You know the thing go. Free thinker, manners and respect. We and Huggins. Big up yourself, you know what thing going. Money Pro, Success Over Hype, Mood Man, all the ones and ones, and big up on yourself. Just drop a like on the stream as you enter, please. Last time I checked, me have 41 likes, 93 are we there so far. So just drop a like, man, please and thank you. All right, so Rick Stam, yeah, man, I can't go through.
Me think for most of where they want them say then correct still, you know. And even our big papa look on it. Yeah, you can't look on it that way there, but just as how you said from earlier, and me don't really understand enough people still because I'm first thing first. That way them present, me not really think that have nothing to do with as I say, as Big Papa say, yeah, you can put it out in hopes to try to speed up whatever you not try to deal with and whatever, just like when them did that deal with the privy council part and yeah. But outside of that, you know, me think that does face say, boy, this is how me really live down here say I know, and probably like how you have like attention around you. You just use it for highlight the situation, say, boy, well, if me even for there, so then at least me one for there, so I know say me can get treated or whatever, right? Because based on all the things set right there now, it not really look good for me based on where the doctor records are say still. But my thing is simple towards the whole thing, you know, brother. You know, and you know, humanitarian outlook, if a man sick and they are prison, you know, I government responsibility to make sure say get treated still. You know, and it, most times like them type of thing there, you know common sense will tell us say the prison hospital and can't deal with them thing there, brother. So I just that.
Right.
Hey, evening, everybody.
Yeah.
That's what Miss Julia. All right, so yeah, man, 1 second there.
But me just think say just 1 second, Emote.
Yeah,
I just think say because of Cartel and you know the ongoing tug and war with people who rate Cartel and people who don't rate Cartel. I think that enough people use and judge the situation. But I think if it was like a normal person, ones that are probably look on it different still, or would have probably never entertain even the argument. A man does know say boy race still. But I think that just show a Cartel still.
Right. We understand the whole settings. You have people out there who are for and against, you know, you have Justice League people, you know, you have people who just approach the thing from a different perspective. And again, now that is just an case study. If you say, boy, sometimes, you know, we suspend our humanitarian side because somebody tell us to do it, not because we want to do it. So in this context, from about last year or year before last, them talk about this, right? About the whole AIDS disease, right? About from last year. So it's not like something where just them chew up right now. I think you know, it's important for them to present this argument now, so it's in the public domain, because it is an argument that they also have to argue come next week. All right. Jeroen, yeah, you can unmute your mic and go through let me hear what you say, and then Miss Julia after.
Yeah, big up everybody.
Big up, everybody. Big up, Jerome.
Yeah, sometimes these people have to still keep in mind, it's just that we don't push it. That many times prison is mostly for reform, where people should go to prison and come back out a better person. But in our minds, are how we were grown and so on, we weren't taught that way. So that's why many times, sometimes people don't have any sympathy for anyone in prison, both if you're guilty or even if you're innocent. So if most of the time we have an understanding and believe that there should be a way that when you go prison you come out a better person, or they have a reform program, then they wouldn't say if you're sick you fit stay in there and dead, because we are all human and every life matters. And I just want to make people know we're out there that talk about say, if it dead a prisoner, they're just using this as scare tactics or whatever it is. Them to put themselves in a situation, and even if them have a guilty brother or father that's there, then when they want that parent or brother or siblings to go seek help from a doctor anyway. So these people will bash Vybz Cartel, but when the shoes on their foot, they will have sympathy for other people. So me just want them know say you know, everybody has a life to live, and all life matter, and not because whatever is going on in the media and this and the case, they should deem that him commit a crime or whatever, so he's not supposed to see. health.
Right. Big up to Shanette Edwards, big up Scara, big up to Arlene Rabley. Yeah, man. Big up to Raphael Beckford. You know the thing go. Max Romy, big up yourself, you know the thing go, me general. All right. So the reality is that, me general, you are gonna have different type of people out there. And as me say, you have some people out there who are hell bent and just hating that now gonna change. And some people don't know when to really put them humanitarian side in front of them personal feelings. You get what me I say? So we are gonna always have the conversation there still in terms of the different perspectives and different type of people. Miss Julia, yeah man, you can go through them area. Say bless up.
Bless up. So first of all, right, the people who are saying that is only because is Cartel is wrong, because for two reasons. Yes, it is true that public opinion is large in this case because of who he is, right? Because he's a high profile inmate. But there is such a thing called compassionate release, and compassionate release is there for everybody. Any kind of prisoner at all, right? Them can be granted compassionate release on either them have serious medical condition, like if them develop a severe medical condition, or it it significantly deteriorates and get worse, right? And if they're deemed not able to receive the adequate care that they need for their condition in prison, right, that can actually qualify them for release. Also advanced age, if somebody is getting, even though them say okay, if it's not something for like three lifetimes, like you did something that horrific, right? But if you're elderly in the system, right, and them deem you as posing very little risk to public safety, and say you serve a significant portion of your time, your sentence, what was handed down to you, you can actually be considered for compassionate release then. And I've seen that happen. Okay. Also, family circumstances can happen, right? If there is a critical illness of a family member, there's different things. Disability, if disability happening there, right? And there's other compelling reasons that somebody can apply for. It's called compassionate release. You guys have to look that up, right? It don't have anything to do with his status as a entertainer now. Yes, more public views are on it, and yes, there is more media attention because of who he is. But that whole principle of compassionate release, he may very well be what you call it, not applicable. You know what I mean? It might be able to get it then, right? It might be able to get it just off of that, because he have a serious medical condition that got significantly worse in there, and him can argue that him not able to get the adequate care, and also the fact that it might be a terminal illness, right? And the conditions are very bad, so him can apply for it. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And
Yeah.
the reality is that,
Yeah.
as we said, this Graves disease thing and something with us throughout the other day.
Right.
And
Right.
I say, oh, that craft I pull off, I mean, that is something that is well known. So as me
Right.
I say, still, I think that was the right thing for them to do.
Yeah.
We put it forward out there. We're talking about a certified medical doctor. You understand me? I say,
Yeah.
so nobody I make up a story when nobody have to say where's the proof and where's the evidence. We are talking about a doctor. I say it, so therefore it is, serious cause of concern. So people can look on it from that perspective.
And it's a part of his human rights consideration too. The fact that he is locked up, and you guys have to look it up too. There's legal and there's ethical obligations, right, to ensure that he receives the necessary medical treatment. And if them can prove, say, it is difficult to manage there in the prison, right, then that falls underneath the human rights considerations for empathic release, compassionate release. Sorry, compassionate release.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that have to deal with human rights and them something.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
right to life
Exactly.
and them something the same way. So
it's a
those
non-argument.
rights.
Quick question.
Yeah.
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 So Vybz Cartel, it is what? 3 defendants or 4 defendants in other matter. Vybz Cartel is applying for compassionate relief, as Ms. Julia said.
Right.
So the rest of the men will do what? Let's say it's granted.
Mm-hmm.
What will happen to the rest of the men?
But you see, the
But,
thing
but
is,
me not think he might apply for that.
yeah, Big Papa. That's the reason why I don't want to frame the argument there. Say, I apply
You
for no
see?
compassionate.
And,
Because that's not what Miss
No,
Julia
I
saying. Miss
am
Julia,
using
no,
Miss
No, but that's what it
Julia
is though.
He's saying,
scenario.
no, Miss Julia
no,
is
but
saying that based on the medical condition,
Right.
that can be
Okay.
a factor in terms of the attorneys. I say, well, here we go on. This is one of the reasons why we think that he should not be submitted to any more retrial and
Right.
lockdown and things like that. That she
Right.
has still, you know.
Right.
Okay.
Which is a
Okay.
serious medical condition that he has, but the other ones don't have. No, that does not mean that they won't apply for all of them for basically with other grounds, saying that how much time was been spent and the fact that they didn't have a fair trial. They might push that in for the other ones. But what is working for Vybz in this case is a serious medical condition, which will make
Uh,
him able to apply for the compassionate release
lay,
as well.
lay lay all your cards on the table, something like that, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
and we not really
Oh,
think is a like a sorry for thing, like a man I say, boy, we just look on it from a humanitarian
That's
standpoint
what
where
it
you
is.
just a right to think that. It's
Yeah.
not all, and man not obligated to come out and sorry for no man and say, boy,
No.
right.
this and that and right. But even a prisoner have certain amount of rights. Even
Right.
as I say, even before a man go up on the chair, them have to make sure they go up on the healthy. You see
LT.
what I say?
Yeah,
So
but
yeah,
calling
it's not a sorry for scenario.
yeah, but calling it compassionate release is not implying that it's a sorry for
No,
scenario.
I'm not
either
talking
way.
about the way you are saying, Miss Julia.
Oh,
But I see
okay.
conversations on the
Oh,
internet
okay,
where
okay.
a man make it look like say, yo,
No,
this is
man, them to
you
look
have to
it up.
come out, come do this sympathy,
Yeah, no,
me
look it
not
up.
reason it from that standpoint. You see,
Yeah, you
yeah,
guys need to
you
look
look
it
on
up.
it from just the average prisoner.
Yeah,
Right.
Say if you be treated if you're sick still.
And
right.
yeah, and it is something that is applicable to everyone, not only Vybz Cartel. The problem
Exactly.
me have is that like even people who want to argue otherwise are being naysayer. Say a Justice League person. A Justice League person will say, boy, is he the only one sick in a prison and whatever? Well, present evidence or doctor report for anybody else then no man.
Exactly.
Now we are talking about something where the doctor present. You
Exactly.
understand me? I say so. All right, that's so the conversation I got always there. What
Exactly.
is
And
presented? So if you
And all
like,
that
that is
would
a
have meet up.
non-argument though, because if them say that, then you can say, well, does that person have a lawyer? Their lawyer should present their medical situation, right, and apply for them as well, because it is there for every prisoner can be
right?
granted compassionate release.
No, but the
Yeah.
only reason why everybody would have meet at the crossroads with this argument are because of Vybz Cartel. So of course other people probably are present them case and whatever. But in all honesty, we the public now go take up that as a discussion we come discuss on panel. Because at the end of the day, them people are not really have no fame or nothing. The
Right,
main
right,
reason
Right.
why
It's
we
a
are
high
talking about this
profile
is because
case.
of Vybz Cartel. Simple.
Right.
right.
It's a high profile case.
Right.
Yeah.
Jar Eubanks, big up, Lone Star, big up, big up yourself, Gunners, big up all the ones and ones. Remember people, Superbex, big up yourself. Drop a like on the stream, please and thanks. We have 160 people in the building. Just drop a like if you're new to the platform. You want to join the panel. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Canon God, yeah, you want to say a thing? All right, look like Canon God, yeah, in the about there. All right, Jerry one. You
Go
No,
on.
me did step out of car for about 10 minutes going to a gas station. So me no hear nothing you guys talk about for the last 10 minutes.
No,
Okay.
but didn't we hear? I don't know if I'm me here wrong. When I'm saying he's seen doctors, he's been maybe not him can't get to do what the
Yeah.
procedures that need to be done. Is currently seeing doctors, right?
No, I'm been a see doctor, and this is the thing where make you can wrong a man for put out thing there because obviously, all right, based on when me listen then, according to where them put across, him seem like him didn't have the cell. No, the cell now no toilet in there where flush and ray. And based on where them put out the last time, it seems like him happen to get at least a toilet where can flush at this moment. See what I say?
Right.
And it must seem it because this way like a long time it happening now, but them keep it private. So it look like them realize the errors it target now. So them and that's why you see them come out thing there last year and according to where them say now, it get even worse where him need a heart surgery or something like that, or whatever it is them same need. So, I just say go, brother. If that you have to do for raise awareness, I just say go. Me can't tell a man say don't do it, brother. You see it? And me not really think say that really have nothing to do with him upcoming thing where I come July the 10th or June 10th or whatever.
Well, the only thing, the only
Yeah.
value, that would present is that the defense team can argue on that matter. You get what me? I
Right.
say? Yeah,
Right.
that's part of their argument. But at the
Right.
end of the day, the let's say the urgency of the condition, yeah,
Right.
it wouldn't impact June 10 because I just 2 days away that, and
Mm.
yeah, the court I go say, well, right now it's not an emergency situation. So
Yeah.
therefore, it go. Then we don't have to go to the court and then I say June 10 all roads lead to. But
Mm.
it's a good
Yeah.
good argument for them
It is
to
a good argument
present,
for them to make.
yeah, as a way to say, well, here we go on now. Yeah, man, based on the medical condition, this don't make no sense, Yeah,
Right.
I say big up to Dewey and Thompson and Big Spliff. Yeah, man, big up AJ Scott. All the
But
one.
my thing is, oh, sorry, you must
Yeah,
say, go
got
through.
you, got you, man,
No,
got
but
you.
that's say my thing kind of simple still. It as just overall, whether you're there prison or you get released or whatever it is. But just feel like say you're entitled to get adequate treatment for whatever condition you have. And if you are
Right.
going to run your sentence, you run it on the fact you get treated still. I just submit.
Right. Exactly.
You
That's what
see,
it's supposed to be.
yeah. Me now we go back because of Vybz Cartel. This and that
Right.
and I'm come chat a bunch of crap on the internet.
Right.
Right. Right.
And I
No.
don't think I
Them
don't
need
think
to compare. Them need to put things in separate boxes. Yes, it's true that we're able to see more of it. There's a bigger public opinion because of the fact that it's a high profile case and he's a high profile inmate. But that will have nothing to do with the fact that he's a human being, and as a human being, he has certain rights, right? And compassionate release is something that he might be eligible for. That's the words I'm just trying to find. Eligible for it because of his serious medical condition. That's just point blank. So don't make them muddy it up. Right.
right. I say Auguste, because me saying people, even there right now, right? I say, boy, yeah, man, I can't play on them something. So people are gonna have them opinion, You get what me I say? But the reality is that the substance of the argument is what's
It's
going to stand
facts.
out.
Yeah.
And the substance of the argument is the medical record.
Facts.
You understand me? I say, I just
Right.
write
Well,
this something there with that. Go to
well,
Jerry.
I would like people to know that because I have a friend that has the same sickness. She have told me that for doctor, I see him doctor, Vybz Cartel doctor. They both share the same doctor, and I've heard that this is very uncomfortable at times. Anything can you can't Vybz Cartel can't lose in sight. There's times where your skin is itching you and you were in a hot cell and so on. So I mean, when I hear from someone else that's going through the same thing, me really realize this man has to be very strong in a prison for the deal with this sickness. But also, more and people understand say we do it every day where we add things to build our cases. Even some of these people that talk are if you notice enough time when them a fight or even the vloggers them when then they cuss, then we use something to add to what they're saying to make people believe them more. And if it was me, any court case me have to deal with, I will had say, well, Your Honor, I also have a sickness, and that's the reason why. Just like how when people do something wrong, then say they hear voices or so on. So I mean, people were free will use anything to build their case when they have an argument or they're trying to get somebody to believe them.
But
So I don't know.
Jeroen,
Go
but
ahead.
Jeroen, you don't he don't have to do all of that because what he's doing, he's entitled to as a prisoner and as a human being. He
And
has a
I heard
serious medical condition. So no, but if somebody come to you with that argument, don't tell them say, oh, people want to just add things onto it to make it more believable. Because in this case, this is his rights. It is not something that him adding on. He does have a serious medical condition, right? And as an inmate, right, under human rights law, okay, right, he needs to be able to receive adequate care in prison, right? And if not, right? And if it is actually worsening his condition, right? He can apply for compassionate release. So he's under his rights to do that. There's nothing that him adding on. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do
So
understand.
so
Okay.
so if the judge on May 14th or whenever the says there will be a retrial,
Mm-hmm.
the the bail, and they decide that no bail will be granted until the retrial. How say you all? What
No,
say
but
you
the thing
all?
is, that's why I'm not trying to go around in them deep driving and
Right.
I am
Yeah.
Hypothetical
saying,
that now.
Yeah.
regardless of the outcome of the thing, the man entitled to
To
get
to
proper treatment.
exactly.
So it no matter
Exactly.
if him a go run 100 million a year in a jail, you're sick, brother, you're supposed to get treated.
You're
And that's
supposed to
my
get the
argument.
treatment.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but
So I just let's say
that's what
thing
I
that
said too. That's what I said too. That
yeah.
anybody
So
was sick
so me not try
and
to make it
incarcerated.
into no what if this and what if that and whatever, because you
Okay.
know say it's at the crossroad and any can
Exactly.
pay. As we say, them can say, well, we tired of this go on here yard, or them can say, listen, my brother, we are gonna do a retrial, and they if make it worse, no bail. So you still have to look on it from the angle. So
If
in,
them
in, in
if
that
them do
view,
that,
we have
Rick,
to just know
them
say,
have to make
yeah,
sure same have him care for. If them do that, listen, human rights considerations, right? It dictates that the health of every prisoner, it must be adequately cared for, whether them
yeah,
terminal illness or not.
mm,
That means that even if you go in there and you doing your duty and you slip and drop and become a quadrupedic or whatever, right? If you have that, you can apply for compassionate release if them don't have the facilities to take care of you and your new broken neck, right? Because basically, if your situation gets worse just from you being in there, they can argue that basically you're taking a disease that's not necessarily terminal, and you're making the conditions are so bad that they're actually giving this man a death sentence. They can argue that. That's the whole thing with the human rights consideration. You understand what I'm saying? So if then decide say we're going to retry you and no bail, that means that them better make sure say all of him sicknesses is adequately cared for, and him have everything
exactly.
that him need to get
Right.
better.
And
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the
who
argument
would
simple.
foot the bill? Who would foot the bill for him to see the specialist
That
inside the prison?
that's neither here nor there still,
Mm,
Because
Yeah.
watch this now. Watch this now. Anyone who is incarcerated and they have any serious medical condition,
Right.
if they cannot afford it, they are in custody of the
Right.
government, who is
That's right.
responsible for them as well. Even though are behind bars, them there. So at the end of the day, in a Vybz Cartel case, he can
Well,
afford his own private
the
doctor.
question is not
But
here or there. May
no,
I ask you who would foot the bill? Whose
but
responsibility would be for him to
The
get the
taxes, the
specialist
government
but hold
Okay,
on,
taxes.
man.
okay.
But hold
That
on, man.
man.
Big Papa, the problem is, me general. You know, say me now watch a pocket because it's applicable to everyone and
mm.
not only to Vybz Cartel.
Right.
So when I
Right.
say anybody were in there, and if them can't afford them own private care, then the government responsible for them.
Exactly.
I was right there, so me there. So the footing of the bill is neither here or there for me because it's applicable to everybody. You
Exactly.
understand me? I say, Chadwin, yeah, man, big up yourself. You know, Pilgrim Forever, big up. Johnny Black, big up yourself. Where's this person? This person said, big up yourself, Imhotep. I like listening to you, very informative and in the know. Yeah, man, big up to Angie Sibia. You know the thing going on. Yeah, man, Chadwin, peace and love. All the ones and big up on yourself. Remember, for those who are new to the platform, the link to join the panel is pinned at the top of the chat. So you can hit that link and check in and share your perspectives as well. And remember, as is addiction to people, 199 people watching. You get what I say? Yeah, man, I will not see 90 likes yet. So just drop a like on the stream. You can just hit at the right hand side of your screen. You exit the chat, hit the thumb up button, and just touch back in. You know, we greatly appreciate that. All right. So was it Miss Julia that was responding to what Big Papa was saying? Are you good, Miss Julia?
No, I'm a good man. I'm a good. Let them go and talk.
But brother, I don't know why some of my people and reason so. Once I say people get treated in prison all the while, it depends on what case, what condition you have, brother. Everybody know all the system. Certain hospital in Jamaica, we are not hospital. We are general hospital never offer certain treatment to certain things. Some man want certain surgery and them thing there. You know that not go offer in a prison hospital, brother. That's a common sense.
Yeah, and
So
those
I don't know why people are stubborn with this thing, brother.
those
Judge
type,
do.
yeah, but what's this now? Remember saying no, the Justice League settings are gonna always
No,
dominate
But
sometimes.
at least even them supposed to have more sense than this, brother. Every day them get talk about them leave type of argument. Yeah. So them supposed to know how the system run, brother.
Right. But yeah,
So me
because
not
the
know this
reasoning.
reasoning so technical, bridging.
Right, I remember saying
Come on,
no.
man.
Remember this is not no the belly ache, right? This is not no appendix. Even when appendix situation, I mean, no one go there so. But what I'm saying, this matter. Long story short, this is not a regular situation where as the people get treated like a man might sprain at a toe or cut or whatever and then treat him in there. We are talking about a Graves' disease situation. I think they are saying that it even requires some form of surgery now. So all right, they say they still you get me. I say.
That now go offer at a prison hospital in a Jamaica, brother. That's a common sense.
Right.
You see it?
Yeah.
You get a cut or a stab or you go a nurse, the nurse patch you up fast in a prison. But you see what I say? But certain thing where require certain level of surgery and them thing. Come on, brother, that's a common sense, bro.
Yeah, man, we have to kind of just look upon it not from a Justice League perspective, but we are looking at it from a humanitarian perspective. We have to look upon it that way there too. You understand me? I say, and this is applicable to everybody. No one person, but the reality is that a Vybz Cartel we are talking about now, right? And we know the importance of the whole trial and the whole thing. Vybz Cartel a big celebrity, yada. So it's going to gather more attention, more conversation. However, as it's really a case study if you see people who are saying that, oh, good treatment in a prison, them only I say it because somebody tell them not to like Vybz Cartel in a real life. You know, sometimes we have to just suspend a little part them and I know say we are reason from a humanitarian perspective. And it's applicable to everybody. Nikki Willie.
Exactly.
Super chat. Nikki said, thumbs up the live stream, people. Please share and subscribe. Please feel free to join the panel discussion. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Thank you all for supporting the platform. Mr. Fly Eye, manners are respecting them in general. You know the thing go.
Yeah, man, big up Fly Eye. Fly Eye said when he was in a county jail, had an injury to him and them double coffee man, you know, carry my hospital in New York. Yeah, but and you know, even want for a reason like you want to put down Jamaica. Because we don't know say it's a third world country, you know, Emotep. So they don't know say certain things no available at certain places. So you know want for just a reason like say yo, this and that already. The reality is just the reality, brother. But people have to just use them common sense, brother. And don't talk out of just emotion or because of this man or that man or Ray. Come on, brother.
Right.
No, the prison hospital in Jamaica now for no heart surgery and everything there, brother.
Right.
Jamaica has a prison hospital, by the way. Jamaica has a prison hospital.
Yeah, man. Them
Jamaica has a
them clinic in them.
Yeah, man. Them have them medical facility in the hospitals, but I don't know.
But I don't know where
that case here should it not go in his favor on the 10th or whatever. It shall be interesting enough because if the humanitarian argument has to stand, because a human being, it has to stand. But I love to see how the logistic, how the needle I got thread, how them I got thread the needle. If we work it out, if him get him regular checkup, it shall be interesting. That's all me I say.
Yeah, and Big Papa, the reality is, one second, Miss Julia, the reality is in general, as something where I come, where the whole we are going to see how it play out. So, at the same time, yeah, man, we don't have to overwhelm ourselves. If we say, make we see, you know, if this or if that, because we are going to see it play out. You get me?
But by them reason, you know, if you have people in a prison, them type of condition, you sit down and suffer. And people know that. A serious thing that, brother.
No, true.
So, me not understand what the man really they are, say, brother.
Right. But listen,
if we have
Big
people
Papa,
in a prison at this moment at Jamaica, sit down with them type of thing and suffer. And we know that. A serious thing that, brother.
Yeah,
where would they are support?
But 100%. even if it go that way, that Big Papa, where them say them going to retry him, right? if them know so them don't have certain things in that prison that him need, they're going to have to basically allow him to get him situation sorted. Basically give him bail while him await a retrial. Right? Because that is their obligation. If you're in custody, right, also is your illness as well, right? And them have to take care of it. So even if them decide say we're gonna retry you, if them know so them cannot, or them going to get sued again. If them know so them can't take care of him sickness, then them have to give him bail. Have to.
Right. Leslie, yeah, man, just take off the Justice League cap for a second, man. Because at the end of the day, you know, one person in our chat I talk about say it is treatable and whatever. That person in the chat can't overrule a medical report by a doctor. That's the argument, you know. You understand? But is where the doctor, the medical report, I say, all right, that's so me kind of deal with that.
Yeah,
so
but
you can say somebody in the chat say it is treatable, so therefore people are overreacting. No, me general. We are talking about the medical record from the doctor.
It's simple.
Right.
We have to ask
That
Leslie if him have grave disease.
No, but that's not the point. That's not the point. Those treatable. Listen, don't make them muddy up the water with that either, right? Not because it's not a terminal illness per se in description, right? It is still an autoimmune disorder, right? And if it is left untreated, it lead to a whole leap of health complication that can actually cause death. Okay,
no,
because if you don't treat it, you can get something there's called a thyroid storm. Okay, that basically is life threatening. Okay, you get your heart start beat out of your chest, you start get fever, a matter of fact, them can start go crazy with that. Okay, with that, them can get heart problems, more heart problems, what actually make them that have congestive heart failure, where them actually do have to go in there and do surgery. The eye problems then that them get, actually, I think it's 35% of the people who actually have Graves' disease actually get this eye problem where them actually have to have surgery. Them can get osteoporosis. There's a whole heap of, listen, not because something is treatable means that you should leave it untreated. That's a big misconception that people need to wrap their head around. It's not because something is not terminal means that if you leave it untreated, it won't turn your body. It won't become a terminal problem. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. And the reality is that the doctor say is a very critical matter right now.
Exactly.
A very serious matter. So right now, as me say, somebody in the chat typing, they gonna have to check in and show me say, yeah, man, I'm a medical doctor. And them really present the evidence.
Or just have facts.
But it's funny because a man in the chat I speak.
You don't listen. You don't have to be a medical doctor.
I want to ask that brother if. No, me I say a man in the chat I speak off our next man in the chat.
Oh.
Me I want to ask him in the chat where I speak over that man if him have that condition.
Right.
I tell people say and who are overreact.
Right.
But not because
nobody
but that is a stupid argument though. That is a stupid argument though.
Hold on the real meds. All right, go to Miss Julia and then.
No, all I'm saying is, guys, in the chat, that's a stupid argument because even though it is not considered a terminal thing, look it up on yourselves, please. It is still an autoimmune disorder, and if you don't treat it, it leads to a plethora of problems that can actually be fatally ill if it's not treated properly. So keep that in mind. Anyhow.
Right. Miss Julia, you see the reality is that you know Justice League people are going and cap, you know. And I also, all right, that's what that I got there. So I just different perspectives still. And at the end of the day, a logic and reason I'm gonna be the chief arbitrator. All right, go through the real meds. Let me hear what you say.
Yeah, man. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yeah, man. Me agree with no sister because remember, you see this grave disease is serious. Something that get worse and worse, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, and you see if they keep on denying for and get the real treatment, you know, I say for instance, we don't want that happens to, but say for instance, in dead in the prison because of that, you know. And the reason why this thing actually happened to him because when they may lock him down in the something for 20 hours, 48 hours, for how long, and then as succumb the grave disease get worse for him, you know. You see, because I feel, and matter of fact, you know, they Isaac sue them already for that already, you know. Remember, you know, your case there, did they already, you know, for sue them for when they may lock him up unlawfully.
But we don't really have no proof say it did get worse still. The fact is that
no, it did get worse.
Well, I know, man, the thing is them lock him down and them raise the awareness say, listen, this man have this thing there and ray. So him can't really manage his condition. That was
And
the argument still. Me never know hear nothing of it
so
getting worse because then me lock him down still.
so but when me yeah man, get worse. So when me I say
No, we are asking
you see if
what documentation you have to show say it
no,
get worse.
remember Isaac he say when the me lock him down, him did say the disease when have after him come out a little bit after that thing, then go in do a checkup, and I realize it get worse than how it was. You see? So what me I say now, you see, if him end up dead in a prison with that our big lawsuit a leaky government,
General, but hold on, man. We don't want to go in at the if him. Let me stay
No,
in the reality, man.
no,
Hold
me
on,
say,
man.
God.
Yeah, hold on, in general, because say, yeah, man, me kind of like to stay in the practical realm and not really say what if and the if him. So 1 second there, please and thanks. Big up to BI Strong, Silver One, Media State. You know what thing going on. Big up to all the ones and ones who check in. All right, so real meds, land your plane and then we can make Joe Grind say a thing.
yeah, man. So I'm a work for Bessie, but next week we saw our go on still for next week. Well, me know say them have a better case still for try get him out still. Under the grounds and where the appeal for go off. Because my man if forget a retrial, it harder forget a retrial than actually when it just a start out. So it way more harder forget a retrial right now. You see, based on everything or the case and how much people know about it, no matter what, the world know about the case. You see me? The world know about the case already. So, me not think you'll get no reach and none at all.
All right, Joe Grind.
Yes. One quick thing. For him to get bail under that humanitarian thing, his
Yeah.
doctor and the facility doctor have to come to a mutual agreement. Not because the film doctor say him sick and this and that, they can just give him bail under humanitarian law. It does the facility doctor have to work. The facility doctor and his doctor has to say yes. It's a serious something, and it has to be a direct emergency. If not, them are gonna deny him.
Yeah. And that's the reason why I'm not even reason go way down there, so because based on the upcoming thing there, as we say, that can be thrown in it as part of the argument. But based on the upcoming June 10th thing, I don't think that are really the main focus of that. So with or without the whole disease thing, we still are gonna have an outcome still. So, we just watch what go on for that time still.
Right.
So I say, I really a reason this particular thing run it. As me say, probably them just use the buzz to highlight the situation and say, boy, emergency, we are suffer around here still. But outside of that, I don't really think it have much to do with June 10th still.
Right. Big up to wife, it's God bless Yeah, man. If them dead in a prison, and the circumstances, because remember, wife, it's people can sick and dead in a prison. All right, and it's no responsibility on the prison when them check out the thing. But if somebody dead in a prison and the family decides them want autopsy to determine cause of death, and
Right.
you say a certain causes that could have been prevented,
Prevented.
and
Yeah.
if record or him did a complaint and whatever, then there is legal recourse. But
Yes.
say that people dead in a prison all the while, yeah, man, we understand the side. But we not try if say that we dismiss the importance of somebody who is in a serious medical condition still. That's
Right.
just my side of things. You understand me? I say?
So my question is, because as me say, with June 10, there is no guarantee say there is a particular way where it go. We can be confident say it go yes and go there. So, but in reality, it can't go anywhere. So we are say worst case scenario. Let's say them decide say retrial with no bail. When me want to ask if them cannot take him out of the facility to get him treated at a private institution. That more have to know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because
they can still once they're affording him the cure that he
He
needs,
has to be afforded. He
Yeah.
has
because
Once he has to be afforded the care. Yeah.
to,
Once them show so them if he's being afforded the care, right, and he's being provided for that care that he needs, then it's all good.
Yeah, because as me say, let's say them decide to then not let him out. Where am I gonna go do? Just stay there and dead.
Yeah,
You
you're
have to
dry
go,
enough.
you have to go thing there, brother.
Even though you say it's so dry. But yeah,
You have to go get the man the treatment, bro.
exactly.
And if it's not available at the prison, you have to go carry him somewhere where it's available.
Exactly.
Right. That's applicable to everyone too.
Everyone.
Kwesi, Christopher H. You know, big up on yourself, you know, respect to the ones and ones them. You know, 219 people in the building, you know, big up to Angie you with all the ones and ones them. Drop a like on the stream. Yeah, man, if you want to join the panel, the link is pinned at the top. All right, so real meds. All right, so you know, as it relates to, you know, next week the 10th, right? I mean, no, say more likely your expectations are for the positives. You get what I say? In terms of say, boy, you know, probably the defense can argue the best argument, or the best argument from a defense would lead to, you know, the matter being thrown out and whatever. You get what I say? But as even Rick Storm did I point out, if the pendulum swing the other way, because remember, you know, one-way street in a real life, I keep it real. If the pendulum swing in our next way, you get what I said, the medical condition, they have to take it into consideration as well. It has to be presented as a means to even apply for bail as well. You understand me? I say, and it's something where them can overlook. The court has an obligation to look at all the various grounds in which Vybz Kartel, you know, can be granted bail. And for those who are saying that is more than one of them in there, why only Vybz Kartel we are talking about? Well, only Vybz Kartel alone we know of the Graves' disease and things like that, right? And it's a medical conversation right now. So we understand people will look at it and say, boy, the thing biased because it's only Vybz Kartel alone people are talking about. But one, a Vybz Kartel are the top man right there, so right? Vybz Kartel, the big man in the dancehall, right? Vybz Kartel have the whole you know, the whole attention and things like that. So the conversation I go be right there, so in a real life, whether we like it or not. Big up the questions as well, you know. You get what I say?
Yeah.
Right,
I say if people know of other people in a prison where I suffer them type of complication and just sit down with it and not raise no awareness, you know, that be part of the problem too, brother.
Exactly right.
You know,
Exactly right. Because it is there for everybody and every prisoner.
Anybody with them thing at Miss Julia and just sit down and I say, boy, a prisoner man there, so whatever. It not say it work, my general.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. A facts one.
Yeah, so me think a lot of people, as we said, they not really think this thing through. The man just look for another reason from, you know, a
because most of them hate the person. So that's why them all think certain way and I say, no, just because they're sick, that not mean saying if you come out. You see, for getting treatment. Because then there's a reasoning from a bias way. What don't so you go? If a man sick, a man sick. And if a man sick, a man for getting treatment.
Facts, man.
Doesn't mean you can't just leave a man in there because first of all, the conviction they squash in the first place. So basically he's a still innocent man there in a jail. So they could have more than the man in jail.
Oh, but that's the problem though, you know. Yeah, real meds, that's the misinformation though, because one of the biggest misconception of this thing was that people think that a conviction being quashed is the same as charges being dropped as
exactly.
Well. If the charges were dropped, the court would have thrown out everything, my general.
Right.
Was remitted.
Right.
Around that.
If the if the man did, but what you know, if the man did charge, you know, he still be charged, you know. Why Isaac never filed for bail other than file for the habeas corpus?
Because
the habeas corpus now have nothing to do with charging.
You ask the question, so let me give you the answer, right? Remember, you know, file for bail, how can you overrule the Privy Council's recommendation? The Privy Council remit the matter to the appeal court. The appeal court gave a date, right? If the appeal court did not drag it out now, you know, and all now the appeal court no meet on the matter, then we could understand that and say, all right, yeah, man, go for your bail because I try and get the men released pending whatever because I know the court not deal with it yet. The appeal court addressed the matter and them say June 10 to 14, we're going to deal with it. So at the end of the day, my general, nothing can supersede June 10. Nothing can
No, but wait. But say he may get bail. when Isaac file is something.
Hypotheticals,
Brother,
me
I couldn't
Yeah,
get
general.
yeah.
bail, my
Come on, no,
general.
man. Let me
No,
go this,
no,
man. No,
say him get released, me mean.
Brother,
Is
him
he?
couldn't get
man, no.
released.
No, well, no, man. We not go this with the what if, man. Come
So
on, because
there is no what if, bro.
yeah.
Basically
But they still
impossible for him
not
to
get
get
from here,
released.
say, brother. If
Me
the
over there,
Monday
say,
get released, brother, it's the next week thing, Monday thing, still would have gone. Nothing could stop that.
yeah, but well, no, me, that's why I say, make us stay with the practical, no, man. You get me? I say, make us stay with what transpired. You get me? I say, because sometimes when you throw in the what if, sometimes it kind of throw off the thing. But what I'm saying is, my general, is this. Nothing could have superseded June 10th, right? We get that.
You know
But
that?
the notion that people were saying that they were not charged, that was inaccurate because a matter remitted by the Privy Council is a pending matter. So it is just baffling to me where people were of the notion said the men were not charged. If they were not charged, the Privy Council would have throw out the thing. It means that the Privy Council would have also dropped the charges, and then drop the charges, it means that them throw out everything. So I write this.
I think they may not end up do that still. Because then don't embrace Jamaica go court system already. So I think they will just take care of it and show you also.
Well, at the end of the day, them do what them do, and as a result of their actions, it is still a pending matter.
So we want to think about the retrial thing.
No, but well, I don't want to go there yet because I something forward.
Yeah, June 10 round the corner, brother.
What is now,
No, but you still can discuss it still based on the information that we already have.
No, hold on, man. When me I say is this, right? You know, we want kind of stay in the medical reasoning until we want
topic.
What is now? You see, Monday now, Monday when court case forward and we hear a little reasoning, then we can forward out and say, yo, you know, say the lawyer said this and the lawyer said that. And some one kind of reason, so we don't have to throw out the what ifs out there right now and we are clutch at straws now the reasoning. You get me? I say, but 1 second, the real meds. Media state. Yeah, unmute your mic, me general, let me hear what I said.
Yeah, man, blessings again enough on the platform and everybody, Miss Julia.
Blessings.
Yeah, my fellow North American, you know what I mean? One state, Jamaica, you know, Canada, all the way.
Yeah, big up.
We hear the health thing now, you know. It's a big chain of event and turn of event to me, in my honest opinion, because right now, to say him have a certain be a rights like human rights and liberty to certain rights, and then there's a proven doctor like a physio, a specialist in this field that's saying that him actually him health at risk, right?
Yeah, man, go through there, listen, man.
Yeah, a specialist said that him actually need treatment and all of that. So it's very interesting to me how they are gonna deal with this and how they are gonna take the step in dealing with this now, because this is like a big turn of event now, because it's not what him lawyer said, because him lawyer specialist to deal with him freedom, but a doctor deal with him health, and a doctor can say, well, this man heart fail, this man grave disease is saying that his life is at risk. So would they deal with this now, you know what I mean? Or would the public look at this now? We have 50-50 narrative, but in case of his human rights and all of that, or with the Supreme Court approaches, that would be the big $1 million question, you know?
Right, and that's something where I forward, you know, so something where we are going to see. And, you know, yeah, man, the good thing is we are going to there for see what I go on. All right, Kwesi. Yeah, man, respect for that, you know, people. I need 5 more subscribers to 2,950. So in other words, it's 59 more subscribers to 3,000. So please, if I can get 5 subscribers to 250, I would appreciate that. And then we can the road to 3,000. So we greatly appreciate the subscription. Please and thanks for those who have been watching the platform for weeks and months and have not yet subscribed. Yeah, man, you can just feel free to do so we can get to 3,000 subscribers. We are 55 subscribers away from 3,000. So if it's even 120 more, 30 more subscribers, yeah, man, we would appreciate that. You know, our reason over here, so it's always some solid reasoning, you know, some constructive reasoning, and we just engage different perspectives, and we welcome everyone. And that's how we do it over here. So big up to Summer in the building, manners and respect. All right, so yeah, man, finish the point there, media state.
Yeah, man. So as well, may I say, um, with meeting in my honest opinion, as well Rick Stam would I say, with even if them say retrial, would they just left him make him just dead at prison and him won't even get bail fee, get treatment to him health. I just that the whole topic gonna be about right now, I mean, despite what decision make June 10, I mean, now we know say that a specialist in this field said that him out of field and him at serious risk. So that's what me had to say.
But me think them all get him treated still because you don't know how the thing go. Where is it gone public? Probably if it did just like remain private, a man would have probably just be more lackadaisical and whatever. But since it go public, me think say them eventually them all get him treated because at the end of the day, regardless of how the situation go with June 10, I don't think that stop you from go to them if I even a police guard or whatever them carry you to a hospital where after that type of a surgery or whatever I need if you go get treated still. You see it. So me not really see nothing where I stop it. Like say, yo, you need to be free or you need for this or you need for that. Right now as we speak, me think him can go get treated in my view.
So
You see what I say?
I'm gonna take my next question to you, and my last question is that the Mandela thing that Isaac spoke about, like the human condition that his client is living in, and all of that. Does that play a part in his health and the decision?
And what decision though?
Like saying like the Mandela status. Explain the Mandela status. Like I need to get more information. Like what he's saying that this Mandela thing is like Cartel is living in like a poor. You mean like we know what jail system is like.
Right.
So basically, he's saying like this is contributing to his health factor, the demise of his health factor.
Right. So remember the whole Mandela thing that after the Nelson Mandela, right? And for those who know Nelson Mandela, which we are gonna touch upon later with the South Africa election settings, but Nelson Mandela was a freedom fighter with the African National Congress or whatever. Then did a fight against the white dominated rule in South Africa. He was held, taken to prison, locked down, solitary confinement, 27 years and one bag of something. So them locked down Mandela because he was the leader. Before Mandela, there was a virgin called Steve Biko, very influential. But the point is, Mandela really spent 27 years. The way them lock him down, 27 years and them something there. You get what I say? So he's referring to that. But the reality as well is that the doctor has proven that the conditions in which he was held is not conducive to his health. You get what I say? So at the end of the day, the prison conditions and the various grave disease settings, it's not the ideal environment for him to be in. So I just that them did argue as well. You see it. Let me make Wavy say a quick thing now, and then we circulate the reasoning. All right, Waving already yet still. All right, cool. All right, so Waving already yet. Jerome, you want to say a thing? If not, a big papa time, All right, Jerome,
Yeah, no man, me there man. Yeah man. What me want them understand that based on when they ask about the Mandela thing, vice versa, couldn't it be more than one thing Isaac referring to? If you have more idea about the what he was referring to, because me hear him say,
hold on, that Mandela thing, not to cut your wisdom, I give back the mic. That Mandela thing is the humane or inhumane treatment. It covers the our prisoner or detainee, someone who is incarcerated, how they are treated. And that's why they use that Mandela thing there, because me say at 27 years in lockdown Mandela for in a inhumane condition. So that's a legal jargon where them apply to Mandela. You get what I say? But got you. It's applicable to people who are locked down and who might not be privy to humane conditions. But got you.
well, as I say, I don't mind they referring to it because we do have sympathy for people who are sick. No matter what type of sickness it is. And sometimes some person in the media didn't know that he's going through that. And even the judge or so on, what you have to deal with. What if the judge himself just a look on the case with a fresh new eye and not understanding that the person has a sickness where the judge can't give leniency? So when this bring up in the media close to the June 10 situation, I applaud it and I agree with it in the media because enough people don't know what's going on. But also, I want to ask if somebody out there really believes I go to make him a make up this sickness and maybe him not sick at all or in them just use it for reference to try get out.
But
Because
No, but
we
there's
all see the
records for it
pictures.
though. But there's
Yeah,
records though.
Come, but let me get a piece. Let me get a piece. Let me get a piece real quick to
Yeah,
plug into
go
what you
ahead.
just said.
Yeah,
So this
go
is
ahead.
what I wanted to ask. Has a independent medical doctor confirmed all of these conditions? So let's be clear. I'm not questioning if Cartel has Graves' disease. I'm not questioning that. But what I'm questioning is the way they're trying to paint it like he's on his deathbed. Has a independent third source, secondary source come to confirm that? That's the first question.
All right, I want to answer that, but before me answer that, right? No, I'm gonna say, I am gonna say, as far as me know, me I talk about when me see out in the public domain, and based on what me see in the public domain, I don't know of any independent doctor coming to confirm. But me gonna give you back the mic now by asking this question: does it require an independent doctor to confirm anything?
I think it matters, and I'm gonna explain to you why. Because all right, I'm gonna explain to you why. Okay, because for starters, there is no machine out there that could tell you how much pain you're feeling. All right, a lot of this stuff is up to your own internal interpretation of pain. You know what I'm saying? That's just one example. I'm not trying to say whether Cartel is in pain or not. That's not what I'm saying. But the point that I'm making is that every doctor's opinion is like his underwear. It's different. Everybody's different. So a doctor might tell you you have 3 months to live. Another doctor might tell you you got 6 months to live. Another doctor might tell you you have a year to live, and then you die at your 9th month. So, you know, a lot of this is a part of it is interpretation. So multiple opinions matter. And it wouldn't be far-fetched that Cartel's personal doctor would paint things in a morbid way to try to get them get popular opinion to look in a certain way. Because one more thing. Just one more thing, Imhotep. Wait, one more thing. I'm almost done.
Go ahead.
I could give you many cases. Yeah, I'm not gonna be long. I could give you many cases where people have been let go because the government say, "All right, this nigga about to die. He got stage 4 cancer. He got throat cancer. He got lung cancer. He gonna die." So they let him go because he only got 6 months left to live or 2 months left to live, and he died. I could give you multiple examples of that.
Cool,
I forgot what the word is that.
No, but hold on, Robert, and please, that N word, if we can minimize it. Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll try to be mindful. Yeah,
thank you very much for calling him out, Panny. Thank you very much.
No problem. I reason, man. No problem. All right. So what's this now, Robert? First thing first, a medical doctor, all doctors, them have to take a thing them call what? The Hippocratic Oath, right? So therefore, guess what going on? These are people who are licensed and certified in Jamaica as well. And that doctor is certified on the matter. So at the end of the day, anything that doctor presents, which is a serious matter, you see it pan Cartel, you see it, it's not like say, the same way how he got in there. And people see the recent photos, a man can say, oh, him look the same, I lie them I tell. You see it, brother. So I'm just saying, are we playing cognitive dissonance here?
All right.
No,
Let's play with that. Now, let's play. Go ahead, Joy.
I want to say something.
Miss Julia, just 2 seconds.
All right, Miss Julia.
But me just say, Robert argument to that be what if argument, what if this and what if that, because the doctor make film presentation instead of up to the doctor in the prison system or wherever to make for them comparison and show say, well,
yeah, but that's what I asked, Rick. That's what I asked.
Yeah,
Rick,
but
that's what I asked. Now,
Robert, hold on
there.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Miss Julia, I'm soon get the mic. Sorry for cutting it. I give back the mic.
Yeah, man, go
Remember, Robert, me ask you if if a second opinion is needed, and that's when you went to the what ifs and this happened already and doctor tell lie and whatever. Remember you really gone at the what if and the what about is in this, you know.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Yes, what Rika said. And Rick argument solid because Rika said is that if that wasn't the case, then because remember you know, something will load up all over the media. And never one whisper, one lads meeting keep and them keep it hermetically sealed. It is out in the public and everybody know, and the doctor say it. So if it was not so, then the government could say, all right, we will have our independent doctors do our checks to prove a lie. We not see nobody do that because that doctor is credible, has been credible, and is a doctor report. So go to Rick and say
basically say the same thing when I say because I say a public thing, Cartel doctor present him argument. So if there is a problem with the argument, it's up to the government and for them doctor to say, hey, this man is lying. I will not see that all now. So we can work with what if this and what if that. We have to work with what out there at this moment.
But last time I checked, your medical records is private, so they would.
Okay.
No, hold on, Robert. Miss Julia. Yeah, go to Miss Julia.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I hear what Wave is saying, what Brian's saying, right? But the thing is this. All right, it's true. If they do have another independent doctor, it does add another layer of credibility and urgency to anybody's health claim, right, on their behalf. But is it necessary? Is it needed? No, it's not. Because in order to apply for that kind of release, when it come on to serious medical conditions, there are steps that them have to follow. First of all, them have to have the documentation. So they need to gather all of the medical documentation from all of his healthcare providers, right? And also it need to detail the inmate's condition, like say it was having a flushable toilet, it had a bucket, right? Also in prognosis, right? And the fact that he was unable to receive the adequate treatment. That's number one. Then number two, they have to go through the application process, right? They have to fill in all of the required forms. It has to get notarized by the doctor, all that stuff, right? And then them have to submit it. And then after that, the prison admin then review the application and then determine if it's eligible or not, based on the criteria that is set by that jurisdiction, because every jurisdiction is different. Okay. Then after that, even if after the prison admin them approve it, them set it to the court, the court board or the parole board for final approval. So there is a whole lot of steps to it. Documentation is the first step, and so more medical independent files are not needed. However, if I was Cartel's doctor and I was sure about this, I would go and order an independent doctor, because that would add a layer of credibility to the urgency of the health claim and the matter.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with them, Mr.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So 1 second, Big Papa. If
Let
it's
me
not
hear what you
required,
kept saying.
yeah, if it's not required, right? And
It's not required.
I don't see it's not required, and at the end of the day, this is a medical doctor certified by the state as well. We take them out. So here we go now.
Right.
His private doctor though.
Hold on, no, but what's this now?
But he's right. But Imhotep is right. It's
Hold
not
on,
required.
I say, no, it's not like say.
Yeah.
Them come out and say Vybz Cartel have grave disease and then lock up Vybz Cartel and nobody no see no picture, nothing at all. Anybody will see the picture them with Vybz Cartel.
Right.
Your sis said, I don't lie, the doctor tell.
Right.
I'm saying no.
All right, now let me get the next piece.
Hold on, Robert. Soon we get the mic. 1 second. To throw in the need to validate that, I think it is
right.
A bit
dissenting to
the argument.
It is
because
wrong.
it does not require it. So we're not going to throw it in. But hold on, Robert. Let me make Big Papa say a quick thing and then it's over to you. Go to Big Papa.
It seems like to me like people that has doubt about this whole thing is demonized and inhumane and devils. But all right.
What do you mean by that?
Lawyer,
what do you mean by that, Big Papa?
It seems people who is skeptical about this thing, this particular thing, this case are demons, devils, and whatever.
No,
that's just my opinion. Listen. So can I finish?
Yeah, don't gaslight.
Right. This particular lawyer went to England, get good news. What was the good news? This particular lawyer tell the world, say, the man them free. The man them not free. The man them a whole get held illegal. So if somebody is skeptical of something that comes out of this lawyer mouth, why are people being
That's the
demonized?
problem now.
Why are
Because
people
that's the drama. That's the
seem like
problem.
them a devil?
Papa, that's the problem, you know, because here I go on. Nobody now, me not think nobody now said that. And you are kind of put that out there. And when me I say now is that the straw man fallacy in this is that nobody is speaking about what the lawyer say. We are talking about what the doctor say, you know.
Yeah, the
So
doctor
you using the lawyer's pronouncement prior. Yeah, whatever him says, the doctor we are dealing with
Right.
now. Papa.
It's the doctor.
Right.
On whose behalf is the lawyer working?
No,
Is the doctor working for? On whose behalf? On whose behalf?
It still doesn't change the fact that the doctor present this argument and the doctor we really are talking about now.
Right.
So when Monday come, that argument can be valid to the lawyer. But now with the doctor thing, we now compare lawyer and the doctor and
Right, you can't do
the
that.
doctor report because what the lawyer said before was wrong. So
Right.
let me just make Wavy say a thing and anyway we can circulate it.
So yeah, I'm gonna be quick. So look, so here's my next question now, right? It's a two-part question now, right? So I heard somebody say, and like I've seen the pictures, we all seen the pictures with Cartel cell with the buckets for shit and piss and all that stuff, right? But I remember when I saw a video of Sean Stone, his cell didn't look like that. His cell had the toilet in the middle. It looked modernized. It looked like prison how I see in America, like the feds and the tombs and shit like that. So I don't know that, and I'm not saying I don't believe it, but it just kind of creates some questions in my mind. But my next point is this.
Hold on, Robert. Hold
on. Wait.
Yeah.
No, it's important. Wait, you can't cut me yet because it follows up with the second question. The second point is this. How do we know that it's jail that's making Cartel situation worse? Last time I checked, Cartel was bleaching heavy, using Nepazone and all that shit heavy. Those stuff are carcinogenic. That stuff is not good for your body. So who's to say that what he's dealing with right now is not some of the adverse effects of long-term effects of bleaching products? Who's to say?
All right, Robert. Well, Robert. So whataboutism to challenge a medical report, Robert. That a one, right? The next thing is that you are use Sean Paul cell condition for question the validity.
Sean Stone.
Well, that's what I say. Well, man, I say you are you.
You said Sean Paul. You said Sean Paul.
No,
come on, man. Get on with the reason.
Man. Yeah, man. Me I say you using Sean Storm cell condition to invalidate the issue of Vybz Cartel condition being an influencing factor with his health. I don't think it's a strong argument that. And then now to use the whataboutism to challenge a current medical record as well. To say, oh, we don't know what about the bleaching cream and carcinogenic. No, Robert, we can't challenge a solid medical record from a doctor with that still. But
well, Graves' disease is an autoimmune disease, right? It's an autoimmune disease, which means your body is killing. Yeah, it means your body is attacking itself, right? And just so happened that man was also a heavy bleacher. But you don't see no connection.
But that don't make no sense, brother, because even if you go to prison and you happen to get sick because you are bleached, them still response with make you get healthcare, brother.
Right. You're still responsible for the healthcare.
Wait, but are they denying him healthcare? But wait, is Cartel being denied healthcare? I didn't see him.
No, man. But hold on, Robert. Remember, Robert, you have said us, what if are the bleaching cream? So, yeah, man, me not gonna really be hung up on the what if with that because me I say a medical record is there by the doctor. Anybody want to challenge that, then get them doctor who does the same thing and challenge it. So,
the lack of flush style it cause it. And the lack of flush style it cause it.
No,
what caused it then? Since it's not the bleaching cream.
It don't matter, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, look, they just want to shut me down. It's all good. But look, all you gotta do is take a look.
Guys, one at a time, no, guys. Come on.
Make sense when no reason, brother.
One at a time, man.
Talk. We just talking, brother.
No, but it can't be say we are shut.
Don't even talk long. I won't talk long.
No, hold on, Robert, man. Robert, don't say we are shut you down because remember saying we give you the mic and you touch it back before enough other people. So don't say you talk 2 times before Jerome. You talk 2 times before media stats. Come on, Robert, man. Make with us.
No, don't take it to heart. No, wait, stop. I'm not mad.
Yeah.
Don't take it to heart.
Right, I don't want
I was only saying that to say like this point right here. No, don't take it to heart. I don't have a problem with how much time you guys let me speak. I'm perfectly fine with that.
So all we have to say is this now. You can't use the whataboutism to challenge the medical record. All right, that's how we're going to stay. Big up to LTR, you know. LTR, a long time I see you pass you, my sister. Manners and respect for the check-in, you know. And you know the thing, you know. Big up to all the ones and who check in. So, let me just go through Rick and then me
it's simple, bro. And we know say things can be tricky and whatever, but me not really think say I feel well, me not say that still, but when me say still, the doctor report is there. So if the government have an issue with the report, them can go do for them one thing and present and say, well, I lie them man you tell. But until then, me not think, well, a man can say what them say still, but me not think say you can prove otherwise from what the doctor say. With just what you would think.
Right. That's the problem with the reasoning still. Because I say you can't challenge a solid medical report with what me think and what me assume or speculate. So to make a YouTube, yeah man, let me hear what I said them in general and then we circulate the thing after.
Yeah man, evening and big up to everybody on the panel.
Big up to make a YouTube.
Respect to our viewers and subscribers and members. On this whole issue, I really don't know. Well, first of all, if somebody needs medical attention, they should get it. In Cartel's case, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are many occasions that they have had to take him out of lockup and bring him to private hospitals to treat him. You know? So he has gotten the attention. The thing is that I don't know how serious the issue is at this moment because I don't know how bad it is because from my research on this Graves' disease thing, there's a direct correlation with the heart and the eyes.
Exactly.
So you have to be careful.
Very careful.
But on the other hand, I can understand the reaction by some naysayers because I am going to put it at this: whoever is posting on his social media, there are time now somebody needs to send him a message. Yo, somebody keep this if they want post his music. But some of the messages that are being posted, they don't need to be posted. You understand? Especially that recent one. Did you see the most recent post? The one that says from 2011 till now? And made reference to other people, passing. You don't need, listen to me. Certain things you don't need to go there. You don't need to rehash certain things because you're only going to make those people that are naysayers they're going to even be stronger in their renunciation of you. So that is not needed at this time, right? Now sometimes just people must just leave. Whoever is posted need to just leave certain things alone. That's all I have to say for now.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm soon get the mic. Yeah, quick and fast. Nikki Willie, thank you for the super chat. Nikki Willie said, "Thumb up the live stream, people. Please share and subscribe. Thank you." And remember, the link is pinned at the top of the chat for those who want to check in and engage as well. All right, go ahead, Miss Julia, and then we can make Subi.
Yeah. So what I want to get through to people too, right, is you guys talk about the Mandela rules. You know what it emphasized? It emphasized the rights for prisoners to access the same standard of health care that they would normally access if they were available in the community, if they were in the community, right? And basically, it is considered a humanitarian principle that prisoners' medical condition should not be worsened by their incarceration. Okay, that is basic international standards, which includes also the United Nations standard for minimum rules of the treatment of prisoners, and I can look it up as well, which is basically the Mandela rule. Okay, so there's a lot of not only do they have to apply and submit it, okay, but them going to listen. The doctor is not going to put his whole medical license on in jeopardy for this one case when he understand where him can actually lose a medical license for telling a lie. And there has been documentation of his health and his health going in there, the treatment that he has received and how it's been getting worse, and the fact that they had to take him out of that situation to get him health services before. So all of that is documented, and that is enough. So I don't know what these people talking about.
Right, and,
Anyhow,
and the reality is
yeah,
Julia, again now, you know, it's disingenuous, Miss Julia, for you,
yeah,
your expertise,
yeah.
present an analysis, and me, I go try to use whataboutism for question your analysis when are you qualified to do it. So at the end of the day, we are gonna have different opinions, but at the end of the day, the facts of the matter go
The
always
facts is
stand out.
facts.
And challenge the doctor report with the evidence and the facts, not what me think or what me feel. Subi, yeah man, you can unmute your mic, let me hear what you said it. All right.
What? While
Okay.
Subi they unmute, me
Yeah, you
want
don't
address
sound
Jamaica
Big up,
YouTube.
big up.
All right.
big up, Subi. You
Make
don't
Subi
sound
say what
clear.
and then you after Jerry.
No, make him go, make him go, make him go.
All right. Go ahead, Jerry.
Well, me
Because
want Jamaica YouTube understand that sometimes you have to step out and put yourself in an next person's situation because everybody treats situations are different. But sometimes when all hope seems like it's about to last and you don't know where to turn and you're frustrated, do you think a person who frustrated, stressed out, they don't know what can happen, their sleepless nights should be humbled? Sometimes a person go speak out, just like how a situation we read somebody and then just walk out of it while some people dirty next person. There's just people act different. So I mean, whoever they angle the page, you have to understand. Say, there's so much frustration, and sometimes we act like we're perfect, but when issues dip on your foot, that's when you understand how people feel. Because we see people sometimes say even text something in our chat against you and you get so offended, and then the media we they crucify this man, and then you guys will say him nothing say nothing, him nothing make nobody post nothing. Like, come on, yo, we have to understand, because I've seen people that make an opinion and somebody says something in our chat and they get upset, very
Yeah,
upset, and speak out.
but does
So we have
action have
to
consequences though?
what?
Does action have consequence?
Not every
Does
action have
actions have consequence?
consequence.
So
Not every
if them
action.
post something and people react adversely to it, you can blame the person.
No, but he doesn't have a problem with
Come
him
on, come
team
on,
a
Rugged,
post.
Rugged. I think Rugged,
yeah, man, hold on. Yeah, man, members are
So,
so
can,
just
can,
make the
can
point.
I can I
well,
reply to that?
Well, hold on, the big papa.
Oh,
I'm
Jerry,
more
no,
one
no,
time.
no, 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 no,
hold
no,
on,
no, no,
Jerry,
no, no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
please. Jerry, you
I
cannot
think,
two people. Just talk to Jamaica YouTube, make him respond, and then it's over to Subi, and then we can circulate the reasoning.
So can I respond?
Well, hold on, you finish with the point, Jerry? All
Yeah, make him
right,
respond.
cool. Go ahead, Jamaica YouTube, and respond, and then Subi can say a thing after.
Is it the same way that you were earlier offended by what people are saying? It's the same way people are offended by the postings. One thing I have said before on this platform: you can never misquote silence. I'll leave it right there.
All right. That's a valid argument too, because as them say, certain posts and them some the people will react. And it's a natural order of things. Subi, got you. Let me hear what you say.
what I'm trying to figure out is there any evidence of the justice system or the government blocking the individual from getting proper treatment? By evidence of that?
No, there's no. I don't think there's any
No,
evidence of him
no.
being blocked. But what they say is that
Okay.
there's evidence of him having to be taken somewhere else because it was not actually at the prison. But at the same time, the fact that he was taken somewhere else means that the proper medical care was then provided for him. It don't matter if you fly in help or if you fly them out to help. Once the prison gives them
Miss Julie.
proper care, yeah.
Miss
Once the
Julie.
prison give them proper care, then the prison is in the clear, right?
So let me ask you a question. And so what you're saying is they have to get care outside of the prison. They have to seek care outside of the prison because of his condition.
No, what
There have been
There have
instances.
been times.
Remember, there were times when
Yeah,
lawyer that complaints
Mm-hmm.
and him can't rain
yeah.
and him someday.
And they had to take him
No,
elsewhere.
I don't think that was a medical condition. But anyway, long story short, even Jamaica YouTube said it earlier that there have been
There have been
instances where he
instances.
has been taken to the
Yeah.
hospital for
For,
medical
for
care.
care, but Mr. Vegas, that is still not a mark against the government though, or the prison system, because the fact is, even if that shows their effort in ensuring that the prisoner did receive the quality care that he needed, whether they fly someone
So
in
that's
or they fly that
so
prisoner out, right?
well, now what
The
I'm
care was
asking, I'm just
provided.
simply asking if there is
Yeah.
if there's any evidence of the government blocking the individual from getting care.
Not
right.
far as we know.
Last time I checked, there
That's
was
my
a
question.
video.
No,
Wait, 1 second, Subi. Wasn't there a video of Cartel being brought to the doctor on his doctor visits? There's videos of that.
You're right.
Yes, they are.
I think so, yeah.
But Subi, more establish why you asked that question.
Right.
Now I'm trying to figure out, because I think I'm hearing the argument that there's a constitutional violation because he's unable to get proper medical care. No, that is what the utterance is, and that he is gravely ill, and he needs to get proper medical care. But what I'm saying is, do we have a system where we block prisoners or individuals who are incarcerated from getting full medical care or proper medical care?
No.
That's what I want to know.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So do we know if this is a situation here? Because when I hear that a person needs surgery, no, I'm like, the first thing that's coming to my mind is why they don't act. Is it a situation where he's in care of the government and he cannot use his own resources to access the type of medical facilities or doctors that he would like? Is that the situation?
Oh, all right. So you're talking about the fact that they said that his health is in a very
deteriorating to the point where he needs surgery.
Right.
So I'm asking the question is if because he's he belongs to the government basically, if he's in care of the government, if there is any blockage there where we cannot get surgery, or we'll be talking in a layperson term, like maybe suppose we want to go to UC if you do the surgery and then want to go to a public but do the surgery where we always hear say them not the best whatever. So is that and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, so I am even the team that put forward the information. I don't see where they say that the government or the correctional services denying them that access. You get what I say? So clearly they might say, all right, you need surgery, so they have to try and arrange it and whatever. So we just kind of did it that way because I don't see
but you see, I'm listening to the conversation, and I'm what I'm getting from the conversation from the panelists is it sounds as if there's a violation against his constitutional rights.
No, Subi, no.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. But the argument, what they can make and what would be smart for them to make with the evidence that they show before, the evidence being that before he didn't have a flushable toilet, it was buckets, right? What they will say is the general humanitarian principle, which is that the prisoner's medical condition should not be worsened by their incarceration. So they can argue the fact that he was exposed to more germs with this autoimmune disease, right? He didn't have a flushable toilet, and maybe this is the reason why right now he needs to have whatever type of surgery because of the fact that the situation that he was under deteriorated his health even more because of the fact that it made it worse, right? The medical condition, it was worsened by their incarceration of him being around all this filth and not having a full flushable toilet, with the fact that he has an autoimmune disease in what him have to be dealing with. So them can use that, and they put that evidence out there that he was doing this business in buckets and he just got the flushable toilet. So what they would say is, no, would he be in such a bad, grave, no pun intended, in such a bad and a grave situation if he had a proper facility that was needed for that disease? Them can argue that. We don't know. But the fact is, the man needs surgery now. His condition has been getting worse. And the fact is that he did not have certain things, certain facilities that would be up to the human standards, right? Like a flushable toilet.
All right, hold on there.
Yeah.
250 persons are here, almost 2 hours in. Just drop a like on the stream, people. That's all we ask. You get what I say?
Yeah.
All the ones, man. You know, just some of the real fans, you know, just like the stream yet, though. Yeah, man. We really believe so, you know. But drop a like on the stream, please, and thanks. All right. So yes, we're not aware of you know, the lawyer or the doctor's opinion of them not being able to access whatever health care that should be afforded to him still. So,
but there is proof there is proof that his sickness could have been worsened by his incarceration, just by the fact that he did not have a flushable toilet for how many months, I do not know. So
there's proof that bleaching.
My couple second, where do not go give
bleaching.
Give me some Vegas. Give me some Vegas, my time. You said it exactly how I was trying to explain it, Mr. Vegas. Exactly how me they try to look on it. That's where you come with it. Thank you. Take my time. Go on with it.
Well, man, when I get other people a chance to say, man. What may I say still? May I say the initial reasoning wasn't like directed to like we are say, the government at fault with anything.
Right.
See, the whole thing is just like responding to people's the general public opinion, because a lot of people just as say basically say him forget a proper health care, while you have some other people that say, boy, no, this and that, you know, other people, this and other people that. So basically I just that the reasoning, the kind of be a still. Not that we are saying the government that deny anything, because there is no proof of that.
Right.
There's no proof of that at all.
Right. And Tisha, and Tisha, all we are saying, you know, we know it's a prison, is at a hotel, right? But all we are saying is that anybody at all who's incarcerated, man, by law, they are entitled to
humanitarian
health care, the right to life. So you know what the thing, God. That's what you get me. I say, Big Papa. All right, you were trying to say a thing, so go through quick and fast. Big Papa silent. All right.
Yo. Me I say my little time on have, man. Just give me some Vegas. Let me some Vegas start, brother. Exactly how for my 3 minutes or whatever minute they have, Mr. Vegas, because the impression that it is given as far as I'm concerned is the way how he might look on it too. At this for me I look on it.
But the problem with that,
me I give my time. Take my time.
No, the problem was that there was not a conversation about
it was a completely different
medical
point.
attention, because remember, you know, if that was the case and the lawyer them talk about it, then that would be the context of the argument.
Exactly.
That's not the context of the argument. The context of the argument is right now we see, you know, his team put forward a medical report and said, boy, his condition is serious. All right, that's how we're there with the argument. So, you know, man, we not argue about him being afforded it or not. We are talking about the medical report. You get me?
It's a quick question, but let the brother talk though, because I want to ask you.
No,
and then after I want to talk
about healing time. The man saying healing time, Robert. If you want to say a thing quick and fast.
All right, Julia, it's a quick question. All right. So we was talking about the Mandela rules, right? I was reading about it, right? It was dead. It's a freaking 100 and something different, 122 different rules, which is crazy. So I was reading through all of them. So I want to ask you a question now. All right. So this Mandela rule is a human right, United Nations, all that shit. So that means a nigga in Haiti, excuse me, sorry for the N-word. A man in Haiti, a man in Egypt, a man in the Congo, they're all entitled to these rights, right? But aren't these rights more ideal than reality? Because I'm pretty sure 90% of the people in jail in Haiti right now are not getting all of these rules, are not going to get all of these all of these rules met to the T. They might get 5 of them, they might get 10 of them, but but because they can't get hold up. So because they can't get all of those needs fulfilled, does that mean they're supposed to be released from prison? Like that's what I'm trying to ask. Like,
okay.
But
I'm asking. I need clarity. I'm trying to understand. Is you guys trying to say that because Cartel health is bad, that he should be released? Like, what's the angle? What are you guys saying? What?
No, Robert.
Because from now with their reason,
I think that is what.
Go ahead, Subi, because I need to respond.
Right, and then afterwards I'll talk. No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Subi,
If you want to finish your point,
No, you're right.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go through and then afterwards I'll say
watch this now, we have to stick to the nature of the argument because that's a whole different conversation with Roberta bring up off him own. You understand me? I say so. If we are talking
well, I wouldn't knock Robert in him because
no, I'm not knock him.
Man. Right, but to be honest, we have to be very careful of framing the conversation because I think it can be misconstrued that we're saying this man need to get medical care, so the government
humanitarian release, humanitarian.
Exactly.
Hold on,
one second. No, I'm not saying you're saying that, but I'm just saying how people can misrepresent a point, and then mere misrepresent a point, and it falls into an era where people grab it and run with it.
All right,
we're saying this or we're saying that.
I'm not sure if you did.
So me I say
earlier, right?
Yeah.
When I listen to the attorney, one second. When I listen to the attorney, put in statement, and it's like I'm hearing the attorney saying, this client needs urgent care and is being held unconstitutionally. So what I pick from that is, the man needs to be released from jail so he can get urgent care. That is what I'm hearing. So
right.
Well, you're talking about the recent one that Fox brought about the medical condition, the doctor report.
An ER report, entertainment report.
No, man.
Some just putting together.
The recent one.
It's the same thing. It's the same. It came from the same source. It came from the same source.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, remember, that ER report was after the court ruled, right?
Yes, but the same conversation was had in that interview as well. So
right, but the thing is,
what I'm saying is,
what I'm doing, I'm gonna give back the mic. The reality is that I kind of find it weird that anyone would interpret what is said otherwise, because quick and fast. We were talking about come next week, when the cases are being presented, the defense will have that argument presented to say, well, based on the medical condition, we are arguing not for the retrial. That's where we were, but got you.
Right.
No, that will be the argument, I'm just trying to get clarity here based on my reason, so that I don't misunderstand anybody.
Can I say
trying to get clarity on are we saying, because when I hear the word humanitarian thrown around and Mandela rule thrown around and all them things there, instantly my brain is going to if the government is blocking,
but they're not blocking.
Right?
No, listen. This is the problem now. This is
what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying what I'm saying to you is, when I hear the type of conversation, the way I'm hearing the conversation, it's like I'm hearing, like I have to ask a question.
Like
so
they're
the government
actively, okay. So this is what I'm going to say for the clarity. This is for the clarity. They may not be actively blocking him, right? But think about it this way, right? And to Robert's point, even though the application of the Mandela rules is not always fully implemented in every prison system around the world, right? If their legal counsel finds that a prisoner's health is significantly deteriorating due to the conditions of their confinement, they will have legal grounds to request compassionate release on medical basis, on a medical basis. Okay, so even though them not saying, you know what, no, we're not going to send it to the best clinic, we're not going to send it, we're going to send it down there, right? If even though them not doing that, right, the fact that his confinement is making it hard for him to actually serve out his prison sentence, right, because of his health, and his health is not being taken care of, or he's not being provided for, that could be based on compassion, because it is a double punishment, right?
So you're saying a prisoner on serving a life sentence, not this person, a prisoner serving a life sentence, if they find that if they were whatever human rights organization finds that the situation that he's in, the confinement that he's in, the prison that he's in is not up to humanitarian standard, they can order a release based on
he can apply.
compassion.
No, he can apply. The key of this is, even say you have a life sentence, say in there them realize, say, man, him have some kind of cancer, right? That if he was normally in the community, he would get adequately treated. But because of the fact that he is in this type of confinement out in the middle of woy, and the doctors them can't reach in time, or them can't ship him out in time, he can apply for early for
How
compassionate
often
release.
have you ever heard of any case like that in Jamaica?
In Jamaica, no, I have not. And probably
They got
he
a
wouldn't,
list.
because this is
There's
a
a
high
list
profile.
right here of international.
This is a high profile case. That's the first thing, right? And I mean, the thing about it is, a lot of the prisoners in Jamaica, you know, them probably won't even have enough money to have a legal representative bring their case forward to say that, you know what, he had this disease, and because they have him in there with a bucket, you know, he's getting sick rapidly. You have to have money to have people
Let me
for
go into
him.
some troubled water.
Yeah.
I feel like me at tap dance.
Yeah.
Let me go into some troubled waters.
Yeah.
Earlier, I think when the Privy Council ruled on this matter, I said something, and I'm still wondering why it was not done
Yeah.
when the ruling came down. I'm yet to see the legal experts, the lawyers that have this case, advise or you know, whatever it is, the client or the clients, not just one person, but the men that are being held in this situation. I'm still trying to find anything where they wrote a letter to the Governor General, wrote a letter to the Prime Minister, anything like that, stating, especially with this situation. I'm trying to figure out. I've not heard anything from the lawyer based on, like, we wrote the Prime Minister, we detailed this, or wrote the Governor General, and so forth and so on. I'm wondering, why was that not done? Or why is it that you know, is it never bow to the system mentality? Is that what's going on?
No, but hold on,
No.
but write them for what now, Subi?
No, it's not.
No, me ask
Because
the question.
the Governor General, the Governor General has the power to pardon or release. The Prime
Commute
Minister, I think, also
sentences.
has
Yeah.
the commute sentences, power to pardon, power to whatever. If somebody is ill to the point where a person needs a heart surgery, I'm yet to see that letter, you know, to the Governor General.
But
About
Subi,
and hold on, let me
Subi,
finish, please. With such a high profile figure that even PJ Patterson made reference to this figure, I think it would have carried weight. I
no, but
honestly
Subi,
think that letter should have been written.
But Tubi, all right, watch this now. Writing that letter to the Governor General would also be an act of trying to circumvent the appeals court Privy Council settings. Because the fact that it's still a pending matter, you can understand, say, watch this now. If the argument say them go back and argue next week, and
Oh,
them
so you're saying there's no conviction, so there's nothing for him to commute.
Right. So you're right. So right now it's still a pending matter. So to try to get the Governor General to pardon that would be an attempt to circumvent the Privy Council.
But do you know? What do you know? Right? A pardon, right? A pardon also, it doesn't mean guilt, you know.
No,
A pardon from the Governor General could simply be, you know, the man in the jail so long, you know, the man is ill. They wrote me a letter, and I've looked into it, and I pardon the individuals. That means even the case, even this thing for the 10th of June, for the 10th of June, everything would always get thrown out the window. All of them things that was done, and it's not a situation where.
That's the problem. The Governor General, right? Remember the Privy Council don't issue the ruling this, right? The next thing is this now. Are you aware? No, but are you aware about the story about the man picking the Aki? Anybody remember that story there?
Yeah, I
Which one?
Anybody remember the story? The man who was arrested and charged for picking the Aki.
The Aki of King's House.
And the Governor General didn't see it fit to pardon that man where he go pick the Aki and say, boy, you know, say, really and truly still, yeah, man, make we give him a pardon because
apples and oranges, bro.
That not said that has to be the case.
Subi, anyway, me just show you say, if the Governor General pardon a man where I pick 2 Aki.
I'm not gonna say that. The man is gravely ill, Imhotep. A person who you have all the documents then from your doctor to point to your health. You have you're sitting in jail without a conviction. I mean, your conviction was overturned, or it was basically erased. So what I'm saying is, I don't see how it was not worth it though.
Yeah, because
is because can't get a pardon. And that
because social media have the bigger bull on.
No, the thing is, you know, a convicted people get pardoned in a Subi, not people with pending matter. So you can't have a pending matter and then now you seek a pardon because that would be break up Subi. Well, is it me or Subi? I break up. Want to hear Subi background? No, break up bad Subi, man.
I hear you.
Yeah, but you breaking up bad.
Okay.
Break up. What I'm saying is that pending matters, right?
Come on.
Right, probably the Wi-Fi or something. But what I say is that people are not pardoned when the matter is still pending. It's really after it finalized and a man, you know, get convicted, that when a man can write and say pardon him. But this is a pending matter. You get what I say? So the reality to pardon them or to apply for a pardon is an attempt to overrule the judiciary. So right now, in reality, they can apply for the pardon after whatever actions are done in terms of, say, if them convict them, then them can do it. But a pending matter, no, the pardoning don't go on during a pending matter. You know, hold on, let me make media state say a quick thing, you know. You get what I say? And then Jamaica YouTube can say a thing after.
Yeah, when we have to say still, if with all the information, I answer Robert question really easy and his what if really easily. With the microscope of what this case is under in Jamaica, I really honestly think this doctor won't put him whole career and him whole medical license and him freedom on the line. That's one. And two,
right.
As Miss Julia said, there is a
based
process.
on what? Based on what?
Based on what? Robert, make him finish.
Based on everything, based on a jury that is serving time right now, based on the microscope of everybody saying this man is guilty, this man is trying to pervert the course of justice, based on everything right now, I will bet everything that I have, if a doctor must be literally insane to put his whole future, medical license, and his whole freedom on the line to go pervert the course of justice with false information. The doctor is a certified doctor, which I raised the point, which I said, Miss Julia said, there is an application, there's a process, and he's certified to make these things and say these things. And there's instances that the prison system could have not treated him, so they let him go outside for treatment. So yes, the ammunition that they're using going forward in June 10 is that they're looking for the Mandela thing as well. That's saying that if this man is so ill and so well and not doing well and at threats, then they're looking at that as well. That's something that Isaac Bob cannot mention after the denial of bail or whatever that was the other day. So
All
so
me I say
basically,
is, all me I say is media state, not because
Yeah,
of wisdom.
facts.
Anybody who want argue otherwise gonna present the evidence.
Yeah.
Because you know,
yes.
There we go. There we go. All right. Can I get a chance?
no, hold on,
Let me get a chance. Look,
hold on,
Michael Jackson, lawyer,
hold on,
who was giving him all of them drugs. He didn't risk his license.
hold on,
What
Robert.
are you talking?
Hold on, Robert, man. Hold on, Robert. What we're saying is this, me general. You can't use that to discredit the doctor report
You
yourself.
can't use
No
that
matter
word.
what.
Wait, why can't I use that?
Why?
Wait,
Why?
why I can't
Why?
use that?
Why?
Yo,
Because why
y'all,
you can't
yo,
use
you know
that?
what? I ain't fucking with y'all niggas tonight. Y'all niggas is
No,
on
hold on,
rubbish.
Robert, man. Hold on, man. No, me not this
Come
just
on
Robert,
now.
why him
all
cussing
hood.
after me
Yeah,
like
that
that?
whole hood nonsense in your feelings, brother. We can't reason so. We are reason about something that you get so emotionally invested, brother. Where we are say is this, and stop that, man. We are grown people, brother.
Right.
We reason all the night. What we they have to sing from the same hymn book. We're not here for that.
You can't use the wrong of one
Hold
person's
on,
indiscretion in
Let's
their
do
profession
that. Let's do
to
that.
say
Let me
that
say
to
this.
somebody else to do the same thing.
Hold on, let me do that. Let me say this. Robert, can't back in, you know. You can't just run so you know your feelings. I can't believe this. Robert, you have to call back in. You have to. We can't believe this, people. That's why. Hold on, the big papa.
It must
Hold
be a
on,
joke or
hold
something.
on. No, man. The man, him joke. You know, say,
Gone.
No, but sometimes,
Robert, call back in and
sometimes the
stop gossip and
reason,
stop call with
hold
end.
on, please. Hold
no,
on. Hold on, big papa. Everybody will allow to speak. So Jamaica YouTube muted and I listen. We have
bon.
to circulate the mic more time. My point
Right.
is, Robert cannot. Robert, no. Oh, what the horse bounce me? What do you mean by horse bounce you? Hit back the link and check in and come out of your feelings. Watch this now. You cannot use the Michael Jackson doctor
Right.
to discredit the doctor report that we are saying, brother.
You can't.
You
That's like
can't
you
do that.
that's like you
That is
saying, oh,
mudslinging. That is
that's like
mudslinging.
Hello,
you saying,
hello,
Because
oh,
hello,
Lisa
hello,
Vegas.
hold on, guys, hold on,
hello.
Yeah.
please. Everybody will allow to speak. Hold on, please. I'm saying Robert wants us. I'm getting a feedback. Asubi, are you that? Hold on. Yeah,
Me.
yeah, I get a feedback. I'm saying, right? Robert wants us to say because Michael Jackson, doctor, did I give him Robert? I said to Carleen and come out of your feelings, brother. We reason all the while. You get what I say? Yeah, I say you're not effing with we and showing all the N-word and brother, let them look good. Leave the hood talk sometimes, brother, man.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
Come, Robert, come back
Hold
in
on, hold on.
and
What I was saying
talk
to
normally.
Imhotep, what I was
Yeah.
reminding Robert that when you use those words on the platform, it mess up the algorithm. So you
Yeah,
have to
and
be
Right,
it's not
careful.
nice words to use. It's not a
right.
healthy conversation.
It's
We have to listen,
necessary as
guys.
well.
We
But
have to
him jump off, Subi. Him
oh.
jump off and whatever. But me tell him what's it now? Hold on. Watch this now. Robert, this everyone see you being biased. I don't got time for your gang stuff. So Robert, let go the feelings, brother, man. Come on, man.
So
All
listen.
right.
So listen,
Robert soon
can
cool
I
out.
say
Robert
something
soon
now?
cool out. Continue what you say. Continue what
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
say.
can I
get back
say
to the
Come
reason.
on, challenge the argument.
My
can I
point
just
is, my
yeah,
point
okay.
is, we cannot be using, Michael Jackson doctor was doing something
You
illegally. So
cannot.
therefore, this doctor report, we have to,
Right.
it is not
You
valid.
can't use
That's
one
my
person.
point though. And I think it is more about emotions with that
You,
argument here to try to invalidate the doctor's report by saying you can't trust doctor, because they try to
exactly.
hold
You
it a
cannot.
thing.
You
Yeah,
can't
we
do that.
can't do that.
We
But
cannot do
go ahead,
that.
let me hear where you go challenge them. Jamaica YouTube.
And then afterwards, remember, I was supposed to talk from long time.
All right,
Imhotep.
what's this now? So,
No. If somebody was before me, let them go ahead.
all right, so hold on, Miss Julia, because Jamaica YouTube is say a thing.
All right, go ahead.
Jamaica YouTube say what you must say. Then Miss Julia, and then over to Subi. Right, what circle?
Well, again, as and I will continue to beat on this theme. Reading is fundamental. If we read the quotations from the doctor's reporting, the biggest thing the doctor is asking for now is the post-operative period for him to, after surgery, to stay in hospital and not to be moved back to a prison facility. That's the biggest thing the doctor. If you read it, that's what the doctor is saying. Because yes, you can get the surgery. But if he gets the surgery and then he's recuperating back in prison, that is going to be the problematic phase. So I'm just quoting from what was written in the media.
Right, but the problem in Jamaica YouTube is for one to dismiss the doctor report by saying, what may I get the feedback from Subi? 1 second there. I got
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm saying for one to dismiss the validity of this doctor's report by saying we can't trust doctor because Michael Jackson doctor did do this and do that. That's not a fair way to dismiss this thing here. Dismiss this thing here with empirical evidence. All right.
No,
So,
but
all right.
but the thing is, before you move on, if people read what is quoted, and I only can judge from because I have not seen the physical report, but from what I'm reading, everything here makes sense. The doctor makes mention of his girth getting bigger because we have seen images showing that his belly is stretching out. We can see the face. We can see all of those things. The doctor is saying, boy, he need not only to come out for the surgery, but most importantly, he would need that time in hospital to recuperate. So
Right.
I think those are reasonable grounds judging on what is written. I don't know what else may come up starting on Monday is the 10th, starting on Monday
Starting on Monday.
because these things work both ways, It's not just one way, The fact that he has gotten the opportunity on many occasions to go out to be treated at UE and maybe other private facilities may also prove the point for the quote unquote government or we would say the prosecution that yes, this man is getting good medical
Exactly.
attention. So it works both ways.
It goes
So I'll
both
leave it there for
ways.
now.
Right. All right. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
So no, but exactly what you said, that's what I've been saying the whole night. I don't know if the people that weren't listening, but the fact that they either flew help in or they flew him out to help, right, means that they are actually providing the adequate medical help. But with regard to what you said about what he wrote, it is true. After the surgery, he's going to need to be in sterile conditions that may not be able to be afforded there in that prison, right? Not only the sterile condition, because I'm going to have wounds, I'm going to the type of surgery that it is, right? I'm going to need to have certain things on call, even like a pain pump, all of those stuff. If he cannot have that in his situation, in his cell, right, then that could be seen as causing him not to heal properly and making his situation go worse further down at the vulnerable stage of after surgery, post surgery treatment, right? So that is a very, very clear argument that they can make. And to Imate's point, this is exactly what I was going to say to Wavy, right? That you cannot use somebody else's act in the same profession and fry another person. That would be like saying, oh, Mr. Vegas would I do this because Puff Daddy do this. No, they're two different men. They have two different morals, two different ethics, right? And when it come on to a doctor, them have a lot to lose. Not only with legal compliance, because medical records, they're actually used as legal documents in court cases, right? Not only in court cases, insurance claims, any other kind of official material, right? Any kind of official matter, sorry, right? So I don't see, I'm not saying that it is not possible, but it is highly improbable that a doctor would put his entire career on the line for this. Yeah.
But hold on, Miss Julie.
Hold
on.
Yeah.
Countless time we have seen cases where the state doctor and the independent doctor have conflicting reports on a subject.
True.
So how are we saying now that this doctor's report is absolute?
No, but
Not
hold on,
saying that
Subi. The problem with this, right?
Yeah.
It's someone challenging the doctor's report with anecdotals and
right,
and to say, oh,
it's not
the doctor was corrupt. Listen to me, we're not here to say eulogize the doctors them and say them are sin.
right.
What we are saying is that a doctor's report was presented. So if anybody want to argue against it with the facts.
Right. And also not saying that is
Listen, I'm sure, I'm quite sure that the artist, based on his physical appearance, I think they can make the case that he is ill.
Yeah.
Right? and they can make the case that he's ill, and based on the illness that they claim he has, I think those are the signs: pulpy eyes, so forth.
Grave
So
disease. Yeah.
my issue is prior to or after the Privy Council ruling, I don't remember which one it was, but in recent time, I saw some messages running around YouTube from the bloggers where the lawyer was more interested in getting, quote unquote, fly out to the first show. So
No,
No,
that
but
not
hold
nothing to
on,
do with
Subi, hold on
that
a
kind of
second,
have
man. Hold
nothing
on,
to do
but
with it.
Subi, so hold on.
But
So you know,
no, I'm trying
hold
to
on,
figure out. I'm trying to
Subi is
figure out.
just so
No.
mischievous.
you have
I'm
hold
trying
on.
to.
Let
No,
the
I'm trying
man
to
make the
figure out.
man talk, the
Subi
man.
is so mischievous, I swear.
Yeah,
No, I'm
man,
trying to
hold on,
figure
hold on.
out
Imhotep,
now.
Imhotep, make the man talk, sir.
No,
Make the
man,
man talk. Talk.
hold on. This is happening, man. Hold on. Because respectfully, you wanna know how we reach already. I wanna know, say,
No. But if you allow me to finish my point,
no, hold on. All right, cool,
then you
good.
understand
All
what
right,
Make
I'm,
him
where I'm
finish
going.
your
Where
point.
I'm
Make him
going.
finish your point,
yeah,
cause
man. Hold on.
him
Let me
drop me
Make the
after
man
the middle
talk,
of
man.
nowhere.
All right, go on,
Him,
So what
make
may I
him
say?
finish. Make him
What may
finish,
I say
please.
is,
Yeah.
I'm just being question me asking them because I'm not in,
Yeah.
so you can answer me whichever you want to answer.
Yeah.
So if your attorney is out there being more excited about and doing interviews talking about how much the artist, basically are gonna make enough money now for show, and there was less concern about the artist's health. Do you think that will play a role some way in people's thinking? Like I'm not even talking the legal, the prosecution side of it. No. I'm just talking about the people who are maybe split down the middle in arguing this point. Say, you know, whatever. Say some people don't believe say what the doctor says 100%. I don't think you can really, or can you? Let me ask you a question. Can you really blame people from having that mindset? Because we just heard the lawyer a few months ago,
Yeah.
prepare to fly out.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
okay, but
And all it was,
hold on,
all it was talking about is when I remember one interview when they asked him about legal fees, he was so adamant to point out how much money the artist can make. Um, you know, so I'm wondering.
so I
Yeah,
hear what
So hold
Subi's
on, Miss
saying.
Julia.
Like,
Hold on, Miss Julia, please. Hold on,
yeah.
Miss Julia. All right, so Subi, me not have no problem with anyone questioning anything. But
Right.
at the end of the day, if you are going to question a medical report, then present the evidence to validate why you are questioning. You can't just say because I want
but you cannot um say or cannot get a hang up when people are speculating. No, because what I'm saying is a built up of things in the It's not just one thing, and that is what we have to pay attention to. It's not like it's just one thing.
Yeah,
Um,
but
it's
Mr.
like it's like
Vegas.
it's like I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw the lawyer on ER literally saying, "Yo, this man need heart surgery," and I was like, "Then yo, why never did I say them thing a long time?" You
Right.
understand me? I say because and I hear him say you can't get pardoned before you get convicted, and I don't think that's accurate. I want to
But
correct me
but
if I stand correct still. I don't think that's
but,
accurate.
I'm sorry,
but
Subi.
Um,
hold on there. But hold on there.
Hold on, Miss
But
Julia.
Mr.
I,
1 second, Miss Julia, please. Yeah, where you say I go, Subi?
I don't think that's accurate that they can only get pardoned after conviction because I remember in Texas, if we have similar laws, I remember in Texas there was this governor that was charged for some whatever, and they pardoned him and they just didn't go anywhere. There are quite a
No,
few other cases.
that's the difference, though, Subi. That's the difference. That's
Hmm?
why if you listen to my
So one more
word,
time.
no, that's why I say if you listen to my word, right? Remember,
Right. No, they cut out in there, so you the part, so you can correct me if I'm wrong.
right, so I'm saying in the matter, in the context of Vybz Cartel, right? It's still a pending matter. What me I say is that people
Yeah,
get
but
pardoned,
yeah.
when they get charged and the matter has been dealt with, convicted, whatever. All right, that's when they get the pardon. You don't get pardon while the matter is before the courts.
No,
That
man,
that
I've seen, I've
well,
seen, I've seen, I've seen pardon where the matter,
okay. This is
the
what I
person did
wanted to
not get charged
address.
and the person
This is
got
what I
pardoned.
wanted to address between
no,
you two brothers.
them
The-
have to get convicted and then
there
No,
is
no,
two, but
Imhotep,
hold on,
no. I,
guys.
I, I
There is
I
special
don't think so.
considerations for that. Listen, what Imhotep said. Usually, it is true. It is true that you, unless
Usually.
you are convicted. Well, let me finish, please. If you are convicted, usually that's the only way that usually a pardon will necessarily come in place. But there are less common situations that usually involve special consideration. Like say if there's a case of a wrongful arrest, if them can prove a wrongful
Mm-hmm.
arrest, or
Mm-hmm.
or if them decide say, you know what, continuing prosecution of this case is not in the public interest, them can actually give a pardon before a
No, that wouldn't
conviction.
be that wouldn't
But
be a
those,
pardon. That would be a DP. That would be a ruling from either the
it still act
DPP
as a part. It's
or
still
the.
seen. It's
No, no,
still
no, no, no.
seen.
That wouldn't be a pardon. I'm talking about a flat out pardon where
Right,
everything dropped,
right.
Right.
everything done.
So yes, that can
So I've
happen.
seen. Well, Mr. Julie, I've seen. That we're talking about is just the
It is still
director of
considered a
prosecution.
pardon, and it can still happen
No,
under
that
those
couldn't be
two
a
special
pardon because
cases.
no, that wouldn't be a pardon. I'm big
You
to
look
differ.
it up, Mr. Vegas. I'm telling you, it is. It is still considered a pardon.
But
No,
the
look it up. When you
essence,
take the time to look it up before
but the
everybody
essence,
argue.
but the
It
essence
is
of the argument, though, because remember the context over there is Vybz Kartel,
right, but
right?
him said that you cannot get a pardon
Right.
at all.
So I'm just saying right now in the context of Vybz Kartel, that's why I'm kind of like we can narrow it down more time.
Okay.
The narrower with
Yeah,
that
this is not a
more
pardon.
concise it can be. Now with Vybz Kartel, it's still a pending matter by the court in front of the
Yeah,
courts.
it's still
So
a
the
pending
pardon
matter.
conversation would not be applicable at this time
It
or
would not be applicable to this one.
feasible
No.
at this time because
Yeah, I agree with that.
all right, so there 1 second there, please and thanks. Big up to Grey, you know. Grey say big up to
Big up
everybody,
Gray.
you know. Big up to all the ones and ones them in the building. All right, so watch this now.
Yeah,
Can
but
I sue you the land or Miss Julia the land?
no, I
Go
never
ahead,
land.
go ahead, mute me. Go ahead and mute me.
There's
Me
two
never.
people there, you know, when I say a thing yet, you know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let them go on then. Let them talk, and then after
All right,
that.
cool. All right, so
Yeah.
let me allow A Scott to say a thing, and you know Michael there after. So,
Yeah.
and the mic A Scott, let me hear what you have to say. All right, go to A Scott because a quick and fast movements, you know what thing go.
Good night, everyone. Yeah.
Good night. Good night.
What I was saying is actually I was coming in to defend Robert a little bit because I believe he is somewhat correct. The system, while a medical doctor report will not be questioned, the government will not use the private doctor's report. They will have their own report. Just like when we're doing stuff, we need the justice of the peace for legal reasons, all those things. So I believe he's correct when he said that the private doctor report won't be the one that will go by the government. Like the defense and the plaintiff don't use the same doctor. There is always a second opinion. So that's the part that I
Yeah,
was
that's not what he
saying.
was saying, though.
No,
Yeah.
that's a different
That's not what he was
argument,
saying.
No. He was no.
That's not what we
He
were
was
saying.
no man. No. He was talking in that realm though.
No.
He was talking in that realm. That's why. Hold on, Imhotep. Hold on. Hold on one second now. Because maybe we understand what he's saying differently, and I concur what the gentleman is saying. I think when he was
You're gonna break up soon. Break up.
basically. Go ahead,
We
because
can't
maybe
hear. We
you
can't hear
better know
Mr.
if you
Vegas.
can.
And me one?
No. Yeah, break up, Subi. Yeah, break up. I don't know why.
I'm gonna break up. I'm gonna come back
just
in.
check back in. But Scott, what Robert was arguing from the beginning is that from the get-go, he might question the report.
Right.
And he is saying that is there a second report to repudiate this report or validate it? And I say, is there a need for any validation of this report in terms of having an independent government doctor do the same thing and prove say this doctor is true or false? And I am saying there is no prerequisite for that to be done, right? So that is where his argument was from. And then now he resorted to say, well, you can't trust doctors
because of Michael Jackson.
All kind of things. So on that logic, this report should be viewed with a grain of salt and skepticism.
Exactly.
And I am saying, my general, if you're gonna challenge a medical report, challenge it
with proof.
A scientific report, challenge it with a scientific
report. Exactly. So that is what I was trying to say to Lan Imhotep.
Yeah,
like not because it is.
Yeah, but Imhotep, based on what you just said, I'm going to reverse it and show you that what he's saying is the same thing you are saying. You said He need to show a scientific report to disprove it. He said it need a government report in order to prove it is true. You're both saying the same thing. You're
No,
just
no,
saying
no,
it
no,
in a
no.
different
Hold
way.
on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold
Let me
on,
just
Mr. Ule,
Because
soon
a
get the mic.
doctor,
No, hold on, I'm a general. No, the conversation is Vybz Kartel's doctor medical report, right? And I'm saying people are viewing the report with skepticism based on their emotional attachment to a situation or whatever. I am saying, my general, if you, A. Scott, check in and say, you know what, I mean, not trust that report there, because you know what, Michael Jackson doctor did a give him things and I break the law or whatever, so I mean, not trust doctor. That is not enough to invalidate the report. That's just my argument. So I mean, I said,
right.
if you want to challenge the report, yeah, man, challenge it with the scientific data.
It's a scientific
But
thing. And
what he's
yeah,
asking is that, was there another report from the government? I mean, I say, is it a prerequisite? Is it needed? No, it's
right.
not.
No, it's not. And that is what I was trying to say, right?
Go ahead,
Is
Mr. Uda, go ahead.
but hold on. This is the thing. The other side, the prosecution, right? Them can definitely ask for their own medical professional
but I think
to
that's
go
what
back to.
Robert is
Hold on a
saying,
second.
though,
Hold
Miss
on a second.
Julian.
No, listen, they can ask for it. There's nothing wrong with it, right? But just because there's only one medical report does not mean that it is less valid.
Right.
It does not mean that that don't mean that it should be, that don't mean that it fail any kind of requirement.
Right.
Because sometimes that's all that's needed. Reason being the history with that doctor can say, okay, when he came in May, blah blah blah, his girth was blah blah blah, his eye vision was whatever percentage. Every week it has gotten worse, and we have it documented every week, and we can see him blood pressure numbers and him sugar numbers correlate with what we find. So there is some kind of medical history that doctor who has been there from the get-go that is privy to, right? So now, if it's nothing wrong with the opposition saying that, you know what, we want our own doctor to look at these findings too and come up with their findings. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so
But that does not mean that the first doctor's stuff is invalidated
right.
because of the fact that there was possibility of any kind of wrongdoing.
Right.
You cannot do that.
That is
Right?
muddying up the waters, though. But
Right. That's what I was trying to say the whole night. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and land A. Scott and then Michael there too, you know, so
Yeah.
we can repeat that thing. Go ahead and land A. Scott. Go ahead and
Yeah,
finish the
okay,
point.
Yeah,
sure,
A.
Alan. Yeah,
Scott.
but the only thing I wanted to, yeah, only thing I was saying to Miss Julia, yes, but the plaintiff need to do their due diligence, so they cannot use the private doctor's report. That will not happen. The due diligence need to happen, so it will be two reports. That's all I was saying.
All right, cool. So my question though, in this matter, what due diligence is required?
Right.
For instance, it's just
Yes.
yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. I want to
Yeah.
know what due diligence was
What
required.
due diligence in this matter is required?
That's not being provided.
Oh, it's okay. Let's use COVID for instance.
No,
Remember
please
the
don't use that
amount
word.
of doctors who got
A. Scott, please let
got
us
sanctioned
know.
because
Thank you. Are you hearing us? Let
I don't
us
think
be
yeah, I'm
so.
hearing you, right?
Let's not use the C word.
Yeah,
Listen.
yeah. If you say big
Okay.
C, use big C,
Big
but
C.
use that word there, please.
Yeah.
Okay. For instance, okay, remember Big C that many
Yeah.
doctors were trying to come out to say something other than what was being purported.
Mm-hmm.
They are legal doctor. Or for instance, let's use immigration for instance. The government have a specific doctor that they need you to go to. It will be the same thing because they're dealing with the government. So they will use the private doctor, but the government need their confidence in order to confirm this is true. That is what I think Robert is saying, and it is correct. The
No, that's
government
not what he was
needs
saying though.
their own confidence.
That's not what he was saying
No,
there.
it's a different conversation, and
It was a different conversation.
we can't frame Robert argument in what it's not. Let us stick to the essence of it. Robert is questioning the credibility of the medical report. Let's stick right there, so right. And I am saying, if you are questioning the medical report, then you cannot use the anecdotals and say, "Oh, Michael Jackson doctor yeah, man, in the question,
Right.
therefore, we have to question this one. That is not a
Okay,
lot.
I'm
That
not
is not
questioning.
right.
Okay, I'm
Right.
not
Not
questioning.
But
right.
I'm
So
not
just because
questioning the
but
report. I'm
can
just
I
right.
saying
also
it
in here just to add a bit of clarity, because I think as I said, if everybody does read the doctor's quotes, the doctor is the doctor's quote unquote report that he sent, and in the quotation, here's a quote that this is the doctor speaking. I further recommend that the cardiology evaluation be performed as soon as possible to prevent further deterioration in his cardiac function and the increased risk of mortality, the doctor said. So the doctor is saying that don't just take my word for it. You do your own
Right.
tests to see the condition. So we need to prevent this. So I'm saying that the doctor basically in his report that is quoted, he has
Right.
answered. It's obvious that he basically that all it's the eyes. You
Right.
understand?
Right.
Everything he's
Exactly.
saying, yo, wanna do a
So,
thing.
go
So
ahead,
you
Jermaine.
understand? So he answers a lot of the thing in his own report that he
Right,
sent.
right. And that's the reason why too. Anytime me I come talk about these things, yeah, me don't just throw up some
Right.
topics out there and me I talk pan way. Me not do no reading pan or whatever, right?
Right.
And all right, let me just read it quick and fast, and then Michael say a little thing because I'm there wait a long time. It says, right? And this is the medical report. In a medical report obtained by the news team dated May 2nd, 2024, Vybz Cartel's doctor stated that the artist has lost 20% of his heart's function from the capacity it was at this time last year. And that puts him at greater risk for a heart attack. His echocardiogram showed a moderate decrease in global wall function with an ejection fraction of 37%. An ejection fraction from 41 to 49% might be considered too low. So the 37% is low. It does indicate that Mr. Palmer is developing heart failure, which may lead to a heart attack.
Exactly.
The EF measurement under 40% might be evidence of a patient getting closer to the possible risk of a heart failure or cardiomyopathy. The report stated it was also observed that since his last medical examination in June 2023, Vybz Cartel has also developed increased abdominal girth. So, I think that should be enough to really give enough context, because at the
Right.
end of the day, the argument are going to be Robert is questioning this medical report, and we as a fine, but question it with a scientific conversation.
But those findings
Hold on,
that
Miss
you
Julia.
just said.
Miss Julia. Yeah, hold on, Miss
Sorry.
Julia. I
Sorry.
forgot
Sorry.
make
Sorry.
Michael say a
Oh,
thing
sorry.
and you after because a long time they are wait.
Sorry. Yeah.
So yeah, man. Unmute your mic, Michael. Let me hear what you say.
Yeah, man, big up 360, big up everybody.
Big up.
Bless up.
When I feel nothing with the doctor submit, I go make it mandatory if I release. It's still up to the judge's discretion. But if you have a reason and say no, well, in conviction overturned is an innocent man on a charge, you also have to go look on why the conviction was overturned. Was it because the innocence was questionable or for whatever other reason? So all of this is just a typical murder case. A drowning man will not straw. So any avenue where you can exploit, you have to try push this about. It don't make no sense him try to win this case in the public view. In the court, him have to deal with this. So all of the little game and thing, and regardless of what the doctor say, still up to the judge's discretion. There's if the lawyer say he might dead next month, the judge still not have to let him out at the end of the day. So he can write anything he want to write in the report. The state can make a whatever adjustment them seem fit for him while him is in jail for get that treatment that them not have to let him out. So I don't know still, that's my take on him. I just watch it play out. I feel him need a stronger avenue than that for a release. I think them all let him out for it.
Right, and I don't know why people really think that this report was intended for him to be released though.
Right.
That is where I am a bit confused because
Confused. But they can.
there is no efforts based on all indication. There is no efforts to actually circumvent June 10th. So
Right.
you know, yeah. So me I said the argument there. If we say the doctors them a try use it to get him out. That is a made up argument right now because that's not an argument being presented. It's not like said that the lawyer got to the court and said, "Me have the medical report here, and based on what it is saying, I am applying for their release and whatever."
Right. For compassionate release.
You get me? I say, but go ahead, Miss Julia.
Yeah,
And
I'll be
then
quick.
George there and
Yeah.
Hannibal there as well. So go
What
to
you said a while ago, right, about the heart problems, right? They can also use that to show that that is a sign of the Graves' disease not being treated properly, because that is a serious complication of him not getting the treatment that he needs. Actually, heart problems, right? Them get atrial fibrillation, right? Them can get heart failure very quickly. Them pulse always a raise all the time, all that stuff. So that can actually be something that them use to prove. But going to what Michael said, it is true. You can't just release them on that, but they can apply for compassionate release based on that. But that is all speculation because there's been nothing put forward by his lawyer as yet to say that they're going to actually use that report to apply for compassionate release. But they can still use it to apply for it. It's an application. It's not granted.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So make George Smith say a thing, and then Hannibal can say a thing after.
Evening, gentlemen and lady. Miss
Evening,
Julia,
George.
how you doing?
Love, dear.
All right. First of all, every prison, right, have a what you don't call now a resident medical doctor, a doctor that visit all of the inmates them and know them condition. Only certain prisoners like Vybz Kartel may have a personal doctor. Okay, Vybz Kartel personal doctor have to convince the head of the prison, that is the doctor in the prison, that the case that is put forward is credible. Once it is credible, that doctor will sign off on it and that is how they get. Outside of that, they also can have like a medical consultancy, depending on, I would expect that a prison like GP would have that in terms of a doctor or somebody that he can consult if, say for instance, other prisoner have a problem and he think that prisoner want surgery or something, that the resident doctor will do the consultation with our next doctor and both of them agree, they signed off, and then the prisoner is moved. So it is no different with Cartel case. He need to convince the resident doctor that the case that he's putting forward is credible, and once it is credible, if that doctor don't sign off on it and it's a credible case, then that doctor can be charged for malpractice. So that is just where it is at the moment.
All right. Go to Hannibal. Let me hear you say.
Miss Julia, bless up.
Bless up.
Jamaica YouTube, up. Jerome, up. George.
Yeah, man, big up, my respect.
Yeah, man, George.
Big up.
Me like your first name, you know, George, because I have that in common, you know. And you see, every George is a famous person, you know. You can't check all the president them. The person named George is a very famous name. So anyway, you know, yeah. Imhotep says something about the myocardopathy, yeah. So let me explain somewhat to you guys what myocardopathy, yeah. About 4 or 5 months ago, I go up on a job and hear them talk about some weed and they got some more, and the next week up in the hospital. So I end up in the hospital in the emergency room, come pass out and end up in the emergency room, and end up in the emergency room, them strip me naked, them think me have a heart attack. Yeah? So them think me have a heart attack, and the EKG machine show irregular heartbeat. So now them diagnose me with myocardopathy, yeah? Myocardopathy is enlarging of the left ventricle, the biggest muscle in your heart. It swell up, it overwork, mostly caused by hypertension, high blood pressure. So what them say is like this, I know, yeah? Your heart overwork, and should overwork, the muscle wear out and get swell. So the yeah, that is like all I'm talking about compassionate release or whatever. Listen to this, that not gonna get him released. It is not even that. Like the only time you know if a person get compassionate release is when the doctor diagnose him and say, yo, them have a few months to live, you know. So them have a few months to live, them release them, and then can live with them family till them dead. When them know them have a few months to live. So, big man, if you have a few months to live, them will release. But if you don't have a few months to live, you're not coming out. That's my argument towards the hard situation.
Right, and as me I say again, the medical report was not intended to release nobody at all, and just a highlight the part there. So as me I say, come June 10th, all right, that's all it was lead to. Hold on there. Let me see now. Jeroen Media State.
Yo, there,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. If you don't want to say, I think let me know it because I'm not with there. So
Yeah,
you know,
man. We just
no,
patient all the time in the
hold on,
region.
Jeroen. Mute the mic,
Okay.
Jeroen. 1 second. When Media State say what I say, and then you after, all right? So go to Media State.
Yeah, I'm always patient in time for my turn of reasoning. You know? So, as me say, Jad Smith just smooth it off for me. Basically, Jad Smith just smooth it off, answer Robert and all the things that was saying, you know. So that's one. And two is, as was just said, there is no intent. We are seeing no evidence. We just go by the public knowledge and the real evidence. That's what the certified doctor I say. Just all we know. We don't hear no attempt to make him free or release him or nothing at all. We're just learning about his health, his physical health right now. You know what I mean?
Right. Chadwin. That's why I'm telling you something general. You see, if I wanted to come and lecture anybody, I would just turn this on like the rest of people or run them platform more time. And me just start put some slides and me just start reason about it myself. And me there talk. And also me do it. I am here to hear different perspectives. And then we can arrive at a consensus based on the logic and the reasoning and the facts and whatever. All I'm saying is, if you are going to challenge a valid doctor report, me no feel say no village lawyer or anybody with have a smart device should say, oh, I don't trust this doctor report because Michael Jackson's doctor was shady. That is just my problem. Challenge the report if you see any inaccuracies in it, or if them say, wait, this doctor here, them in license was suspended before and this and that, so me I question him credibility. You understand me I said? Yeah. But if you go challenge the report presented, challenge it with some scientific thing, not with the anecdotals and say, boy, yeah, doctors are criminals and doctors this, doctors that, so therefore. No, we can't deal with it. So I just write this something there. Big up the lady and in the building, you know. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, big up. Remember say where they are, and the man just saying can't.
Yeah, big up Lydian.
I reason with
Big
a
up
reason.
Lydian every
Well,
time.
but I want to win and what Chadwin said a while ago. The fact is, even if everybody on the panel was against Richard's point, it doesn't stop him from making his point.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you disagree. It's not about agreeing. If we disagree on a point, you stay there, you defend your point.
Right. And if
Simple as that. Robert is a smart and witty. Robert is a smart and witty person. I don't know why he got frustrated. And
no, man, but here we go.
It is not. No, it is not Robert. And was an Robert. I mean the issue, you know. So you guys are worried about the wrong thing. It's a person who have the problem.
No, man, I'm replying to what Chadwin is saying.
Yeah, okay. But probably you just check in, you know, so you might not know what going before. No, what I'm saying is that none of us are here to agree like an echo chamber. What we are saying is that different arguments will be presented, and if somebody hold on them arguments, sometimes we have to acquiesce and move on. They have to beat down nobody with them argument. What I'm saying is that if you are going to challenge a medical report, though, me not think a talking points you are going to use and challenge it. So therefore, if you not agree with me, that's fine. We not have to agree. So I just write this to me there with that, you know.
So Imhotep, never little thing. I segue. I something more asking real quick.
Yeah,
on the job. I may achieve. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, pass Annibal, and then Jerome after. Sorry, Jerome.
So I something totally different, yeah. Me see a little thing in the newspaper. I think yesterday where them say the Christian church are going to ban all female, all woman pastor. Is that true?
That are over in America with the Southern Baptist Church, brother. America that.
Me know America. So
yeah, me not care about it.
No, listen, no. Me ask if does that affect Lady and Marian Hall?
No. The Southern Baptist. Remember, you know, it's persons who are a part of the Southern Baptist Union. You
No,
get
me
what I
just
say?
me don't know to a Christian. I figure all of them are the same. So
No,
me just a
man, no
ask. Me just
problem.
a
Remember, you have
ask.
different denominations. So the
Yeah, me
Southern
just
Baptist churches, that denomination, I said them are gonna ban the female pastors, and they're gonna vote on it their next
them
convention.
start. Listen, them start vote on it already.
No
So
man, a June, well on Hannibal, man. No June 12 to 18, the thing I go on, man. Come, we go back and read the article,
family,
man.
listen to me, now. What me get from the article, my general, is more than one vote. Them already start vote on it from last year, my brother.
All right. But the point is though, it's just one denomination in America.
No, that part I wanted to clarify. You clarify that part. You clarify that part. Respect.
Right. So that's still. But all right, what is now? Let me make Jeroen say a quick thing. And you know, so we need to segue to, you know, we're gonna touch upon the Skilli Bang airport thing. We want to touch upon even the Putin, you know, warship them in the waters and them something there too. So you know what the thing go. All right, so go through Jeroen, let me hear what I say.
No, on the topic you guys were talking earlier, me not beat a man, you know, but when the person called the N-word and he said, my apology, I'm sorry. Because me always in I chat and me always a listen. Even earlier on tonight when they said, Jeroen, me only see you show up when a Vybz Kartel. No, it's just, me not believe it, me not like politics, so me not engage in it. But I'm
still in there, you know that, right?
Yeah, me know, but this is what I'm saying. Me want if Robert in I chat, he understand, say. And many times me hear him apologize, say I'm sorry, and he keep doing the same thing again. But him address the whole away as the N-word, and you talk to him and he still do it.
Yeah, man, but Jeroen, please, make we just move on now, because here we go on now. We are reason, right? And remember that pass and gone. We know they have to put Robert on trial. No, none of we not infallible. Colloquially, where he's from in Brooklyn, it's a regular term. Him no mean it no way. Me good with that. You get what me I say? Yeah, man.
Everything.
No, man, but as me I say, man, we're not gonna major in the minor still. So me I say, make we just touch back to the substance of the reasoning, because as me I say, Robert and my brother same way, and we not have to agree. That's the thing. When this done, and my brother same way, and we are gonna reason, and we are gonna talk, and we are gonna share things on WhatsApp or whatever. If Sue be there, when Sue be there in New York or wherever, and we are link up, we are gonna link up same way, my brother. So me I say, we not have to agree, man. I just that's it there still. So as me I say, we can just move away from that little reasoning there.
Yeah, man. Well, as me say, we all wait till June 10th.
Yeah, man, definitely.
We just want, you know, people them in our chat to understand that, you know, by law, you're still entitled to be treated if you're sick, no matter what. And me still say, no care what, unless you're on death row. And even if you're on death row and you're going to pass away anyway, you still need to be treated. That's why them give you last wish. If you need a plate of food, whatever it is. So you're entitled to be seen if you're sick, ill, or whatever, no matter where you are, or whatever penitentiary you're in. You could misbehave, you could do a heinous crime. Just it's like a part of the law. So me no want some people just feel say not because you're in jail, you're not entitled to certain things.
Right, yeah, man, and we definitely established that with 2 hours 47 minutes worth of reasoning. Big up to K Young for the super sticker, you know. Manners and respect, me general. Yeah, man, Tisha, I agree, you know. Robert no mean nothing untoward when him say the N-word. You know, me understand that too. You get what me I say? And as me say, you know, a reasoning and you have zeal and passion, and yeah, we're not infallible. It's human nature. But at the end of the day, when we end this, yeah, man, me and Robert now have no issue. We just don't say we disagree upon that one, yeah. And him just say, yeah, go on. Yeah, him not F with tonight. I just saw reasoning go more time still. But all right, the closing arguments in this case, so we can segue. And anybody have anything else to say if we close this out? Any final argument?
Yeah, we can also say one thing. I said Miss Julie and Subi was going back and forth with Subi was saying that pardon and dropping the case are two different things. And I have to take side with Subi because, in other words, the DPP.
I was saying
the
what?
DPP.
What was I saying?
Listen to me.
Yeah.
The DPP would enter and null prosecute, right? Meanwhile, the GG would do a pardon. So, a two different area and a two different actions.
That was not the argument, first of all.
Context of Vybz
Yeah,
Cartel.
That was not the
I
argument.
write this
Or the
right,
context.
I know the context, right.
Yeah,
So
in
in
the
other
That was not
words,
what I
then,
was saying at all.
although both of them release him, it's two different actions.
So you misquote me, first of all, you misunderstood
No,
me,
I'm not
second of all.
misquoting you. You were saying that DPP dismissing the case is
Never
the same
said
thing
anything
as
like
the
that.
GPP
Never even said
doing a
DPP.
pardon.
All
Never
right,
even
I
said
stand
nothing like
corrected.
that.
I stand corrected.
Never said that at
No
all.
problem. Allow her to respond and then probably we can segue into
Never said that at all. First
Go
of
ahead,
all,
Mr. Julia, and clarify.
what Mr. Vegas was saying in that instance, I was actually agreeing with him because he was pushing back at Imhotep, who said that you cannot have a pardon unless you have been formally charged with something, right? Unless there's a conviction. Sorry, not charged, unless there's a conviction. And I said, actually, in actuality, there is certain instances where that can happen. Does it happen often? No. Just like if there's an unlawful arrest. So that is what I said. I was talking about you giving. I was talking about the information being out there generally, right? I'm not talking about the case in particular. So I was actually agreeing with him. So he took everything that I said and misconstrued it and then rebutted it. So
No, man,
that's
all
not
right,
what I said.
that is fine though, because as we
Yeah,
said, we're not right down to Vybz Cartel. In the context
exactly.
of Vybz Cartel, it's still a pending matter. So the
Right.
conversation about writing to the Governor General to get a pardon, that would be
Yeah.
circumventing
Circumvented totally.
the
Yeah.
judicial process still. So
Yeah.
anyways, that a minor
That's
still.
nothing anyway. That's nothing for talk
Can we
about.
segue
Yeah.
to Skilli Bank settings? Because you know why? More segue into it. May I ask a question? Have you guys ever traveled when you go to Jamaica? You know, when you put some small things in a small packages, them in a suitcase, and by the time when you reach immigration and come out and check on the things, when the things they're missing. You understand what I say? Now with Skilli Bank situation, mute the mic a second, Hannibal, please. The background noisy. Right, so I'm saying Skilli Bang has a $15 million worth of chains or whatever, or personal effects are missing. And he must say him checking him suitcase or whatever. You get what I say? Now it just goes to show say, you know, that out of the airport there, the man then slippery when them ready, man. It's a serious thing out there in terms of when even the foreigners then come in. By the time them bags reach around where them reach, things missed out and them something there. And a long time it a go on. So I just want to hear some perspectives on that still.
Let me go first, Imhotep. Every airport is like that. Every airport is like that, my brother. Let me tell you like a thing. I have Bridget, yeah? Kennedy Airport, that's all. I have Bridget that used to run out at Kennedy Airport. Where the man number come in, hustler come in, with anything in them suitcase, a man come take them suitcase from them in the airport, the people there. And through them know them have things in there, them can't make no alarm because the man they are taking knows that them have things in there. So now, the situation in Jamaica now, yeah? We go to Jamaica 1 year and we go to Jamaica 1 year. Sashi, we go for the last time, we go Sashi and we go to Jamaica and the suitcase happened as we end up in a situation that we end up on American airline, we end up flying on a Jamaican airline. So we reach Jamaica, suitcase is before me and we kind of worried because, you know, people say people get suitcase, they take away Jamaica. Are you walk over to the American airline?
No, you guys are break up, Hannibal. You are break up, man.
Oh, sorry. So, no, okay. So, in myself, the guy I said for the American airline, the top man.
You break up, Hannibal. You break up again. It's bad. Probably you might have to change the location, Hannibal. You get what I say? Yeah, you actually a break up still. All right. So let me hear where Miss Julia have to say about this, and then we can circulate the mic. Get
but
some
what?
On this.
Which part you reach? Sorry, I stepped away.
Okay, I'm at
oh,
the
about Skilli Bang and the thing. Yeah, I've lost stuff like that before. I mean, you know, you're gonna have, you know, people, unscrupulous people working in every profession. So you have to try to safeguard the things, your jewelry and stuff like that. You try to keep on your person, even though them can still take it out to, you know, the thing. I don't know. The best you can do is get some ties. You know, them ties when I'm used to arrest people. You can tie up your bags and because them going X-ray it anyway, right? Or stuff like that, make it less accessible to people. But there's nothing you can do because them do it everywhere, to be honest.
But
it has happened to me in Europe. It has happened to me in Jamaica.
All right. So when they actually said there's nothing you can do, I will say this.
Yeah.
If me I travel with 100,000 US worth of jewelry, that's like 50 million. At the end of the day, is either I travel on me or in a carry-on.
Yeah, exactly.
And I say so my carry-on is accompanying me everywhere I go.
Everywhere you go. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, when you check in your suitcase too, and your suitcase will go round at the back and whatever, remember, your suitcase go through screening, right? But when it go back round at the back, members say K9 have to check it too.
Yeah.
Watch this now. If you burn a spliff and touch the suitcase there, and it reach round there, and the dog react to it. Watch this now. The police supposed to take your bag, right? Make them, if the dog react, the police them will actually, make the dog react. And if the dog react, them supposed to call you, call you back and search it in front of you and the K9. So I don't know what really go on there, so, but truth be told, if you are gonna travel with them valuables there, I would carry with me carry on or on my person. But anyway, long story short, that doesn't negate the fact that nobody should be stealing nothing, but out of the airport there is a place where people slippery. A man will see a year bag and a man saying, let me see what I go on around there. So, but again, now all those bags have to be secured and monitored at all times.
But what I was trying to say though,
on.
Imate, but hold on, what I was trying to say though, Imate, when I said keep it on your person, that's exactly what I meant. Keep it like inside of your carry-on, that keep what that is with you all the time. But even through that, it can still happen because when them open it and you go through the scanner when it's on the belt, right, and you walk through. That's why I always tell people, even when you're walking through, you keep an eye on your bag, even though your bag might be behind you because it don't reach the actual belt yet, right? And them call you through, you keep an eye on it because sometimes things get lifted there as well from all countries. You understand? If you have your jewelry in there.
But the thing is, Julia, when you go into the walk-through metal detector, right? You put up your bag first and your personal things in the tree and your wallet and whatever, your belt, whatever in one tray. And your suitcase. Now, if them see something in your suitcase, that means here we go on now, them are going to open it in front of you. So you walk, go through I'm getting a feedback from your end, Miss Julia. If you go through, you can see your carry-on and you can see your personal effects where in a little
Depend on the airport.
No, I'm talking about Jamaica, Miss Julia. I'm talking about Jamaica.
Okay, okay.
As I understand, the Jamaica airport, them how them run, so we can talk about them like that. What I say is that you put through your carry-on and your tray with your personal thing, you watch your phone, wallet, belt, whatever, right? You have visuals over that. If them need to open it, them have to open it in front of you. You understand me? I said, right there, sir. It is way easier for you monitor it than you checking on a bag.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And 100%. Then no one to check on. Yeah, man. Nobody no know. You can't control. Nobody access the thing, But let me make meds their thing now, and then self-made checking
right too.
Right there. Enough ones and ones there. So go through the meds. Media state. Go through quick and fast there.
Yeah, as I say still, MIA, Normal Money International report, as it come out publicly that Skilli has lost $15 million worth of jewelry at the MIA, at the airport. Well, I will urge Skilli Beng, as just I see a public report from the airport saying that Skilli Beng need to file an official report at the police station so an official investigation can be launched, because as you go into this as having $15 million jewelry, you will carry that in your carry-on. So anybody who would travel and carrying valuable stuff in on them know how the process of screening go. So there's basically something went wrong. So I could urge Skilli Beng say you should make a official report at the police station.
Yeah, man, and that's the reason why that's the reason why out at the airport, them have a police station.
Agree.
So therefore, our official report still will trigger a thorough investigation. And as we are saying, I him make we know say them gone with it. You get what I say? So therefore, yeah, man, if you just deal with it and make them investigate, because out at the airport there, people slippery when I'm ready, man. I'm self-made. Go through them area, I say.
Yeah, man, bless up.
Big up, self-made, big up.
Yeah, man, you're on point, man. You're on point. Let this be advice to everyone who travels. If you know you have certain valuables, just keep it by your carry-on. Me personally, I don't put on a check luggage.
only if I have to, if it's an extended stay. If I have to, then there's nothing valuable going in my checked luggage. That's just me overall. But travel etiquette, when you go through all the metal detector through security checkpoint, you keep your bag within your visual. So
Yeah, facts.
no get misconstrued, because you don't know any play can go on, even though you know certain rules and procedures. Then for do so in front of you and rare, but anything can go on because people been on the job for so long, them get complacent and see little loophole or little openings where them can do certain things. So just be mindful and always keep your things near you. But me personally, yeah man, that's a travel etiquette for me. Carry on right through. Anywhere me I go in that word. Carry on right through. Go through.
Me too, self-made. You're right. Medication and jewelry must always be in your hand luggage. You're right.
Yeah, I met James Bond say a thing and then Joe grind after.
Yo, what's up? Bless up, everybody.
Yeah, man, bless
up.
Night. This thing sounds, and I don't want to say the guy's lying, but this thing sounds a way to me because one, if you don't see them take it out at Kingston Airport, you can't say it take off at Kingston Airport, because even in Miami there was a big case where people thieving people goods in Miami. So if you travel, whether you're leaving, unless you put your bag in the airport and take it back out without travel, and then the thing is missing, that's the only way you can really say is it happened in Jamaica, because
Hold on, is it that we lost James Bond? Like he must get a card or something.
You not hear me?
Oh, we lost.
No, you chip out.
Seconds.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I'm saying everyone who travel through Kingston Airport know how that airport set up. They never have a little screen on the back. So for you to go through there and somebody swiped 15 million worth of jewelry from you right in front of you at the checkpoint, so that is kind of hard. And this is one diamond, and a man just swipe it when it come through. But if you check a bag and you reach at your destination and you don't find it, it's too airport to be questioned. You can't just put the blame on. You can't just put the blame on Jamaica Airport like that. So I mean, like, there has to be more to the story. And if I traveling and I lose $15 million worth of goods, I not leaving the airport. I find a complaint right there. So why would I leave and then make it public?
You know that's some great argument there, so James Bond, because truth be told is this now, right? If I come Skilli bang I come down, right? Once him check in the bag there from the original destination, him no know what really go on there. So you understand me? I said the next thing is that if it come at Jamaica now, the only way him can prove that is this now. And it's hard to prove to, because separate argument's sake, sometimes you can go at the boarding gate, right? And they might say, well, due to weight and balance, we have to check on the carry-on and it's too heavy and it might not meet the size and whatever. And you allow them to check on the carry-on at the boarding gate. You get what I say? At the end of the day, if that go on, you don't know if at the original destination or whatever. If you are leave Jamaica and you send the bag round, and when you reach America or whatever, you realize the thing's missing. Yeah, for real, you can't tell exactly where. So it's a very valid argument to put forward. So James Bond say, right now, unless Skilli Bang gave his
unless he miss him flight, he must take out back him flight and go home, whichever destination. Unless him check in the bag of Jamaica and take back him bag and go home, you can say it's Jamaica. But once you travel, whether to or from, you can't put the blame on no one airport.
Right. So I think that's a valid argument. Joe Grind, let me hear what I said it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing where James Bond said, because with the price of the jewelry, where him said insurance fraud with jewelry is a big thing in America. So you never know. That's 100,000 worth of jewelry. Those are insured. So
yeah, but in a real life too still. So hold on. When I say insurance fraud with jewelry, what you say now? Like, I insure it and just cry wolf when nothing
yes, man.
Yes,
yeah, man.
Yes, it's a big thing.
But you still need a police report to do that. You have to get a police report to do that. You can't just go to tell insurance companies them teeth me jewelry. You need a police report for that.
Right. And if an artist like Skilli Bang were probably 1 and 2 show, him can make that. And him want to incriminate himself with that. You get what I said? Yeah, me kind of doubt that part there.
Yeah, I doubt. I can't say something though.
That makes sense.
Got you self-made.
Yeah, and even though it is likely he won't get back the jewelry itself, he still can get at least the money's worth. But here's the point what I want to make. On whoever worked the flight, it set the specific flight going or coming or whatever. They know everybody who was on that flight. So he's absolutely right in that post. So him say they know who worked the flight, so don't make it hard. The best thing them for do, I for just come forward. Because
all right, so
everything is recorded.
No, a problem that's self-made. Let me tell you why it's problematic. All right. If him a leave Jamaica, when the bag they get check in, the bag they go around at the back, not true. Round at the back they know, them people, you have people around there, you have security around there, and you have K9 around there, document the bag and a secure, and K9 a check the bag. Remember, say after that the bag then load up in a cart and go out of the aircraft when the aircraft come.
Yeah.
You have a different ground handlers them who load the bag them on the plane. Right. You understand what I say? So what is from check-in to the bag going on the plane are 4 different type of people angle the bag. The check-in agent, right? You gotta have the 6 security them on the back where I document the bag. You gotta have the K9 where I check the bag then. And they have the ground handling company who are transport it out to the aircraft and the loader man then throw it on the loading belt. 4 different set of people there. So you get what me I say, me general. So and it's the same procedure. Well, in America, you know, you got the check-in agent and then the loader man them. But in Jamaica, are 4 people.
Hold on. True. And when me I speak from is an American context, that is true what you just saying with all them checkpoints. However, the time someone will get to search them back, the most time will be at the last point where it go on from to the plane. At that point, the people who are load the plane, them will have the most time to actually go through bag and railway from checkpoint to checkpoint where you just name out a while ago. No whole heap of time now go on for nobody for run through your thing.
You can't say that because there's a number of factor in them thing there. Because if you check in 2 hours before a flight, the plane that you're coming on don't land till 30 minutes before your flight land.
Right.
There's a whole that argument there weak. A whole heap of things. There's a lot of brother. There's a lot of factor that comes in before that.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Yes. Bags go from hand to hand. However, a machine, I really do most of the work, you know. So what I'm saying to you is that nobody not really have the time to actually go through the bag from those points that Himotep just named out. Nobody not getting the time.
Let me ask you a question. So when they check in at the counter and them throw your bag on the belt and the bag go around the back, where do you think it go around the go do?
It not go to no person.
Bro, yes. Go around and go sit down until the plane comes. Somebody have to take it. Somebody has to listen to me now, brother. Somebody has to take it off of the belt, you know.
Hold on there. In Jamaica, you see self-made. You see when the agent check it in and they go up on the carousel lead it all the way around to the back. You have the ground handling company. Them have feed them workers where take it off of the carousel, put it on the ground. The security them are document the details of the bag them, pan a manifest, then line them up. When them done, then call for the K9. The K9 come and sniff them. If the dog react to a certain bag, them might have to do additional screening. So them will call the passenger along with the airline rep and then do the additional search in the presence of the passenger. So it go. My point is, do me general. Once it leave the front desk there, so right where the check-in agent there, it go up on the carousel, the handling company take off the bag, the security company document it, K9 search it, the handling company load it in the baggage cart, and then carry it out to the aircraft when the plane come, and then load it on. And it's the same procedure in America. The only thing is that in America, they don't really have no security. I document it, but it check in, the handling company load them in the bag cart, then carry it to the plane, and I just so that goes still. You get what I say? But as James Bond said, which me agree 100%, is that Skilli Bang would have to point out definitively say at Jamaica it really go on for true. You get what I say?
Yeah,
because
I totally agree with that.
One destination, and when he reach in a customs, he realize that, then he can specifically say that go on. But as James Bond point out, if the arguments here the flight cancel and then get back them bag and in things them missing or whatever, something an extraordinary situation present itself, and in get back in bag and in things them missing, then him can say, yeah man, I NMIA.
Yeah.
Jamaica YouTube, unmute the mic. Let me hear what you said, in general.
I'll be very short. What I can say about traveling, the most important stuff, they're always with me. I don't put nothing important, not that cost any kind of serious money in any bag when I go check on. That have to come with me at all times, and I've traveled to various places across the world. So my message out to Skilli, the last time there was a plane thing, you make a hit song about the plane in a Cartel. They can make another hit song about that one. The plane fly off, the plane
Good
fly off for
point.
the train.
Good point.
All right, so what's this now? Well, a tool wavy there, a tool now, you know. You understand me? I say, wavy, stop bad mind, man, and tool the thing, man. You get me? I say, Lord the General. Because remember, say, Skilli bang thing no normal, you know. You know, I think like say, Skilli bang thing normal, you know, in a real life. All right, that is well said, Jamaica YouTube.
Yeah, well said.
Well, on the Jerry one, you have anything to say about this matter? Because you know it going on 10 hours there, so we have to just circling thing fast, you know.
Yeah, man. Well, it did sound suspicious still, based on the fact that we not even a phone or a laptop or anything of value. We no normally put on carry on. We always carry with us. We no send on nothing but me not understand why would he do that. But sometimes I what came to mind is that sometimes you have more than one luggage and they say, sir, would have to check in this luggage. It's over 24-inch tall or wide. So maybe something like that happen where you have maybe two luggage and they say one has to be checking and then he never have any choice. And maybe when him up on the plane he say, shit, majority them in it could be many different reasons. That's all I have to say.
Hold on, Imhotep, can I weigh in on that Jerome said a while ago?
Yeah,
While
man,
that is true, Jerome, I had an incident in Los Angeles where I made sure I pop open my bag and show I said, listen, man, unless you guys going to give me a piece of paper that guarantees that this equipment is secure, this will go up on the plane with me.
And add to that,
So
you know.
I tell them, so this that can have to give me something. So if anything missing, when I go pay for it. Expensive stuff, I'm sorry. You have to come with me.
Right.
Right.
Up to the ones and the ones in there in manners and respect. Let me allow Joe Grind to say a thing and then Michael can touch the mic too, you know, because you know it thing go through Joe Grind.
Yeah, me not go left me not forget $100,000 worth out of Julie if you know other luggage. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Go through Michael, let me hear what you say.
Story kind of new to me, but mostly where everybody else say how the thoughts will come to my mind as me hear it, because I mean that is utterly ridiculous to put 100,000 US worth of jewelry in a check on. That's just not rational. But either two things. The sad truth is that can be a horrible mistake, or somebody will get trapped. Because at the end of the day, the only thing left for you to get the money there is file a report. You line up all of your ducks them perfectly fine. So I not say that him a do, but it just don't make sense for you put that amount. It don't make no sense at all, and that's like the perfect scapegoat. Because if you go file a report, you know, literally say is this person or that person. You just say it happened here. And why you pick Jamaica? What could happen if you say at Jamaica it happened? You see, if you talk, say you come from Miami or you're going to Miami, them two airports, they are some of the most active airports in the world for all type of wrongdoings. So why you pick Jamaica, you'd have to clarify that.
Right. And
You see,
as
so
James Bond say, only if it's an extraordinary situation where I'm checking an NMIA and flight cancel or something go on and him have to cancel the flight and him request back him back them and realize that things missing, that when him can 100% surely say it's NMIA. Yeah, you understand me I say?
but when we say still in a 360, when we will say, me never him would have been the first artist when me ever hear about Zane from Jamaica, where 100,000 worth of jewelry going and check out. No artist from Jamaica and most artists overseas. Now you're gonna notice that your things missing. Like, cause you're gonna have a carry on. You see it? And them jewelry very essential to them. After them phone is them jewelry. You see it? You know artists they already, especially artists who love jewelry. So if you have a 100,000 worth, that means probably mostly are probably more than half of your collection that. Cause enough money that for jewelry, you see me? So you're gonna notice if you're not in your carry-on charge, you're not gonna left that in a check-in or left it up to somebody to put that in a check-in. Anybody can bring that as a check-in, even if you have to bring a bag, make your manager bring that, or you bring that and the manager bring something where have less value, but you're not gonna leave that out of your eyesight. So it don't really make sense, but we could see how go on still.
Right. Definitely. Big up to Ricky Tan, you know, man. Manners and respect, you know. Great, anyway, thing going, be I strong, ones and ones. Big up on yourself. Just drop a like on the stream. And you know the thing, you can hit the link if you want to join the panel. All right. Let me make Big Papa say a quick thing there regarding this matter.
Aye, Skilli. Is it proven or there is doubt whether they have the bag or not? If the bag reached the airport. Hello?
Yeah, what you say? Hello?
But is it concrete that he had the bag in the airport? Is there video footage?
Big Papa, me think you put me under pressure still now, but watch this now. Skilli Bang is all right. This is the essence of the argument. Skilli Bang is claiming that 100,000 US worth of jewelry was stolen from his luggage at NMIA. That is all me know, me general, and I write this on my reason from.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But me know even when me I go to Jamaica and I carry down them picnic things, me keep my eye on it still. The little something me I carry for them, and not near 50,000, not near 10,000.
Yeah.
And me keep my eye on it still. But maybe when you're rich, still maybe 100,000 is just change. So you know I go keep no special eye on it still. But
100,000 worth of jewelry is a lot of money. It's a lot
It's
of
still a
stuff.
lot of money.
yeah, but to me and you. But if you
No,
have
but
it
if
like
it
that.
wasn't a lot to him though, it wouldn't be making noise right now. So
That's
him
15
clearly
million
bun by it.
Jamaican, you know. That's
It
15
clearly,
million Jamaican. That's a lot.
but me
Big
agree with
Papa.
everything what James
There's
Bond
Mhm.
says still though.
there's
Everything what James
nobody
Bond
who you
says is
who
sorry, I wasn't hearing. Sorry, what?
now I said there's nobody who any of us deem rich would call and say give me 100,000 US and then give just for no reason at
For
all.
no
So,
reason.
it's a
Right.
lot. It's a lot
No,
of
but
money.
what you were saying, James Bond, I definitely agree with. Definitely. Because I mean there's two airports or two locations to consider. And I mean, why not keep it on you? It clearly bun him because I'm talking about it now. So it's not
But
like as
Miss
if him see
Julie,
it as small
it was
thing.
just on the news locally down here where a man in at Fort Lauderdale airport, a thief bag.
Mm.
Is a lady have her earpods on and track the bag go and place
And
her
track the back to him house.
up a ladder hill. And when them go there, the amount of bag out there, I
The
think at
amount of bug,
airport.
yeah.
So, I think
I'm
at
yard,
airport
right?
too. Yeah, I'm yard. The amount of
Yeah,
bag they
yeah.
find
I
I'm
saw that.
yard. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
at
saw that.
airport too. So I mean like, but because of how we stay as a nation, you know,
Yeah.
Jamaica, them are gonna blame. Every time somebody misses something, to find is missing in Jamaica, you're saying it's Jamaica. But there's the airport, Miami Airport there's a big ring in Miami Airport that got busted, must say like about a month and a half ago.
It
I think
was
it's
Yeah.
last
20
year. It was last year.
yeah, I think like 20 odd people get locked up. Same thing at Thief Bag. So I mean like once you go through and skill your artist, I'm gonna have stopover and I travel here and I go through here. I come from all boat and bag stop everywhere. You just can't say that. So you just have to know where I say more time and start your country black eye, man. Everything is just doom and gloom all the while, man.
Yeah. Well, as
Right.
I said, still we don't definitely have to establish the origin where I forward from. Because as me I say, if I leave from somewhere and when him reach a Jamaica now, him things missing. Yeah, him can't say fish certainty say a Jamaica is missing, but it's an extraordinary situation where him did check in at Jamaica and flight cancel or whatever and then get back in bag and him things then missing. Now we know for sure. But
Well,
right
but
now,
that's not even the case, like I don't him say them know who worked the flight.
That's what I was saying.
Yes, so that means that him never check in. So him did travel. The only reason I could support that argument if him say them know who worked the flight, unless him left him forget him carry on the plane or forget him backpack or whatever on the plane, then go back feet and say, but and then him really missing it. So then you say, all right, cool. You have to figure out who cleaned the plane, heroes is whatever at the time when we left the backpack on the plane. That's the only argument we can see support him argument to him say them know who worked the flight. But anything else apart from that, there's a lot of people to be blamed.
Right. Right. That's an interesting one too, because watch this now. If him now me can understand a part too, because watch this now. If him take the flight come to Jamaica, come off of the plane and forget him carry on, you understand me I say? And then by the time him come back feet or whatever, them get it to him, the things they're missing, then that's a valid reason when you can pinpoint. So it's a whole heap of different great areas. We have to just
we
look
just
out
have to wait and see.
So maybe that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
maybe that's why I'm saying them know who worked the flight, because that's the only thing could say them know who worked the flight. You understand? Because then you could have narrowed it down, because even if it was a check on, there's a number of people have access to the plane at the time. So you couldn't say who worked the flight actually. So for him to make the fact that, for him to make the statement that them know who worked the flight, that's the only thing I could see. You left your backpack or your traveler or whatever on the plane. By the time them get it to you, things missing. So it's all right, cool, you know who worked the flight. So I must want them people.
Right. So, right, because we have to just kind of wait and see what going on.
We have to wait and see.
Because truth be told, once him come off of the plane there, so and gone down at immigration, right? That are when you have the attendants, them, you have cleaners who go on, figure clean the aircraft.
Food
right?
stackers who are stopped at the plane with food, all kind of stuff.
Security we gone on, figure search the aircraft too. We make sure say it's sterile. Yeah, you have the caterers them who go up on the aircraft. You actually have the waste people them too, where have to carry the tank and take out the whole heap of waste from the previous flight and then sitting there. Yeah, you have the maintenance where have to go up on the plane and check the plane and then sitting there. So one bag of different people have to deal with the aircraft. You have customs, we have to go up on the plane too. And we go check more time to and then sitting there. So it's very detailed more time. Yeah.
Him did specify what kind of bag was it, a carry-on or check? Him did specify?
No, say no. That's why I say we know based on our experience now we can look at various angles. That's why I say the details not that clear where we can say, but Skilli, you left the plane, left the carry-on, go down at immigration, realize you left it. By the time you come back up, smarty get and things missing. Yeah, I understand that part there, but if I check in from one destination, when you reach a Jamaica, you realize that things missing, then you can't emphatically say a Jamaica go on with. But as we say, we just definitely have to wait and see what going on with that. Anybody have anything closing on that? We can't touch on this Russian thing,
First, if I never check on, it would have to be more than the staff. It would have to question the people in the plane. So the mere fact I must say about staff or whatever, to me that indicates the suitcase come out on site. Meaning say I couldn't check on, because Jamaica you check on the right in front of you like your belt or your shoes. So it have to be I'm not gonna say it have to be a suitcase, but it sounds like it's a suitcase we get checked on the plane. Because you mentioned say the people who did work flight might be responsible or whatever. If I did a check on, it can be somebody on the plane when they drop asleep, when they get up for piss, whatever.
No, ain't nobody, no. It won't see people on the plane for that. But the thing is this:
I just say it broadened the reason of why your things could have missing. If you say are the people who work the flight, it sounds to me like a suitcase. Because if I did a check on, it can be anybody.
Remember, say as well, you can go through the airport with your check on, but it's when you reach at the boarding gate now, them can say them not have no more space in the plane, and based on weight and balance, them have to check the bag. Them check it at the gate, and them send it down, and then throw it on the plane. So a whole heap of little aspects still, but we have to just wait and see what going on with that still, you see. Can we segue into this fear mongering settings?
Got you.
All right, so this is a Jamaica Observer, right? And if he say I will eat more things, me see Dr. Changa said them a look at the S registry, right? We see all kind of other things. Whole heap of things are going. You get what me I say? And the Observer choose to tell we said that Russian warship is headed to the Caribbean for drills, says US official. So me I say, why them have to depend on US official for this? And the next thing is that if Russia go Cuba or go Venezuela, what's abnormal in this though? Because me try to understand people's perspective, because I know say part of the whole social engineering construct is to make you fear certain people. You know, so when Russia and China come in the conversation, fear mongering going on with them.
It's pondering, Imhotep. It's pondering to the
Go to Big
to
Papa.
the
Let me hear what
ignorance
you
of
say
people.
about this. Go
It's
to.
pondering. It's pondering to the ignorance of people or the fear that is driven in people from day one. You know, we are taught that Russia is the devil. We are taught that anything China is the devil, even though China and America is the biggest trading partners. A pondering and fear mongering. That's all it is.
All right.
But you
George.
know,
Oh, all right. Go ahead, James, man. And then George after.
so yesterday I saw something interesting, and I'm like, when I watch it, I was like, wow. So there was a guy on, I think it was TikTok or Instagram, one of them. There was six people in a room, three black, three of on white t-shirt, three of on another color t-shirt. So, and they were passing a ball. And he said, focus on only the people who pass on the ball and see how much time them pass the ball. And comment your answer down at the bottom. I focus on it, I look, they pass the ball 15 times. Then the guy stop and say, if you said 15, you're right, but you missed the most important thing. A girl that just walked through the midst of all those people walking up and down. And when I go back and watch it, I said, damn, the girl that really walked through the middle of them, and you never ever see that. And he said, and at the end of it, he said, that's how the media work. They make you focus on what you want to see. And
Jaja.
you always
Jaja.
miss the obvious. When I saw it, I was shocked. I was like, my God, this is so true. I go back and watch it about 100 times. I'm like, the first time I never even think about it, I never even see that. So that is how the media work. And what they want you to know is because of what going on in Ukraine and rarity, Russia decides if the US are sending arms, go get them for work, but to deal with everything. We're going to just show we military might too. So we're going to go do practice with Venezuela because of this whole thing we're going with them and Guyana. Because remember the US don't
Maduro
want
and them
yes,
people, yeah.
and then them must say we have an ally in the Caribbean, which is Cuba. We can send everything them go on there to go make them on. Basically, they're making us uncomfortable for our response to authorize the Ukrainian to start using American-made weapon in Russia. That's what's going on.
All right. So
No, but
there's a thing called saber rattling, right?
yeah.
And there's a thing also called show of force. You get what I'm saying? All right. So based on the article, it has said that the ships are expected to make calls in Venezuela and Cuba. Now, what is very important here is that you know that Venezuela and Cuba are leftists, right? And you know said them and America can't get along because them not really adhere to the Monroe Doctrine. So you know so America can't really tell them how to run them yard. So by virtue of that, now you know so them and America not too good. But you know so Russia and Cuba and Russia and Venezuela have always had those bilateral ties. And as such, you know, them have them kind of bilateral arrangement there where just like over South Korea side with North Korea there. When the US ready, the US then go over there. Well, them over there still, you know. Whole heap of them over there, right? Them they are the 13th parallel. Because from 1950 Korea War start. No, Korea is the only place in the world from 1950 until now. They are still technically at war. They never signed a peace treaty. So long story short, about 50,000 US troops over there and one next 30,000 are Japan. Every year or every month, you see them carry out certain exercises. And when North Korea get upset, North Korea say, all right, una keep exercise. Me go send couple ballistic in the sea of Japan and make you know say, me see what I go on. I say that to say this. Sometimes, as James Bond rightfully put it, recently, America and NATO in general tell Ukraine say, you can use our thing or supply to actually strike in Russia. You get what I said? Before that, they could not do it. Now where Russia say, all right, cool, that you know I do. Now me can give my friend them things so them can strike on too. Because tit for tat. But these arrangements though, and people can remember the Cuban Missile Crisis that almost brought America and Russia and Cuba and the brink of war, 1960s there. So you get what I say? What Russia did was put the nuclear warheads them in Cuba and point them over Florida side there, and it was a big crisis. And that did keep the US at bay from trying to invade even Cuba. That's why.
But remember, out of that, Vernon Field in Clarendon bill, and that's why Vernon Field bill,
Right. So my point is, Russia have the agreement there with Cuba and Venezuela, And I think with Nicaragua too, because you know them are leftists too. But this whole the fear mongering about it, I don't see why Jamaicans should even care about it anyways, because truth be told,
No.
in a really
that's
have
just
to do with we,
yeah,
right? It have nothing to do with we at all. Russia not trouble nobody over here, so you
right,
understand me? I said them have them agreement. Politics are play all over the place. And at
right.
the end of the day, we have to just watch it play out.
It's just the Western.
Yeah,
Sorry.
George, go to let me hear your perspective there.
Yeah, this whole geopolitical thing happening within the Caribbean, as you say, it's not the first. Russia have had military exercise in the Caribbean already and going to, you know, less so in recent times, but it's something that take place now and again. So I don't think that we should be too concerned about it, although, you know, we wouldn't like any incident to happen that would, you know, bring our region into this war thing that is taking place in Europe. You know, so in other words, and as I say, it's much about nothing as far as it is concerned, because there's no really venting problem happening right now in terms in the Caribbean that need, you know, any military might have such. So, you know, it's much about nothing at this time. That's all I would
Right,
say.
but it's a serious chess game I play with NATO. NATO playing with fire over the Ukraine side, right? And the fact said them actually approving the use of their weapons to be used over Russia and Russian soil. You know, Russia say a year ago now. All right, that's how I do it. But these drills, you know, are something where they pre-plan. It's not something where just pop up. You get what me I say? These things is a yearly thing to where them have the drill. But remember after 2016, you know, from Hillary Clinton last the election there, oh my gosh, man, the Russia gate thing them man. Them try to tie Trump with Russia, everybody with Russia, because at the end of the day, then they just want to bring down some people. I don't know if anyone remember, 1 second there. I don't know if anyone remember a term, they call it McCarthyism, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There
I
was
know
a
that
senator
term.
named McCarthy in the 50s.
Yeah, McCarthyism.
Anybody where him not like him just call them communists. And the man bring actors, the man bring all man we wash car, man the street, then carry everybody where them suspect as communists, him carry them in front of the Senate. As some musician, everybody in interrogate them, you know. You understand me? So they call it McCarthyism, which means that if you dare question them, then just label you as that and then put pressure upon you same way. So we see that after Hillary Clinton lost the election 2016, them try to create that whole steel dossier thing to tie up Trump with Russia. Nothing no go so. You understand me? I said then them over Ukraine and play the politics because what them a do over there, so brother, is a serious thing going on over there. You understand me? I said, and what them a do, them a go escalate it because them a supply Ukraine with the things them to use by Russian soil. And Russia say, all right, since that's how we're going to do it, what's what go on? Because what is, you know, the Cuban Missile Crisis, you know, was a result of the US putting nukes in a Turkey, you know, as a NATO member, you know. You understand me, I say? So American nukes were in Turkey, and it was a part of Turkey even border with Russia and them something there.
Yeah.
So Russia, all right, cool. That's what I do because remember, you know, they have had this agreement long time where here we go now. You don't do this, me don't do this. Them even allow each other to have spy plane fly over each other country or borders and then sitting there, you know. And them agreement then them have the intercontinental ballistic missile agreement. Them have all kind of agreement between themselves. So anytime one break the next one, the tit for tat. But this exercise based on where out there, it's a regular thing we're going.
It's a regular thing.
So it's not nothing to be mindful about. But it's funny how the observer I got take something where State Department that say we ain't have nothing to do with Jamaica. Nothing to do with Jamaica.
Right, no, but Jamaica,
Cuba, I go Venezuela. Me not see the big deal, but
it's the fear mongering.
To generate mass hysteria still.
It's the fear mongering to the West. It will always happen against Russia and against certain countries. So and it's always about anything that might threaten our counterbalance the Western influence. They're going to always fearmonger, right? I mean, if they're in our shores, okay, I can understand. I can see how some people, them seeing it as, like as you say, like a show of force, right? They might see it as, oh, you're basically trying to project your military power and saying that, you can you can hurt us with strategic proximity, right? To the
Right.
in the United States. People can see it that way. I can understand that. But these drills, as you say, happen all the time. It wasn't like as if it was a surprise thing, right? So them just using it to just pull and push that narrative of, you must always keep an eye out on Russia. Don't trust them, right? Same thing they did with Sudan too. Sudan, they tried the same thing with Sudan. You remember?
Right. And the thing is
Right.
this, the thing is
Yeah.
this, we understand the Monroe Doctrine, right?
Right.
And everybody over the West have to stay in line to America's
Right.
geopolitical interests and doctrine and whatever.
Right.
But at the end of the day, even in a Cuba, America have one base at Guantanamo.
Right.
America see
No, but
everything go on. The whole
but
exercise go on, America go see everything from space with them satellite and everything.
Right.
Them a watch every
but no, about 2 years ago, no, 2 years ago, them they said Russia they use sonic weapon on the base of Guantanamo base. When
no no
use the sound weapon,
no.
use
Them
some
that
sound
said
weapon on the
no. Them that said the Cubans them did I use them call it the Havana syndrome. You know
Microwave.
what I say?
Yeah,
Yeah, them I said
microwave
the
thing, sir.
Cubans them did I use it for disturb
Yeah.
whatever. Go
And
to
it,
James Bond them here.
and it was on the U.S. embassy, wasn't on the Avan, wasn't on not on Guantanamo
Right,
Bay.
right.
Right.
yeah the U.S. embassy.
It
Yeah.
was the US embassy, yeah.
But
Sorry.
but in Venezuela is one to keep eye on, because Venezuela and Guyana is at odds now over the oil. And
Exactly right.
the US had asked Guyana if they wanted to make one of the warship called Port there, and Guyana rejected it because Guyana said they don't want it to look like they're provoking Venezuela with it, because
Hold on, James Bond, are you there?
You
Drop
chip
off.
I
out.
don't know what chip
No,
out
you chip
tonight.
out and no, you sound terrible.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Guyana, the US had asked Guyana to make a warship called Port, and them said no because of the Venezuelan was getting on hostile. Because Guyana said they don't want to entertain a US warship there, and then Venezuela go take it the wrong way. So make them sort out them thing themselves. So now Russia come in there, come park. That also I'm sure a lot of feathers over there too. So I guess that's one to keep close eye on. I
That
would
is
say.
true. That is
Yeah,
facts.
definitely. Because remember, Russia can do the same thing with them do with the missile crisis. Them can give Cuba certain type of, remember, them have a thing where they call hypersonic technology, you know what America no reach the say it, with them, Russia is
Right.
the first to have hypersonic, so them have the hypersonic missile them, enough, So and members of them have them that we can carry all the war at them, so to speak. But a
Yeah.
politics a play again. It has always been the case. You mentioned Guyana. And that's why if ones and ones, all who they have on the channel just start, even way back then we spoke about the Essequibo region, even Robert there we the reason about that, right? About the whole region there, where Venezuela did vote on a referendum to annex as part of Venezuela, and it is oil rich. And the Americans them I said no, because remember, all of Guyana oil,
Yeah.
remember, is Rex Tillerson them and ExxonMobil them and make the whole of the money down there,
Yeah.
That's the reason why the Ministry of Defense, the Department of Defense officials went to Guyana and met with them, because here we go now. America are going to protect its interest in Guyana, and
Of
Guyana
course.
having so much oil, America now make Venezuela do it, and Venezuela know say if them push the envelope, the US are going to intervene. So
Right.
it's a very delicate thing. I'm going to watch it with them, because the matter is in front of the International Court of Tribunal or whatever to.
Yeah.
You understand me? I say, remember, there was also a meeting of the Caribbean member states, and guess what? Andrew, let's never go, because at the end of the day, said Jamaica's foreign policy is also interconnected to the US foreign policy in many ways.
Yeah.
Remember the whole vote on Jerusalem and then sitting there. you know, them say them a take notes of who are going to vote in support of say boy recognizing Palestine and then sitting there. Remember Nikki Haley did say she had take notes and Mike Pompeo them and Andrew only say him I got abstain. You get what me I say? So you know when it comes down to foreign policy, I realize that with Andrew Wallace them, their foreign policy has always been aligned with you know the US as
United States.
the leftist
No,
country then.
Yeah, the leftists.
but
Yeah.
you must say, why is
But
that so? Though? Why is that so? Because Jamaica is independent in words. You know? We have to depend on America to eat. We have for everything. And if we leave America and and go as still somebody else we are going to depend on. So whoever have the power are going to dictate the policies in Jamaica somewhat.
Right, but the thing is, you know, the Monroe Doctrine, nobody can go around it. And that's the reason why Michael Manley felt the wrath of the Monroe Doctrine.
right.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to go against the Monroe Doctrine and them say, squeeze him. Remember Reagan, them man say, squeeze him where it hurts. And you know, you have the
Hide the food.
yeah, so you know them lock off everything don't go off until when Edward Tiago win the election, everything free up. So I want
One day
to
election.
go on with them something.
Yeah.
Politics go on with Jamaica. How Jamaica got caught up into it. I may respect Mike and Manley, but I think that the way we dealt with it was problematic because when he went to the meeting of the non-aligned states and you have Mr. Ortega from Nicaragua, them time they have Castro from you know Cuba,
Oh
meet
yeah.
with them. You did have Maurice Bishop from Grenada. That the meeting there. That was when the American them said, no man, Michael Manley, away you go.
Actually, you said Michael has to go. And they
Right.
And
consider that.
also to James Bond too. You must remember said geopolitical messaging is never ever far from Russia. So I mean, you know, when them show up like what you said in those waters there with Venezuela and even here in the Caribbean, you know, it basically can just be just signaling to the US and them allies say, you know, we are always in competition with you when it comes to influence in this area. You know what I mean? They
Right.
do things like that, little
That's
mind
exactly what
games
they're
like that,
doing.
right?
That's exactly what they're doing is waving at the US because
Yes,
trying to
exactly.
get
Yeah.
the eyes away from man.
Exactly.
So you basically
Exactly.
go back to that. Venezuela tell them
Exactly.
say, Guyana tell them
Yeah.
so we don't want your ship. So Cuba Castro just say, all right, cool, we go park one down here
Park on a
because
exactly.
Guyana did the right thing to her. Because
Yeah.
Guyana
I
said make we
remember saying
sort out we think.
right. I
Yeah.
remember saying with Cuba and Venezuela, these are countries that have strong bilateral ties with Russia
Exactly.
as well. Because
Exactly.
remember say America cut them off and sanction them and one bag of something. So
Right.
you know them establish a good relationship with Russia. So at least
Right.
you know how the thing go them can trade with Russia and all kind of things.
But
Remember make
And
I think
okay,
a
okay.
quick point. I remember Biden
Yeah.
just licked some of the sanction where you can allow you to buy Venezuelan island. So
Right, exactly.
no, it's actually reimposed now. It's
Oh.
reimposed now.
Oh, I
Okay.
didn't know that.
Yeah, they reimpose it.
I know he
I
did it
didn't
a
know that.
couple of weeks ago.
Okay, okay.
Them actually reimpose it now. So I see you as
But I was just saying, just one last quick point. I was just saying that look at Russia's track record, like even with with how them behave, even in recently in Sudan, right? Look at that with the Red Sea situation. Anyhow, continue. I'm listening.
Russians them in the Red Sea area.
With the Red Sea area. No, go ahead. I'm listening to
Okay.
you. We can talk about it after.
Go to SD. Let me area semi general.
Yeah. Well, this whole Russia and them a go Cuba is a different thing now. You know, last week French, well, French, you know, push the envelope and say, well, them give Ukraine the go ahead to use some attack on what them send in the Ukraine, so them fight in Russia in the last week. Understand? So there's a thing where Russia consider him go American enemies. You understand? So same time them decide say we're gonna show you that, you know what I mean, to get to you is not hard. You know, we have people near you. So this is why they're sending 2 frigates and a submarine, a nuclear sub down in Cuba. We let them reach it. You understand? So the whole thing is different now.
No,
You
them not
know?
reach it still, and next week them are gonna reach. But the thing is this, you know, this was a scheduled thing. It's not nothing where impromptu though. That's the thing, you know. You get what me I say? It's a part of a joint exercise between Cuba and Russia where happen almost every year.
Yeah, but it wasn't time for it yet. It wasn't time for the exercise.
Next week it'll go on. So as I said, the alarm, you know, and next week before they reach, you know. So nothing to reach yet. I just the details are public, unlike anybody hide it. So it is public knowledge.
Right.
Next week they're not gonna reach. But what I say is that it's not an impromptu thing. It's a schedule, you know, as I'm gonna say, exercise between both nations. Just like how the US, when them over Europe there, them and the whole of the NATO regions, them, right, countries, them go on with some exercise from Russia border or whatever. You know, these are bilateral training exercise where them go on with more time. This one with Russia, it's not a case where Russia say, all right, cool, me go send some ship over Cuba. No. It's more like a scheduled thing where them go on with all the while.
You know, but the difference with this, Cuba normally Russia don't normally send nuclear subs to Cuba.
Right, but hold on, that's the key thing they're doing, man. Because you know, said that word nuclear can, you know, trigger enough people, but it's a nuclear powered sub. It's not a sub where a carry nuclear weapon. That's the difference, you know. So when
it carry nuclear weapons too.
No, when I said the sub is a nuclear powered.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, it's not like that carrying a nuclear weapons. It's a nuclear powered sub. And just because that word they kind of use, you know, how that go create some fear mongering, but it's a nuclear powered sub. And like I said, that carry the nuclear warhead like a war, them go. Exercise, exercise.
It has nuclear in it.
World War III, man, not go somewhere. It's a nuclear powered sub.
Yes,
a nuclear powered sub. But even if
Russia
it's also traveling with a nuclear sub, with a nuclear.
No. Remember, no, hold on, man. Hold on, general. Remember, you know, the submarine are going to do an exercise with Cuba. They have no reason to carry the nuclear on it.
Every submarine that's doing the exercise, nuclear submarine, right, always have nuclear on it.
No.
Not necessarily.
No,
not necessarily.
Because you term nuclear submarine.
I'm not talking about the engine powered by the nuclear. No, I know about that. I know that me talk about.
Right, but what I'm saying is that remember say a torpedo them man they deal with and then some tomahawk or cruise missile will come out and them something them get that. But what I'm saying is that submarine I gotta do an exercise. It has no reason for carrying a nuclear in it. Because it not gonna no war. If it did in a Crimea or the Black Sea Fleet or whatever, I understand that. It's a nuclear powered sub. I go partake in an exercise accompanied by some other ships. It not carry no nuclear like that still. You get me I say?
America would never allow a sub with a nuclear 90 miles off them coast. That wouldn't happen.
They can't stop that.
That's it. Every warship down a Key West are good.
No man. Them can't stop it sometimes.
Them can't stop that. If them decide that, what am I gonna do?
At the end of the day, you know, remember them have some subs where based on depth where them go. Right, no sonar can detect it and radar can pick it up like that. But
them said this one of them are saying it's very quiet. Them can't pick it up neither.
Right, but what's this? You know, the US and Russia have agreements where Russian sub can be off the US coast, you know, but it can't come close. And America can go down a Russia part there and have some sub near the coast. It just can't go a certain distance. You get me? I said
that's why I said America will not allow a sub with a nuclear to be 90 miles off them coast. It just won't happen.
Right, but trigger world war. That if them know to, because remember, you know, if anybody know the history of the Cold War, you know, in the 1960s, you know, America and Russia was on the verge of it, you know. And the Russian lawyer upon the submarine tell them so because they lost contact with Russia, you know.
Yeah.
And they thought that they were being attacked. Well, then time they were being attacked with the depth charges them. And then did all for launch the attack and the Russian lawyer and the submarine said, no, we have to wait for instructions from over Russia there. And him call the shots at that avoided the war between Russia and America. My point is though, there's not much the US can do to stop a Russia submarine from going to Cuba. You get what I say? Yes, them have all the technology and them something if they detect certain things. You get what I say? But the reality is that Russia and Cuba, you know, so them have them little agreement there from Castro days way back then. You understand me? I say? So them kind of have a giant, you know, military exercise all the while them do it still. You get what me I say? Let me see. Who is there? Michael.
Yeah, well, I don't know still. I kind of look on it different. I never see smoke without fire. I mean, it's not like the world is at peace and nothing not going on and I just a drink. Russia have a reputation for going like nothing now, go on and flip the switch. Them beat them at Ukraine, but them say I just the military drill when I look bomb start.
No, not different thing that.
But what I'm saying is it can be also strategic. I mean, why would they tell us like, all right, for instance, me or Imitate point out so them have a certain type of weapon. But if you notice, America, them not really have a tendency to talk about for them best weapon until them use it. You know? So it's like, what me I try to say is, we really never know what is what. You can say no nuclear is on that sub because there's nobody that is going to stop it and search it, or there's nothing what them can do to directly detect if there is any on the sub because them can travel at a date and whatever technology them have can prevent you from knowing so them have it on it. So we can just literally like take everything what BCC has said because a war, isn't it? No, it can just be an exercise and it can be more than an exercise. Who knows?
No, but there's no direct war right now between Russia and the US. I understand say proxy thing are going on in a
I disagree with that because if you remember properly now, if you remember,
oh, you're gonna disagree with the word direct
because I mean the direct conflict where you probably talk about is like America attack them directly and
that's
them
why I said
attack.
directly.
But
That's why I said direct, yeah.
no man, but with your intelligence, you know, so war start long before that.
That's why I use the word direct. So me never said there is no confrontation. Me said there is direct. That's why I said the practice is in Ukraine. Where them I use Ukraine to do all of what them I do. Me get that
Right,
part.
which in my humble view makes it direct.
No,
that's just my opinion.
But it's not
Because
direct
if
because
them
watch it now. Direct
yeah.
means a direct military confrontation would mean Russia and the US directly at each other, which means US military personnel and their weapons are against the Russians them. So I say there is
All
no
right.
military.
So the submarine where I got Cuba, that would irritate Ukraine or America.
It would be cause a concern with the US.
Right. So what I try to show you is them do have in some ways the two countries they at war. In some ways. It might not be
direct. Well no, man.
Right. I agree with them. They are not direct, but
right, not direct, but it's a whole political thing. You know when a man not like you, and guess
yeah.
him not conquer, you know, him just make him friend a conquer. So
true.
Him friend the stone for licking your head and then sitting there. And
yeah, I believe
that them go on over the side there, you know.
I honestly believe NATO was created to deal with a problem like a Russia. Because America tried to find a reason for the next to them problem.
But
like them
NATO, all right, got you.
Like them always want to have the country them close to you under the NATO umbrella. Instead of saying them as an American ally, them call it NATO. But who have the final say in a NATO are still them.
Right.
So
I remember say when NATO was created, you know, that's when Russia went ahead and create for them one federation that included Poland, Czechoslovakia. You get what I say? I remember saying NATO was designed as a buffer towards Russia because I remember right after World War II, then start this whole Cold War settings, you know, and Russia was the boogeyman and then thing there. You get what I say? K Young, me see you check in, me general. Yeah, go through the areas, you know.
Yeah, I'll go on there.
Yeah,
so, just to make you know, so an article. Yeah, big up a panel, everybody, Zine.
Yeah, big up.
But just an article a while ago, right? Stating that Russia just declared the United States as an enemy for the first time in history. So them just a speak out on it. So we can't expect anything.
That's no new, madam.
Me never say no new. I say them just a declare it.
Right.
No, but that's been
from 1945.
Yeah, but them never say it out of them most of them are enemy.
Me understand what
Yeah.
you're saying. Can I make it official?
Yeah. They make it official now.
All right, 1 second. The people, I need 2 more subscribers to 2,950 subscription Marga from the live start. I also need 22 more likes to 200. Just drop a like on the stream and you can also subscribe and get us to 3,000 subscribers. We need 52 more subscribers to 3,000. So if you have not yet subscribed, you can subscribe to the channel. So when we step out on a whole them reason, you can always engage and know what going on. So big up on yourself, people. You know the thing go. All right. So my thing is this now. When it comes on to what's going on, right? We all know the whole game plan. Remember, sir, 3 world power there about Russia, China, and the US, right? And you see, the reality is that there's a thing called PNAC, right? PNAC. It's the Project for a New American Century. You understand me? I remember every year them present a defense thing there where them say, boy, China are them threat, Russia are them threat. So them have to do whatever it takes to maintain the United States dominance. Right? So whatever it takes to weaken these countries, they will do it. As a matter of fact, within the past 2 weeks, China has dumped $4 billion worth of treasuries. You get what I say? Normally China, even though you know China, China have over $1 trillion in a US treasuries, You understand me? I say? But my point is though, there's always that jostling to maintain the superpower. And you know how the world order settings there. The US a world boss and them have to try and maintain that. And them see Russia as a competitor and them see China as one as well. So they are going to do whatever it takes to subdue China. And that's the reason why they need to use Taiwan now for juke China with an eagle like that. Because remember, in diplomatic principle, they recognize the one China policy, which means that Taiwan a part of China. But watch this now. Taiwan control the whole semiconductor industry. So that's why it is in America's interest to protect Taiwan. So that's why you see them are going to whole heap saber rattling with Taiwan, where they might invite the Taiwanese president to the American country, and them and meet with them and things like that. So the objective is to agitate, because them see China and Russia as them biggest rivals, and them are trying to weaken them. Because see them cut out Russia out of the world international trading system and cut off the island. One bag of sitting go on. So it's an international geopolitical chess game. But this whole boat settings are still a little normal naval drills with Cuba and Russia. It's nothing for Jamaica to be worried about. The only problem is the perception is that when it comes on to Russia and China, when we hear them names there, it kind of engender a little bit of fear and doubt. Because as James Bond said, the whole mainstream media setting, social engineering. You get what I said? Them always have a boogeyman and they make you know so afraid of them man there. When in reality still them man they not give no trouble, Them man they not give no trouble.
But Imotet,
Just like what they do with the Rasta them.
hold on, brother. Imotet, if you want to be real, America's military might, is like night and 5 weeks difference between anywhere second in the world, So I mean, like even these other people is just a media fearmonger thing, because if something should jump off now, there's no today there's no country in the world that can give America a fight.
No, I don't agree with that.
No. That is what. No, you're wrong, brother. You're wrong.
No, hold on.
America spends $800 billion a year on their defense budget.
This Ukraine war will make America think again.
Can I
continue with war?
SD, hold on.
The rest of the world, the rest of the world combined, they will spend half of that.
Yeah, man.
When it comes to military might, America is far superior. So I mean, like America is just.
Let me tell you why. You have a thing they call a paper tiger too, You understand me? I say, whereas sometimes military might does not equate to military victories. Because me can ask you a question. Tell me one war America win in the last 60 years.
Why is that though?
No,
all of them.
No, I'm gonna ask you, tell me one when them win. Since you said them have military might and whatever. Within the last 60 years, and we can start from Vietnam, right? Vietnam start in 1965. Then
Imhotep.
the war where them win there.
Imhotep.
When them drop when them
Yeah,
drop
yeah,
when
come
them drop
too
when
strong
when them
still, you
drop the
know,
when them drop
Imhotep.
when them
No,
drop
hold
the
on, big papa. Well, I'm here, James Banner and then you. Yeah.
when them drop the thing at Hiroshima, the man never wave white flag and say we done.
Oh, well, on, man. That's why I asked the question. You talk about 1945.
Yeah, but what I am saying, what I am
1965 though.
so who
No.
Imhotep, most of America's war they withdraw, and America fight war different from other countries.
No, but
So
well on the James Banner.
Imhotep. That's a
Come
point. That's a point me I make. That's a
No, hold
point
on.
me I make.
Well on.
You come too strong, you know, youth,
Go ahead.
in terms of your rhetoric, you know. You
Go ahead.
come too strong in terms of your rhetoric and the flagging because you know you know the algorithm go. It sound away. It sound away some name we are call and some sentiments we are express. So tone it down a little bit, even though you can reason still.
No man, as me saying, I'm gonna talk a little part to it. That's why I say make a reason. What me
Okay,
say,
all
right,
right.
watch this now. When James Bond say them have the might, we not doubt that because them have over 700 bases worldwide. And we understand it's an empire. We get that. What me I say is that if you look at certain places, even Afghanistan, them man there, they look Peshmerga man there, you know, wrap them in them sandals and then little cape behind them back. And them man they run out of the country, brother. After 20 years.
Imhotep,
Yeah.
suppose America's fighting war like the man who deal with Gaza now. You have to look. Suppose
That is not a war.
No,
That's something a war, brother.
that's not a war still because
That's not a war.
that's a war. That's it. But me don't want to talk about that because that one they very sensitive right now. Very
landslide that man.
Yeah,
No,
that's why.
genocide and war.
But what I know, never put them things in the perspective, same way, Zine. Because me understand what James Banner say, right? Because yes, them not fight war the same way because of if we not look on them war based off a humanitarian standpoint to America, you know. Because the man them now go in and just obliterate everybody, which them can. You know, it go look bad for them. Yeah, we have to understand, say, everything fall back to face, you know. Them also war and still keep face to, you know, brother.
Well, let me tell you something. Not
Hold on, Imhotep.
I'm
not waiting, but hold on,
go ahead, you two.
When I agree with that, you know, ask the
No, I don't agree with it, but go ahead, you two.
That's the reason why them back out Vietnam, brother.
I said,
No, man, what on K Young?
hello, are
Go
you
ahead.
listening?
Yeah.
Ask the Pakistanis when Obama did that and all of the drone them down there.
No, not only that, 1 million Iraqis lost their lives based on the US invasion. Not to mention Afghanistan.
How long US was in Iraq for?
That's what I say.
I'm sorry?
How long was the US inside of Iraq for?
They were there for let's say about probably 9-10 years.
All right. Based on the man down, so 40,000 gone already.
No,
what
what I'm saying, me general, what I'm saying. Remember say at a different bar game. Them man they not open year prison. Them not know if you go. Them corner in all about. You get what me I say? So I want a small piece of land them there and then corner in from all angles. Them not no freedom.
That's not a war, brother. That's not a war. That
is really defenseless people.
What I said is, if America want, they can win every single war them fight.
Yeah.
With who?
Hold on. What I'm saying is, even during the Vietnam settings there, 1965, right? Remember saying, the man then dropped more things from Vietnam than the entire World War II in a real life, and them couldn't win the war there with Vietnam.
Suppose they drop the thing.
But they never lose neither.
Suppose them drop on Hiroshima. How that
No.
That's what I'm saying. If they want it, they can win every single war.
I understand a part, but watch this, not because you lose the war. That means you must use your bigness.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Listen to me. If you're going to talk about that, if anything like that close, if US press that red button, it is the end of the human race. Because what is going to happen is that all of the powers, the end powers, are going to launch. And then that's it for mankind, basically. You talk about
no. And this one next thing. Hold on. Go on to something to the man then. This is next thing about nuclear with them fear about. It's not going to end the mankind, brother. Nothing like that.
You're joking, right?
It's not going to end. No. Nothing like that.
Listen, boss man.
It's not going to. You think
France? Hold on a second.
Hold on.
France. Wait, man. If France India, Pakistan, China, Russia, the United States. If all of them launch, what you
Britain.
talking about? As far as we know,
Britain.
mankind, that is the end of mankind. You just have
No, 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 no,
a few
no.
little people running up and down all over the world. But you two, what you not realizing, Britain will never fire on America. America will never fire on Britain. So you have to look at those things. No, but I'm saying they don't have to fire on each other. What I'm saying is that once everybody launch, Bossman, what do you think is going to happen?
Remember, you know, the
It's going to go
Hiroshima,
one
you know.
place. So if Russia launch, everybody's going to launch towards Russia.
No, that's
Hiroshima, that bomb never stopped the war, you know.
No. Not everybody's going to launch towards Russia. That's not true.
right, because China
That's
not
not true.
China not gonna do it.
The allies are going to turn. Each allies are going to back each other. That's what's going to happen. Exactly.
Right. But
And NATO is going to back America. So if Russia and China combine, don't have more than the US and NATO combined.
And guess what? Hold on, stick up in. James Van, listen this. You see, half of China, a lot of us don't know that 98% of people live, I think, all them draw the line, live one side of China, you know. 98% of Chinese people live on one side of China, that country. So it's much easier for them get wiped out.
now, Anne-Marie, all me I say, man, is that the war, fighting the conventional war, yeah, man, from Vietnam days, them run out of Vietnam, right? Then go down to Afghanistan, them have to left out there too quick and fast. And we see
Imhotep.
that.
But if we
360.
talk about win and
360.
lose, them never lose.
Hold on,
360.
the Vietnam War, of course, they lost the Vietnam
They
War.
never lost it.
360.
No, brother. Them
Hold on, you know.
them never lost. Them just withdraw.
No.
360, when would I say to you still? Because you make a valid point to say, as far as which one them winning at the last 60. But that's just one way of looking at these people, you know. You have to come out of the box. All of the major war, them are the most battle tested, basically. Nobody else the more battle tested than them charging. And if you notice with them, they fight fear. Once them back against the wall, them start do some things that is illegal even in war. So you can't get that out of your mind. Them not gonna come and say, well, we have this. That them never was the type of country to do that, like a Russia. Like as them get something new, them broadcast it. That's not how the ego work. You see me? So you have to look on it in a more than one way. Yeah. They might not outright just winning certain things. But basically to me, if the eagle are gonna drop out of the air, mankind are gonna take a devastating loss. If them are gonna lose.
Let me tell you something. No historian will argue that the US won the Vietnam War. None. As a matter of fact, remember when the North Vietnamese them take over the whole capital there in Saigon and them place there. Where you see go on? You know, see them have to dash off plane on the sea just to make room. And everybody in the US embassy full it up. And them a try airlift. The same way it go on in Afghanistan is the same way it go on in Vietnam.
Yeah, but I can't tell you this.
Those war we're not supported by back home, no. So by any means, they have to back out.
No. Hold on there.
No, it becomes a United States war because me can't really say the word because they say derogatory right now.
Right.
Them say when them go attack the Air Force base, them say all them them want to kill. Them they want to kill. It's all people them, you know.
Hold on, man, young man. Come on, man. We're not throwing them out there night.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, if it's a dirt. You see? Them really the one dirt, you know. But what the reason why them really left in the me watch that over and over again. The reason why them left is because them say it's pointless. Boom, them go up on a mountain, them obliterate the mountain, them wipe out all of them on the way up there. So, and then when them left the mountain, them and them go to the back go reclaim it. It was like it was a thing where them just say, oh, it don't make no sense. Them fight this war because they were so persistent.
Because
you know?
them strategy couldn't work against their strategy could not work against Ho Chi Minh. Remember Ho Chi Minh them know the place and know the thing in the brother. What me I say is that
I guess what Marcus Garvey him something there, you know. That man him study Marcus Garvey.
He was in New York and he saw a Marcus Garvey speech and he was so impressed. He went back to French Indochina at the time it was called, Because France did control it.
Control
and
them, yeah.
I deal with nationalism. And him
Yeah.
never look back. And guess what go on now? And this is the problem with the whole Vietnam thing. 1 second, Miss Julia, I soon get the mic. I'm see on mute. America got into the Vietnam War was because of France, you know.
Yeah, and they were agitating it too because them are try help
Just
this.
like what them are doing right now.
No, hold on there. May I show you how a person can get sucked into a next man war. Remember, say France lost in a World War II. They, the Germans them knock out France quick and fast, right?
Bad.
Good. So long story short, even though France was being occupied by Germany, France still had all the colonies them in Africa and all over the place in Southeast Asia. So they control Vietnam. After World War II now, the man them say here we go on. Because truth be told, if the ones that want them overstand American history, the Americans hated colonialism, So you see, even Britain and France and all of them who actually held colonial possessions, the Americans, even Truman and Roosevelt, they never liked that. You understand me? I say? So what is now? Long story short, America tell France era. You see that French Indochina thing there? Let it go. The French say no, them are fight feet. Now the French decide say the man them are gonna create some various outposts in the jungle. The Vietnamese they just take them over one by one. The French them say, all right, cool. We are gonna build one super fortress and then call it DNVN Phu, right? That was the French, massive French base and everything. You see, when the Vietnamese them surround that and siege it, the man them could only drop in food and supplies and them sitting there. That was when the French got defeated and they had to leave Vietnam. America got sucked into that and it cost, and the rest is history, unfortunately. But my point was that with the Vietnam War, man, they had to flee. But go to
them never lose
they never win that war.
They mean they never lose and you have to run up at one of the man. You see the images them when the man have to run up Vietnam, brother.
They couldn't with the fall of Saigon. They
couldn't.
500,000
man. Well, a 500,000 man dirt down there,
Yeah.
But when them left, but what I know we have to understand. So when them left, United States claim victory too. So what we are talking about?
Them cannot claim victory.
Watch this now.
Claim
Let me tell you
victory
what the victory is. Sorry, Miss Julia. Remember, say it was North and South Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
The communists them control the North and the Democrat them, if you want to call them that, control the South.
Yeah.
When America are run out there, is when the North them are control the whole of the South, brother. Remember after America fled, the man them take over the whole place,
Yeah.
And with the fall of Saigon
the
as
US
well.
embassy, the last spot the man them evacuate from,
Yeah.
I remember the North man them control the whole place. So anybody who wants to say it wasn't a victory, you know have to really check that history. Them
and have to really check the history. But anyway, but well, I know.
Go ahead, Miss Julia.
When I talk the whole night, I mean, I listen to the whole night. I didn't interrupt one time. No, but I do what you're saying that is true that's the U.S. involvement was also, because of France and so forth. But a big part of it too was they wanted to stop the spread of the communism in Southeast Asia, right? So them thinking that supporting the South Vietnamese government against the communist, not Vietnamese government, right? What them used to call it, they used to call it Viet Cong or something like that. So that's a big part. That's a big part of it. But it did escalate, right, under President Kennedy, right, and Johnson after the tanking incident in 1964.
Yeah,
right. It did escalate, but nobody can say there was victory because under President Richard Nixon, if you guys remember, there was a withdrawal, and they actually pursued a policy known as Vietnamization, right? Right, exactly right. And then after that, with the
work.
Right, and then exactly, but then after that, even with the fall of Saigon, right? That shows say the not Vietnamese them actually them win, right?
They won because they took over the South.
Right.
That was the South, and guess what now? Remember,
1975, yeah.
Right after Nixon them come under pressure, right?
Right.
When they came under pressure, and it started from the colleges. I remember the college protests, and the state trooper them and the students them and 27 students got dirted because of the protest. You know what happened? You know what started that? Even the whole protest too. When the American media started to actually broadcast from the battlefield and show the reality of what going down there, The American people say, no, man, this have to stop. But long story short, though, the North overpowered the South, take it over. Everybody run gone, left the man them. It's not like said that. It's not like South Korea, you know. The South Korea War of 1950. They actually have the 38th parallel where when the war did done and they negotiate, the South was still intact at the 30th parallel and the North was still intact. With Vietnam, the North Vietnamese take over the whole of the place.
Right.
You understand?
And even though that there was still, but don't let people don't be confused, because even though that there was no military involvement with after the Paris peace accords in 1973, which was basically formalizing them, just saying that that's the end of the U.S. involvement, there was still ongoing fighting between North and South Vietnam. So don't think that just because of the fact that there was still fighting means that, you know, there was necessarily military involvement. That
it
just
was
continues.
1975 when it ended.
Exactly.
It ended when they took over the whole South. When America remember the U.S. Embassy was the last place. Anybody watch them the video there and say the man them all the man them chew off all helicopter just to create space and them something there. So the reality is that the North take over the whole South, and the objective was to protect the South. And then the man them the strategy couldn't work because the way the man then use them camouflage and guerrilla tactics and then sitting there. And as me say, more things were dropped on Vietnam, more than even in a World War II combined. I remember there was the big controversy about a thing them called Agent Orange.
Agent Orange, exactly right.
Napalm, them using napalm on the people them too. I want back a sitting go on. But long story short though, yeah man, the North did win the war still. I would have that thing a self-made.
Yeah, man, with that Agent Orange thing there, you know, say me have a teacher in a high school, and they get affected by that thing there, you know, till them have a vice box, you know, where smokers have when them lose them vice and them have to use the device to talk. Yeah, man, him did have one of them thing because him lose him thing, him say a true Agent Orange in the war, and did fight in the war. He was a maths teacher, me did have in a high school. Yeah, man.
Right.
But me know kind of. Me know it kind of off topic still, but me don't want to know your thoughts on the new Mexican leader. She one of them people.
The female, and I know that the previous president was a leftist, you know. You get what me I say? What you mean by she one of them people? You mean like
yeah.
Oh, but it depends on her alignment if she's left or right. You get what me I say? Yeah, because I think she's left still. Them still left leaning, man.
She's left.
Remember, saying I'm part of the North America group into, you know. Mexico very important to America, you know.
Yeah.
That's why you see them have to allow in the people from the border, because them have this whole North America thing. Mexico are part of North America. America know the history too. That's why, as me say, you know, while we might not agree with the policies where they might let through everybody from Mexico come over, right? We must not forget the history of them places there, because I guess I go on now. All them countries there where the people might run come from. If you look at the history of the 60s and 70s and 80s, and you see what neoliberalism did, and how you know world boss going to these countries and mess them up, then you will understand a whole different bargain. But long story short, remember say California, Texas, New Mexico, let me see, Arizona.
San Diego.
Those are places that are part of Mexico. Then they buy some and then
that was all of Mexico, yeah.
I think San Diego too.
Right. In California, but long story short, them take some and then buy some in a real life. So my point is though, a lot of these poorer countries where you see the people might run up try come in America. Watch this, you know, Venezuela, you know, rich with oil, right? Watch we go on, because Venezuela not take no talk. Then use the manure doctrine and say, here we go on Venezuela. We're going to lock off, we put some sanctions for your oil settings, you know. So you can't sell no oil for make no bag of money. Where things go on now? Them squeeze them and them economy, mash it up, and when the Venezuelan them pack up now when I come in America, they must say they must come up enough, but I who know mess up the man them place.
Right.
So Cause and effect go on with this whole thing here, go on with the bag of people them try come over, you know. If you look at the whole them countries there, the whole Central American countries them, there is not one where the man them no trouble in a real life. If you look at the history. Let me just allow HQ say a quick thing there. Because I really want to segue in our next little reasoning. But I allow everyone to say them last say on this matter if they have anything to say. So unmute the mic HQ. Let me hear what you say.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, man, bless up.
Bless up.
Boy, me come in a little bit late to reason and me come last part of the Proton thing me hear on that one and the Vietnam thing. But I'm telling you one thing still, right? I think either the president or prime minister, whoever it is, the man who was in charge in Vietnam. He said him fight the war for 10 years and when him done, no man nothing left America. That's why them pull out. He say him fight the war for 10 years, and when him finish, no man of America, they will just send soldier come dead. So Vietnam did win the war.
Right. Miss Perfectly Imperfect. Big up yourself, my sister. Respect
Yeah,
for the
big up.
Kirk. Wanna big up on yourself in a blue fig, all the ones them there, and a Tolati. Big up, respect to all the ones them there. You know what the thing going on. All right, so let me hear the closing argument on this now, because so me really want all a little piece of the Maroon reasoning too. You get what I say? Because with Queen Ifrika say,
yeah, man.
Richard Curry them have no status on them sitting there. And I think me see somebody send me a little clippings with Richard Curry over Rattigan.
Him they over there to them, man.
Well active, man. What you want to go like a drama?
Eh?
Him they over Rattigan to there.
I chat one bag of nonsense.
Yes, man.
I pay nonsense, but you know what the problem is? The whole of the man them over there don't know nothing about Maroon history.
Facts.
So them just ask some question and then them not ask nothing.
Facts.
You understand me I say?
So get
man, have some plan, brother.
Easy.
Right, but
the man have some plan.
Yeah,
but it's a takeover.
Yeah, but notice with Richard Curry now, And as me I say, Richard Curry a craftman. First, when Richard Curry then forward, he make the one named Anu Zion L with some Morris science nonsense tricking. So in come with the sovereignty thing. The man then get one Black's Law dictionary, and the man then get Ivan Ansert in my book, and that was enough to convince them say they're sovereign and indigenous. You understand me I say? The reality is that Richard Curry is arguing about they are being a sovereign state. He has always held that position, a sovereign state. When the man them say, but Richard Curry, you must argue to the government as a Jamaican too, Me see man nod him head. But them man, they don't know the comments Richard Curry make and say, our ancestors were criminals and thieves. When he was asking, remember Cliff used them 3 years ago. Cliff used them ask him about this thing, because there was infighting going up there, when them try to overthrow him, and them even interview him, and them say, but the Maroons returned runaway slaves, and the man said they were criminals and thieves. So he was speaking to the slaves who were running for them freedom, criminals and thieves, and he keeps talking about this treaty, and that's why I say, no matter how you see them talk, them not engage in our conversation, because you see the real questions, yeah man, them can't answer it. So, Mr. Queen Ifrika bun them out still. Me hear him say that's him give out Maroon ID, and him say he said something very interesting too. And I saw me know say him deal with some segregation thing. Him say people can get Maroon ID, but if you're original Maroon, which means you're part of a compound, you're different from the rest of people them. So anybody outside who want to get a Maroon ID, you would be considered an outsider. But they are compound people, them higher than you. But me think I want to see.
So what the purpose of the Maroon ID then for the outside?
Just to say you have one.
Hey.
This
is such foolishness. I can't believe.
And you know, say him really appeal to the emotions, because what him do to know. When he talk about the land thing, him like for group up and throw Rasta in the bunch too, You see me I say, and you know how I feel about the whole Rasta thing or whatever. And throw the Rasta them in the bunch. I say, yeah man, we need to get back with land and Ray and Tete. But him the over Rattigan to them, I listen to it and nobody now challenge him. So my question to you is, would you welcome Mr. Curry to your platform?
Yeah man, him not gonna come over here, man. Him not come over here.
Yo, more ask one question still.
No, go do it. I'm afraid, man. I'm afraid.
So the Naingi Pong ID Korea Gyot.
No,
Yeah,
no,
man.
no, it might be a compound. Sovereign state of a compound.
And similar thing, LLC to New York, man.
What is it now? The sovereign state of a compound, Magati PO, St. Elizabeth.
That alone.
Yeah?
That alone. P.O. Box.
Magati PO, St. Elizabeth.
St. Elizabeth.
And him say him have sovereign state or compound.
Sovereign state.
Them not ask him about a passport and say which passport in travel with. If a compound state is sovereign, right? Yeah, man, where them documents they coming at the Jamaican borders and them something there. So it's the nonsense the man them proliferate, and we see them corrupt agenda because it's a land grab thing. Them really depend. Them not really care about our compound people.
Right.
And he make a speech, you know. The man say they are recognized by the United Nations. And Mr. Minister hope for the man them ask him one question and say, hold on, based on what definition are you fitting of that criteria?
Right.
Because Mr. Jamaica YouTube mute.
Imhotep, I think this we are stretched this too. Because guess what happened? So what happened? What happened to the Trelawney Maroons? What happened to the Maroons from Portland? What happened to the ones that are in St. James? So it's only the ones that are in St. Elizabeth up in the hills. They were only the first people according to them. So the others were there on at the same time. They were what?
But the Trelawney Maroons were before them.
But I'm saying they are. But my point is they are what? The argument makes no sense because
it makes no sense.
He doesn't represent all Maroons, so it can't make any sense.
Right, but
he represents one small group.
Right, but he is what is now, you know. Remember, you know, there was a time when he tried to fight for power when they want to be the emperor, you know. For all the Maroons, them, you know.
And the man them run him way.
Yeah, and that's why.
Remember, say Imam Buju go down to Portland and the people them.
Right.
But they make sure say you can't come up here. Tell the police to stop them from down so.
Right, and that's the reason why Queen Ifrika, when she burn her fire, she did mention one named Alex Moore Minot. Him are the one down at Moortown, him and them did collude and them a try forcing hope. Little 18-year-old girl, when they know her head from her toe yet, the man them want to put her in so she can be a figurehead, so them can run Moortown and push out the colonel. You get what me I say? But me I show you say that's the man them. Let me tell you something, and it's sad. You have some people in this world. Anytime them feel like said them smarter than the people who them their own, right? Or them have a little bit more knowledge, them try to manipulate them. You understand me? I say? Them man they were up there. Richard Curry, them and Anu. You get what me I say? Them man they when we see them man they go on with up our compound town is madness. Is not for the people up there. I know them have no water up there, no running water up there up until now. Because one, from him touch in, all him a do, him a politicize the thing, him a Andrew only agitate, him a deal with the sovereignty thing. Andrew only have to body him up and say, not 1 inch of Jamaica is sovereign. When you remember that speech Andrew only have to make?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Right. So instead of using diplomacy and engage and say, here go on now, a compound Maroons, in terms of a historical cultural aspect, yes, they should be recognized and they should get some funding from even the Heritage Trust. You get what I said? The United Nations fund these groups as well because of the heritage. You get what I say? But him said that's the United Nations recognize him as indigenous. A lie I tell. Because the Jamaican Maroons are not recognized as no indigenous sovereign people under United Nations declarations. They are not. You understand me? I say so. What I'm saying is that him a come and attack, and the man then when him attack to not know nothing about the Maroon history. You understand me? I say the Trelawney Town Maroons at them one there was the original one because Kojo Town that. After the second Maroon War, them ship them off, send them go to Nova Scotia. And then send them go back to Sierra Leone. And I saw some of them end up back at Flagstaff. And that's why those Flagstaff Maroons are really the descendants of the Trelawney Town Maroons, who are the original in terms of the Windward Maroons. Remember, Akompong was Kojo brother, you know, not true.
Remember, a compound come and try to take over and take them over, and then
Right.
and then the white man then run him away and say, "Go back up, sir."
Right. I remember during the second Maroon War, the Accompang Maroons turned against the Trelawney Town Maroons in a real life on the side of the British. You understand me? I say? The Accompang Maroons them. So the reality is that for a very long time, people say, here go on. The Maroons need to issue an apology if you say, boy, here go on. You know, so we're sorry if you are selling for 30 shillings. Because remember, you know, part of the agreement was to return the runaway slaves them and assist with any rebellion. And they did that very well. You understand me? I say in terms of suppressing. So when we hear matter about the Asian brothers and this and that and whatever, the Accompang Maroons turn against the own Trelawney Town Maroons, them
Sell out them. Sell
against
out.
the British. So he might come brag about Accompang, and I'm not here to bash the Accompang people. What I'm saying is that Richard Curry put the people in a position where these people initially were not about no sovereign indigenous nonsense. The previous colonel was in the police force too. You understand me? I think it's McPherson now, whatever I want to name. He was a member of the constabulary, pledge allegiance to the Queen, and then sitting there. Me hear the man them ask if is there anything where you guys can ask to have a seat in Parliament? So me I say, but hold on, but not do an allegiance thing we not promote again because them man I say them a sovereign state. Sovereign state, I don't want them to have seat in the Parliament. I don't think this true or what. So anyway, still, me I talk too long. Go through Miss Julia. Let me hear what you have to say.
No, everything that is yeah, I agree with. I thought you were going to finish off the World War the war thing with the nuclear stuff.
Well,
but
that language there.
yeah, I realize you're not finished.
Let me just segue here, man. You know the
Yeah,
war
man.
is in a whole heap of little buzzwords and
Buzzwords and stuff like that. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
man.
right.
But
Yeah.
you know, we're gonna watch and see what going on with that still. But this whole Maroon thing still,
Yeah, it's
man,
madness.
as I say, right now with
Madness.
this whole constitutional reform thing,
Yeah.
they are not even in the conversation because guess what? Them are deal with some agitating settings. Them not deal with no diplomacy.
No, not at all.
You understand me? I say, he might try agitate. At the same time, he might tell the people, him say, you guys didn't know that after 60 years, if you live on the land, you have the right to own it. No. You have the right to file a claim.
Right.
A claim. So filing a claim no means say automatically you get it. But you have the right to file a claim. So it might make it look like say after 60 years are you own the land. No go so.
And him know how people
Yeah,
they
he's
say them would
fooling the
run
people.
with that.
Yeah,
and you don't
him just manipulating them. That's
for
what he's
adverse
doing.
possession, I don't think you have to wait. I think it's probably anywhere between 10 and 15. You
Right.
can file for adverse possession. Anybody. Once you're somewhere on this, once nobody to disturb you until you leave, you can basically go to the tax officer and say,
And not only that, I
you want
think you
to
have to
possess the
pay
space
taxes.
adversely.
I think you have to pay taxes for a certain amount of time for really
Yeah.
say, all right, put in a claim and you will get it. You have to pay
Exactly.
taxes for a certain amount of years.
Yeah, but I'm saying that once you make the representation at the end of it, then they'll tell you what you need to do to possess the land once it's done. But I'm saying, what the next question I want to ask? This question about land. All right. How much are the 1,500 acres that is up there that you already have? What are you doing with it? Because if the land is the one that you have, the whole land with that you have, what are you doing with it now to empower the people and that live up there? Because there's more than enough land space up there for all of them. You know? What are you doing with it? No. And if you should get the additional lands, what will you do with those additional lands? I am trying to. Or is it that you just want land to sell?
Good question.
So they want to turn into a pharmacy. So them say so they were next one on the program and say, yo, knowing that the whole pharmaceutical thing, them are like it's a come away now where they're not able to do like herbal medicine and everything there. It's like they put a stop on it. So the man will say, him and Korea discuss something where they can develop this thing of
a compound
up there. Yeah.
Yeah, but what stops them from doing that now?
Where people can come because them can't get the original herbal medicine outside, so them can come up there and get it and all of them things there.
I'm saying, what is from expanding that now? What is stopping them? That's what I want to know. What is stopping
The
them from
craft them
expanding?
and run brothers are funding
Media
them more.
craft. It doesn't make sense.
Watch this now. Richard Curry,
Brethren,
them have license. Let me tell you something. Richard Curry, them have license up there for plant the green tree there.
Right.
And that them are focus.
That's what them want to do.
Planting up the green tree. That's all them care about for them license. For
Right.
plant up there. And guess you go on now. Them have to use them Jamaican documents and apply it to the Jamaican authority for them cannabis license. So that's him have up there. So the sovereign thing when him a talk about, right, is nonsense. And him start off with this thing and him realize that here we go on now. Them can't trick the people. Me see him have Spragga Benz, post Spragga Benz as a fellow Campadonian. Him check this thing as serious, so him an ambassador, but at the same time him have Jamaican and US status. You understand me I say?
Oh,
So
that word.
Yes, so me I say post Spragga man, let go that thing then make them trick you man. Buju Banton, like in spot the rake yet or whatever, them have him to say him ambassador. When he get the visa, them throw up in picture on them post to make it look like say him a work for them and not them send him on one bag of nonsense. Just because they want to score some points and whatever. The truth is, these men hijack a compound town, right? The plan was to use the resources in the cockpit to sell crypto. You understand?
Yeah, I remember that.
Them want to use the value of the land and whatever to say a crypto. Them use the guise of protecting the cockpit to appeal to emotion. People say, Andrew unless want to mine out the cockpit and that them people are stop him in a ray. That wasn't the case. Them just make Vice come do one little documentary and it went viral. Right? And everybody starts sympathize with him and I say, who is this man? And everybody start fall in love with him and this and that. You understand me? I say, but his agenda was not about diplomacy or unity. He has no treaty. There is no valid treaty. The second Maroon War nullifies that treaty. Even if him wants, first thing first, you know, the treaty of 1738 was the Trelawney Town or the Cudjoe Town Maroons, them, you know. But it is applicable to a Compang and Johnny and Kwa and you know them ones there because a Cudjoe family them same way. Long story short though, the second Maroon War 1795.
Right, there's no treaty.
Maroons breached that treaty by the war. And members say a pig then got thief and the Montego Bay try them and make one slave flag them and the rest of slave them a laugh off of them. And the man then vex and start the war. The Trelawney Town Maroons them. The Compang Maroons them now take side with the British against them own family.
A bunch of them own people.
Turning in grave. And they took side against the Trelawney Town Maroons, right? Remember, you know. There was a general named Walpole. He gave his word and said, if you guys surrender, I will not deport you. Right? And the governor backstab General Walpole, deport them to Nova Scotia. You get what me I say?
Yep.
And then now they cool whether they can't take it. Then say send we go as Sierra Leone because them time Britain the country Sierra Leone who want go back to Africa, right? You know Liberia and Sierra Leone. So them send them go back to Sierra Leone, and then now them put down one rebellion down at Sierra Leone too. You understand me? I say, and I saw enough of them end up come back at Flagstaff. So what me I say is this now? The original Windward Maroon them. You understand me? I say with the Cudjoe Town, Trelawney Town, a Flagstaff them there. A Compang Town, they turn against them own during the Second Maroon War. That Second Maroon War nullified the treaty in a real life. That's why they could deport them. So if Richard Curry want have no grows, go sue Britain for deporting the Maroons them then.
Question.
You understand me? I say I'm breaching the so-called treaty. If they
breached it themselves too.
They breached it in 1795 with the Second Maroon War.
Exactly. So, they breached it themselves too.
So when you hear the man them talk about 1738 treaty, you ask them for the validity of it. They are very uncomfortable because this Maroon conversation, them know so here go on. You see people who know the Maroon history and them sitting there, them can't
them can't go around it.
Them can't go around it.
What?
Them can't go around it at all.
Yeah. All right. Go to yourself, and then Jamaica.
With all the agitating that Korea do, how would it affect the other Maroons in the other areas that's not doing agitative?
All right. So what's this now? The other Maroons have engaged with the government from a cultural perspective. Richard Curry them now are dealing with some exceptionalism, some indigenous things, some sovereign state nonsense. The government is engaged with the other Maroon villages and them are dealing with funding to maintain the heritage and all them something there. Richard Curry now, him did what? There was a meeting call. Richard Curry, him go there, him want go on the meeting, you know. Him want go there to talk for all of the Maroons them. The rest of Maroons then go on the meeting. Him want go talk for the wall them. The man them say, no, you can't talk for we. Him vex and him no go. After the meeting go on, him come out and call him and traitor say them meet with government officials behind him back and one bag of stuff.
He's a separatist. He is a separatist and him don't talk to all the Maroons them.
He has always been that way, as me saying, right? Because him go Yui. Because him go Yui and him have a little bit of brain more than the rest of people.
Yeah. And as using that to manipulate them.
I mean, gonna knock head with the more science man. Notice me notice upon the interview with a self-made. Him no have any face, you know. Because he knows
that is foolishness.
He knows if you see me, I call him out upon the face.
Even that's a craft.
Him no fear wear no face. Where am I do it face?
Where get Muslim background from?
Exactly. What kind of Muslim him is? Well, anyways, back then in the about Assalamu alaikum. Jamaica YouTube. Yeah, man. Go to YouTube and hear it.
Yeah, I guess self-made partially touched on it because my thing is that if you're arguing that you're indigenous, you can't be indigenous and separate from the rest of the Maroons. That makes no sense.
He's a separatist.
All of these people are here from it's just a nonsensical argument. And obviously he hasn't reached out to them and they have not reached out to him. He's just arguing on the point of the people that are up in St. Elizabeth. It's just this whole thing is
none
just
of it makes any sense.
And the other thing, and then again, the other day when he made his outburst and talk about the bird brain vlog. Right. I'm assuming some people very much call bird brain.
Yeah, man. But when not around the reasoning still.
When he was making his outburst and then it sound crazy, him gone all over the place that about saying I defend the land for the Jamaican people and so on. Who's taking away the land for the Jamaican people? Matter of fact, who's taking away the land from up there? For the last time I checked, 78,000 hectares of land up there is protected land. Right. Portland Bight and up there is the two most protected areas. Nobody can be in those 2 areas. Right. What is these things that this man is talking about? I don't see
people. I'm fooling people.
Him have agenda, man. And as self-made. Richard Curry, even if me say Richard Curry, yeah, man, I'm willing to engage in a conversation about this Maroon thing, you know. He not come, man.
I'm not going to come over.
All if him and next one in Zion L, they're not coming. They're not going to do it.
I would love to see that happen.
They want to answer real questions.
They're not do it, man. They're not
going to do it.
I say bird brain vlogger than engage in a constructive dialogue still. You get me? I say,
right.
Him not do it, man, because at the end of the day, him know say what him a do, and the Maroon IDs sitting there with them a promote. You know, some rate L.A. Lewis, you know, but that a nonsense with L.A. Lewis a deal with. Where L.A. Lewis a sell the people them, and me see something there. Me see somebody tell me say Nuffy, go get for him ID. Ask him when he can do it.
Yes, Nuffy as well, right.
Right. Ask him what him can. Ask him if he can go up more in Jamaica with it. I'll get one driver.
Tell him try brought the toll and see where it do for him.
But what I know, remember L.A. Lewis, you know. Yeah. L.A. Lewis, member say, you know, L.A. Lewis sovereign, you know.
Yeah.
And him just got the toll, and then show him saying no sovereign.
Exactly. So go on, man.
You understand what I say? I remember during the time to what I say, me rate L.A. Lewis, and L.A. Lewis is a hustler. He's a hustler, right? Yeah. However, me expect better from a man like Richard Curry. You understand me? I say L.A. Lewis, him like the sound of it, him link with some people, and them I promote it. But this whole sovereignty thing, it don't make no sense. This indigenous sovereignty thing makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Richard Curry, you know hear people? A sovereign indigenous person named Richard Curry. Hold on, what is language? Self-made. When them ask him what language him talk, what him say?
You don't know, you know. Tell you the truth, because from me say the people are not really engaged in the right way, but dismiss the whole thing.
But them people are near fight to the thing, so them are them ask some questions. I mean, no say, you see from the little fire blaze over here, so you see how fast them run go to Rattigan them for interview.
Yes,
Right,
yes,
them want some
yes. For
validation.
try
They get some
clear the
soft
air.
answers. Right. Soft
Yes.
answers and whatever. First thing first, new constitutional deal with. They are not in it because first thing first, the first constitution, Britain did not recognize them as no sovereign. Members of Britain deal with the constitution with Bustamante and Norman Manley them. Right? No Maroon sovereignty was not in a no constitution. All them are Jamaican under the constitution. You understand me I say? So the reality is this now. If you want to be indigenous, you have to prove that you were here before Columbus, before 1492. And
Even that.
we're not saying people weren't here. What me I say is that Richard
How
Curry,
will he prove that with his bloodline? Exactly.
Richard Curry, Richard Curry is no indigenous to Jamaica. That's a West African. We come here as slave like the whole of our
like everybody else.
Facts.
You understand me I say?
That's like
Look at
everybody
him
else. All of this
phenotype.
is foolishness.
Look at
I'm
him
surprised it
phenotype.
even got this far.
You look at him phenotype, West Africa.
Yeah.
And this man named Richard Curry. Right? Him have Englishman
Curry.
name.
No, but no, self-made. It's not only the curry, you know. Him curry with a fez. You know, see,
Right.
you said the man I grab. It's
Be
like the
confusion.
man the man have on the man have on one of the thing them for him head and him and a cross and him have the
Be
Buddhism.
confusion.
Him have everything. Him have
and
every
you see,
damn religious symbol.
over there is an echo chamber because hear the
Listen.
people them at the same time. Because him seriously saying, oh, them left out the Maroon at the table for the new constitution, and the people them and I come and say, yes, them leave out the Maroons and them leave out the
Because these
Diaspora
people don't like
out
to
of the
read.
conversation.
They don't
Or the
like to read.
constitution.
They never
They don't like to read.
They never clue about the Maroon thing. That's
They
the
don't,
problem.
and this is why it has been able to continue so long. Because every time when I hear it about Richard Curry, I'm shocked. I'm saying to myself, this is still continuing. This is still going on. Like people actually listening to this foolishness. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Right.
That is what surprised me about this, and that is why he's able to do it, because people don't want to read and verify for themselves or ask important questions. They just
One
want
more
to just
question.
take it. Yeah.
One more question. Me hear the people them say, oh, as well as the diaspora people them leave out of the conversation in the constitution reform. Tell me now, Imhotep Miss Julia, what kind of inclusion them want in the constitution reform as diasporians? People who are not living in Jamaica.
All right. So one, they want to sit in parliament, and two, they want to be able to vote.
Right.
Now, all of that is very easy. Go back to Jamaica
and live there.
Because here we go now. In order to vote, you have to register in our constituency. You understand me? I say you can't live in America and vote like that. We are talking about legally. You reside in America for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and they say you live. You get what me I say? So them want to vote, fine. Uno go on back home and live in one constituency and vote. Uno want to serve in a parliament, uno go back home, but uno want to have 1 foot in America and 1 foot in Jamaica. And we're talking about getting rid of that dual nonsense because it's a problem. Because any little problem, uno run go up a US embassy, whole up road, nobody can trouble uno.
Right, facts. And also too, how dare you? Why would you want to have a say in the laws when you're not living in the country and not being directly affected by such laws? You that is the narcissistic weird thing for you to even consider.
But I thought
Yeah.
we move on from this. But PJ not take out the two before they beat everybody, man.
Yeah, man, the PJ
argument done, you know.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, PJ say most wide in section 40.
Right.
Him to make it bigger, make it cover more positions.
Exactly.
Right. I remember said the PGA done because the problem is, this is the problem with them people self-made. Watch this now. You want something, right? These diaspora people want something, right? That's the reality. And again, now we know it's a dissident group of people because at the end of the day, they do not represent the broader diaspora. Them break off from them own thing and decide that here go on now. For them agenda is to tear down Andrew Homeless and tear down Jamaica as long as it results in getting rid of Andrew Homeless. Them no mind if Jamaica burn down. As long as Andrew Homeless no in the thing at the so them there. Now, they want to be afforded these benefits to vote and sit in parliament. Yet, these brilliant minds cannot present an idea. Them can formulate it and say, this is how it go work. Send it to Andrew unless or Mark Golin. Send it to them and say, this is our proposal. Them not send no proposal at all. You get what me I say? So them want the government to figure it out for them and also accommodate them. One of them to accommodate themselves. Big up yourself, Anne-Marie. Long time to check in, so let me give you a little piece of the mic the quick and fast. Go to Anne-Marie.
Oh, hi, good night. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Big up Anne-Marie.
Yeah, man, loud and clear, Anne-Marie. Where you going with?
Yeah, hi. I just want to get a better understanding about the Maroon and all that stuff, but because I saw Queen Ifrika video on Instagram. So my question to you guys is the guy that named Richard Curry, is it the messenger or what he's talking about? Or if it was somebody else, are you guys think he's not genuinely, or I'm just trying to figure out what's the issue with him.
Yeah, he's a craftsman. Yeah, man. He's a craftsman. He's a craftsman. He's full of craft. His intentions are not genuine. If his intentions were genuine, from the time him in a power, a compound town and be with one of the number one tourist destinations for the Maroons, he would have Maroon tours, right? And he would have people book directly with them and then come tour a compound town. He would get good visitors. So at least he can use the money and get water for the people. No, they don't know water up there. Him not care.
Yeah, but I saw on his page, Instagram page, I think he had some African came and visit. I don't know which country they came from in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
There's some tours, and I thought he because then I saw Queen. My thing is I'm trying to understand it much better. My thing is like Queen Ifrika is talking about the one in the Maroon is in Trelawney, and then he's talking about the one in St. Elizabeth, and then they have the regular Jamaican, the prime minister. Is like, to me that there's too much things going on. It's like so confusing.
All right, so the problem is no, right? The problem is Queen Ifrika herself, is not very knowledgeable on this Maroon thing as well. You get me? I say, I rate Queen Ifrika in
Yeah, them trick her.
She need to do some in-depth study because they really trick her.
Yeah.
She's saying that the Flagstaff Maroons them anoint her as Queen Mumma or something like that.
Right.
Whatever.
For
Right?
all the Maroons.
At the end of the day, Flagstaff Maroons do not speak for Kompang Maroons.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Do not speak for Moortown, Charlestown. You get what I'm saying? None of them Maroon. So there are different Maroon villages and they all have their own autonomy.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? I understand now they are trying to form councils like various Maroons in Jamaica. Yeah, they actually link up and say, yeah, man, we're gonna have this council. Richard Curry wanted to be the leader and the emperor for all of the Maroons them. You get what me I say? Now, Queen Ifrika did love that whole sovereignty thing that we know. He said sovereign indigenous people. But at the end of the day, she actually fell for their trick as well. Because this whole sovereign indigenous thing, she realized a year ago. Mrs. She born out more minot because I'm a craftsman too. She born out Richard Curry.
Yeah, I saw that
I'm
too.
a craftsman.
Yep.
She born out Buju. I'm a
Yeah, I
craftsman.
saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Born out the one with him Anu Zion L because them a craftsman. So what me I say is that Queen Ifrika got caught up with this indigenous Jamaican thing.
Yeah, she did.
But the reality is that none of these people were parade themselves as no indigenous was not here before no Columbus.
I have a question.
Yeah, man, go to Joe Grind.
Isn't that treason to do that or no?
Well, watch this now. You know what say it is, but me know say Andrew want to laugh off of them. Andrew want to not major in the mind.
Because if it's treason, you know that's death penalty. And
well,
but they didn't.
On them.
No, but they didn't. They trying to do this sovereignty, but they didn't trying to overthrow the government. They're not doing it. They're not at that point yet.
Right. So watch this now. No, watch this now. They are a dissident group, right? They might try to separate themselves from the country.
Yeah.
No,
they're trying to sit.
No, watch this now. Andrew Owenless knows that legally they cannot. Legally, they cannot claim no sovereignty thing. Andrew Holness know that. So when him did a pasture about him sovereign, Andrew Holness know say
Him
what?
not pay them no mind.
Andrew Holness know say him carry film tool go the FLA if he get license.
Right.
And when the FLA see him with it pan him back the last time when him a cuss police, then send feet. I'm have to liar up and carry team. Andrew Holness know say him apply for him cannabis license and him getting Jamaican cannabis license using him Jamaican documents. Andrew Holness not pay him no mind.
I'm
So
not
that's
paying
why
no
bro God
mind.
make one talk and done. Him
Not
touch
paying
back
them
money.
no mind, my dear.
Right. He's suing for the land. I use him Jamaican documents.
Exactly.
And you honest know that they're not paying the mind. So it's more like a foolish dog barking at a flying bird. And
Right.
Andrew honest them know that. So I wouldn't blame them. Why waste the energy when you know say legally these people are Jamaicans? Are you responsible for them? You understand me? I say? And at the end of the day, these people are now indigenous. Richard called them not indigenous. What kind of indigenous they matter about?
No, but what happened with you make I'm not sure, I'm just gonna use this word anyway, like fringe group like those, they tend to stir up animosity, you know,
Right.
and tend to create division, and sometimes division could go into, you know what I mean, violence. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Because maybe Prime Minister Andrew Olis is not paying no mind because they have to go to the legal room to get all his legal documents, whatever he's saying. But I'm just saying from what I see, and I went on his video because I wanted to know more about it. And then I was talking to my sister in Jamaica, and she was saying, yeah, she went up there sometime, but she didn't really know about it too much. So I'm thinking it just the way he was talking, he seemed he come across as very very like a fraud type of thing from what I see with those stuff in his head and all that stuff. But I'm not really I wasn't vast in it that much, but I follow Queen Ifrika a lot, so I just wanted she when she talk about stuff she get very derogatory with certain words. But I just think the way he's talking and stuff is like other people may pick up onto it. Maybe he does have a big following, but to me it just seems so very division, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
Queen
he's
Ifrika,
divisive. He's very divisive.
Queen Ifrika just knows a year ago and I trick her and
Yeah.
craft her and she know them agenda.
Yeah.
And she see right through them. A long time Queen Ifrika said she soon call them out. Remember, it's not
Yeah,
now.
she was saying that months
A
ago.
month
Yeah, no,
now,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Richard
Yeah.
Curry, do the right thing.
Yeah.
Ray, no, all the while she want them. Because Queen Ifrika know the craft for them to pull off and know them agenda.
Yeah.
But the reality is that the sovereign indigenous thing, they have no standing. These Maroon IDs have no validity, have no standing in terms of it being used. You get what I say? The man them say is a sovereign state, but at the same time a Magati PO in a St. Elizabeth them are used. Ask Richard Curry when he leave the country, which passport he use, he have in Jamaican passport. When he drive in Jamaica, I'm Jamaican driver's license. When him go up at the FLA, I'm Jamaican documents and birth paper and go up there with. When him apply for him cannabis license, I'm Jamaican documents in my use same way. So at the end of the day, a man I say one thing, when him know in actuality, yeah, it no mean nothing like that because I'm not understanding. Big up to Ganja Aladdin. Him say Muta Baruka say he's from East Africa. What you think about that? Well, he say he's from East Africa, you know. You have to go tell me which country because I remember say East Africa encompasses the Sudan, right? It encompasses Kenya, it encompasses Ethiopia, it encompasses Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti. So a whole heap of country in East Africa, man. You get what I say? Remember say Uganda too in East Africa, you know. So if he mention a country, I don't know if you might want to say Ethiopia because you know most Rastamans are Ethiopia. But yeah, man, the man them say them from Ethiopia, they know that they are West Africans, but spiritually them identify with Ethiopia. But if them check out them phenotype, they are not from Ethiopia. You get what I say? So I don't know if you want to say Ethiopia, I want to say him from. But the Rastaman them will say that's the promised land. They are not from there. You get what I say? But
Yeah.
understand so them might want to say are them spiritual
That's
promised
them
land.
spiritual.
No. What they must say? No, Imatep. They must say them put in a context. You have to put in a context because remember say once upon a time the entire landmass was Ethiopia. So that them basically say, but they not clarify it.
No, hold on, no, but remember, you know, no man, remember the man they make it clear as day, you know, I Selassie the thing there, you know, my general.
Yeah.
A modern day Ethiopia, because what is, you know, remember saying, you know, 100 years ago, right? That
Yeah.
place was not called Ethiopia.
And that's true.
Right.
But when me get to realize,
Right.
cause when me do the studies, I realize that was the name of the continent at one point. That was one of the first names. I go back to it and me I look as growing up. I thought that we all were from Ethiopia until me did my DNA. Me see say I'm a Congo Nigeria person. You see me? But when if you look deep into what them I say, them basically I tell you say because them themselves don't really change the name. Yes, where Haile Selassie they know whatever them call Ethiopia right there. Me not, them not identified there as Ethiopia alone. I mean, them would have to say, but
All
that's
right,
what me get from it.
what is now? The problem is, right? And
Yeah,
if we go back in our history, there was a great Greek historian called Herodotus, right?
yeah.
He was the one who called the place Ethiopia. But guess what going on now? The furthest they went is where modern day Sudan is. Them not have a clue about nowhere else in
No
Africa.
else. Yeah,
Them know
yeah.
about Egypt, right? And
Cause that's the
Sudan,
north. Yeah.
modern day Sudan or Nubia. So when them call it Ethiopia, they were referring to that region. As a matter of fact, when they spoke about Ethiopia, they were speaking about Sudan. You get what me I say?
Oh, okay.
This place today we then call Ethiopia. Before it was called Ethiopia, it was called Abyssinia. And before it was called Abyssinia,
Abyssinia, it was
it
called
was called
Axum.
the Aksumite Empire.
Axum, yeah, that's right.
Aksum. You
Yeah,
get
Axum.
me know all of that. Me know
Yeah,
all of
right.
that.
Right. And the thing is now with Aksum, they
yeah.
actually Aksum encompass even parts of Saudi Arabia and
Saudi
Yemen.
Arabia, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah, because if you look on them phenotypes still, I mean, as I'm say, you would have to talk to the rest of them to see where them basically.
no problem. That's why I say me there for
Yeah,
reason. And remember
yeah,
say,
yeah,
as me I say me general, me engage with them reasoning there because I whole heap of Rasta me reason with. You get what me
yeah.
I say? Even ones and ones I call Kadamari knife and them ones there. And ones and ones me used to reason with a tailor all up a you.
Yeah.
And we study the thing too, you know, as me I say, remember say me was me did serious about the cultural side of things, you know. So
Yeah,
Marcus Garvey,
me too. Me too, boy, I tell
the
them.
whole works we are studying. But what I'm saying is that when they're gonna say that the whole African continent was called Ethiopia, it was really Herodotus that called that region Ethiopia. The Greeks
Oh,
did not go in East Africa, brother.
yeah, they
Them never
never
go
go
to
south
South
neither.
Africa. Them don't know
Yeah,
nothing about them place there. You get what I'm
yeah,
saying? So they
yeah,
call that region Ethiopia. As a matter of fact, if you go to South Sudan now, they didn't go that far. It was
yeah.
Nubia that they were calling Ethiopia. You get what I'm
Ethiopia.
saying?
I don't me just going to say
Right.
all because
So even modern day Ethiopia, I just recently I just 100 years ago, them
yeah,
changed the name from
them change
Abyssinia
the name,
to
yeah.
Ethiopia. And before that, it was still Aksum, or the
Yeah,
Aksumite Empire.
yeah, and I guess the reason why them even look for Haile Selassie because me no know the phenotype of Haile Selassie is most likely a Arab type.
All right. So
I
so
mean,
let's go there.
yeah,
Haile Selassie, right? Yeah, he is actually Semitic.
yeah, no look nothing like a we,
Right,
just like
right,
how the man they call Jesus look like a we.
right. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that still because you know him is a mixture. Remember,
Yeah,
say
that's
man when them talk about him come from over one different part.
part, yeah.
At least Haile Selassie come from the African continent. However, because of the ancient kingdom of Aksum, and there was the cultural fusion between the Aksumite dynasty in Ethiopia and also in Saudi Arabia and Yemen, there was a mixture, and that's the reason why over 33% of Ethiopia's population are Muslims
Yep,
because of the whole Islamic influence. You get what me I
yep,
say?
yep.
And also, when you talk about Amhara, they are the second biggest tribe in Ethiopia, and they are Semitic.
and stick a pin in my tip.
Yeah.
So this is the thing with us as people, as black people, right? This is when I say we as the diaspora are be so tribalistic, right? We can't really blame it because when you look on them man over there from being a Muslim, like bear in mind they not put themselves to them black first, you know, because you don't have no choice or the Almighty make it, right? But you have a choice of choosing your religion or whatever your politics, whatever you want to join, right?
Right.
But then man they put the Muslim before that, before
Right.
them blackness. Like so
I remember even the Prophet Muhammad, according to them, fled to Ethiopia, mean fled to Aksum, and
yeah,
was granted refuge. That's why, as me I say, when it comes down to the Amharic tribe, they are actually Semitic. And that's the reason why you see Haile Selassie in phenotype. He
yeah.
is Semitic, but his mother is Oromo.
And
You
I
get
know that. Yeah.
yeah, his mother is Oromo as
Sir,
well. Them,
no, what that guy said about over those countries, they don't call themselves black because way before people start identifying people as black was a social construct. So those people didn't focus on the skin color; they were more of a tribe, like different
No,
tribe of
no, no. We are
different
talking
things.
about the religious. We are talking about the religious aspect of it, because them identify themselves as that, like say that God made them as. You get what I say?
Make them
And
as
not
what?
the person who them is a Muslim. That's the
Yes.
reason
So
they were able to kill whoever say they are not a Muslim.
no, well,
I,
truth be told
me
though,
keep
no,
on
hold
I
on.
use it. Me keep on I
No,
use it. My
yeah,
bad.
well on occasion. The thing with it with the whole region there, which is modern day Ethiopia, it's very diverse. They have over 80 different tribes,
tribes,
speak
yeah.
Yeah,
over 80 different languages, right? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man, a whole heap. You have Amharic, you have Oromo, you have Tigrina, that are the people from down at Tigray. That was the center of power of the ancient Aksumite Empire. And that's the
yeah,
reason why Tigray was always considered to be the center of power. Menelik II was the one who moved it from Tigray, which was a place called Gondar, that was really the capital, right? And Menelik II moved it to Addis Ababa.
that's about
He
yeah.
actually built Addis Ababa as the new capital. The reason
Yep.
why I pointed that out is this. You have the Oromo tribe, which is the biggest one in Ethiopia. Then you have the Amara. Then you have the Tigray or Tigrina people. Them. You get what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
have 80 odd different tribes. It's very diverse. My point is, throughout the history, there were also the Beta Israel people them who had their own kingdoms. And we are talking about the black Ethiopian Jews. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
majority
I
of
get
them were
that.
actually airlifted out in the 1980s to a thing them called Operation Solomon, but there were original Jewish kingdoms in Ethiopia. Remember, there was the Zagwe dynasty. There was the Zagwe dynasty, started in like 347 there and about, through King Ezana. You get what I say? And then now
Yeah.
you actually add two Yekuno Amlak now. That are when you have the Solomonic dynasty. And that was 1270 when Yekuno Amlak overthrew the Zagwe dynasty. So that's how long the Zagwe dynasty ruled for, from like 347 to 1270. So yeah, you're talking about say 900 and odd years, one dynasty ruled for. And
But
then
the Jews, it wasn't them couldn't name Jews then,
all
if
right,
that's
but
the case.
no, but what's this now? That's why it's better Israel. Better Israel.
Okay.
You get what I'm
Gotcha,
saying?
Yeah,
gotcha,
better
gotcha.
Israel. All
Better
right,
Yeah.
Israel.
everybody, big up on yourself later. All
Yeah, man,
right,
Mr.
I'll
Julia,
check
bless
over
up, man.
again. Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
man,
cool.
respect you check in. So I'm
Okay.
just saying, they were the better Israel. They are the oldest practicing the form of Judaism recognized in the world. As a matter of fact, nobody can trace where they came from. That's the uniqueness about the better Israel people. So when I say, if black
Yeah.
people want to say that they are them kind of people, are over Ethiopia, you have to go identify with the better Israel. And it make the sense you not try putting yourself near Palestine and Lebanon and Jordan and them place there. We're
But
not
hold on. All you do the parallel line now to, cause remember say Paul, so-called Paul, what them a talk about was What you don't call Paul then? If we are calling better Israel, right? What you don't call the so-called man that they call Paul? I mean,
Well,
it could be
well,
a
yeah,
story. I don't know.
exactly. Me love how you put
Yeah,
it because that's what it is.
yeah, basically, yeah,
That story of Paul. Yeah, man. At the end
yeah,
of the day, yeah, man. First thing first, them say 7 of the 15 letters, right,
yeah.
our epistles, yeah, were proven to be fraudulent. The historicity of Paul, yeah, we still are waiting for them prove that. I know them can show.
Mark, Matthew, Luke, all
Right,
of them people.
boy, watch this now. There are no contemporaries, no man within the time of Paul, right?
Yeah,
Right, and say, yeah, man, I mean, and Paul used to par or Paul, yeah, man, we knew about Paul and whatever. Nobody at all. You get what I'm saying? So
uh,
thing is that it is a very interesting thing, but you have to approach it from a scholarly perspective, and you
yeah,
have to kind of deal with history, you have to deal with linguistics, you have to deal with archaeology, you have to deal with
yep,
anthropology, you have to deal
everything.
with all those factors to establish these people. You can't just say because them in the Bible, that means that
Yeah.
they exist and so it go. Because
No,
them have
but
to write the
it's impossible for that we think that them exist as a person who study history because them only have one name.
Right.
Yeah,
But
one
the
name.
thing is
Yeah,
this, remember, say Paul was a Greek word too. Paul a
that
Greek name,
true. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and if Paul was a them people, you know how the thing got a different name that.
True,
So,
true, true.
right, and Peter them a Greek name too. Matthew,
Yeah,
Greek name. Mark, Greek. Luke, Greek. John, Greek. Jesus, Greek.
yeah, but yeah, because all of that fall under Latin, so you can't really say Greek alone because
No man, Latin and Roman, man.
yeah, but it's still a language still fall under the family of
Yeah,
Latin.
yeah, I understand, but I sure say
Yeah.
these are Greek names. Greek names.
Okay.
So and the funny thing is that as me I say again now, if somebody want to say, yeah man, Paul did the about, yeah man, show us the methodology,
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
history,
I know, right?
methodology, something. Show with
I,
somebody who write about Paul now, or show with somebody say, yeah man, me and Paul. Just like 100 years from now, somebody can say, say Miss Julia and K Young and George, them and self-made are contemporaries of Imhotep. Yes, they are, because guess what? They were alive when he was.
yeah,
And
yeah,
they can prove to that. You get what me I say?
and he's speaking about he was speaking about somebody I must say that he has never met. That was so crazy.
Then that's why I tell you, say that's the old Paul thing. Again,
Yeah,
now, the man them write the thing, You see, the 1611 King James thing there, brother, with man like John D.
yeah,
Remember John
yeah,
D and them man, they write that book there with code in it.
yeah,
All
yeah,
who
man.
don't believe and talk about say inspired men of God, go find out who John D is.
But
Go find out who Shakespeare who is and William Tyndale and them man there.
all
Go
right, so let me say something now. So one time I was studying the origin of English language, like the English language that we are speak today,
yes.
because before them evolved, it was actually Old English, right? So I think it was King James the first. But no, quote me if I'm wrong. You probably know about this. Bear in mind, that the book was actually written in Latin or in Greek, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what him there try to do is him say, all right, since more of my people, but another thing, he was a very ambitious person, right? He said, England want to come out of the zone of being a puppet. So they want to know, the people them really want to know what them are reading because only the hierarchy them could speak Latin, right? To read the Bible. So when he come up with the idea of translating to theme version, the Pope never want him to do that. They almost killed him.
Right.
So them are people now where read the version and them never pre-says a version.
Right.
Them are read it and I take it as a doctrine like it's his version. Them almost kill him. Him just do it for him name go out there like that. But then they were like very ambitious. So the least little thing you can do if you get your name to live on, you go do it. Them almost kill him. Them
Right.
people have to praise him if you do this because you know if you actually put in English language.
Probably tomorrow I might do a esoteric Sundays. Cause you know we
Mm.
talk about them little things up on Sunday. You get what me I say? Hola, me back. I will recommend. You say you got a Greek school. Me I go recommend, right? A dictionary and etymology by G.A. Gaskills. You get what me I say? Because you are telling me say Peter and Paul and them and John are no Greek. Trust me, you better think again.
Yeah, man. You have
All
to,
of
yeah.
them are Greek. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So,
So-called Greco-Roman,
all
same
right.
way.
Watch this now. Let me show you how me back might get technical. All right. Watch this now. When it comes on to John, right? When it comes on to John, the name was Ionis. We know so there was no
No
J
J, yeah.
500 years ago. So it was Ionis to Oanis to Ion. So the I and the J was interchangeable. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I
And
just know that.
even Y too.
But the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, all of that was the Hellenization period. All of that are Greek, my general. You
Yeah.
know, the ones and ones can study the whole Hellenization period of that region. We are talking about the whole Middle East, where the Greeks had their influence. They call them the Hellenization period, where
Imhotep,
influence was superimposed on the various cultures.
before me forget this, and bear in mind, say, them, even though them write the Bible or them write it, right? We still have the code of them right, because them still use the term gods. Which set of people always talk about the different type of gods? Them still use gods in it same way as, and then we have to say how just one person, but
Right.
then put an S on it.
And the same thing with Jesus. It was Lisa.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
Lesus, you know. Lesus. And it was also Iesus.
yeah,
Lesus. I just the J them throwing at the mix. And
yeah.
said Jesus.
But
And then
this is the
it
thing.
was the Zeus too. But I
Mm,
am saying Jesus was Greek, Lesus or Iesus.
yeah.
You get what I'm
But,
saying, General? So,
and then you can't translate name neither. So
right.
at
But
different
remember
people
that.
I'm talk about.
But remember, it would always be say the Greco-Roman or
Roman, yeah.
Greco-Latin. There's a fusion, remember? Because right after the Greeks, them, remember say the Romans them take over. Right after the Ptolemies, right? We hear about what? Cleopatra and Mark Antony. That
Yeah.
was when the Romans took over. So you had the Romanization, but it was a merge of the culture of the Romans and the Greek. That's why they call it the Greco-Roman.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? Because it was a fusion of their culture. But since we are talking about that, they do. Are you guys following that South Africa election thing there?
Me watch it 1 and 2 times, but me like the youth there. Me like the more radical guy. Them, I don't remember his name. Watch it 1 and 2 times. But me not
Malema.
really follow. Yeah, me not really follow. Me like him though.
All right.
Like
All right. So watch this now. Me, I beg you know a minute. Let me just drop this. You
I'm
get what
new.
me I say? Yeah. Let me just drop this. So we can give some context. Just mute in the mic a second, please. So just listen this, people. All right. And let me just deal with my disclaimer there. Yeah, man. You know how the thing go. You know how the thing go, people. Yeah, man. So let me deal my disclaimer because this is weird, just to give some context as to what's going on in South Africa. The reason why I want to really speak on it is because you know it is a very good case study because remember South Africa was predominantly black. You understand me? I say predominantly it was a black African nation, and we know the whole thing. So let me just deal with this there with the disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1986, allowance is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So this is a video from Writers. So just listen this quick and fast, people. Oh, I don't know why that. Add thing like one more time.
their hands on the levers of 3 decades. These are the ANC's main potential coalition partners. The Democratic Alliance is the next biggest party. It secured 21.8% of the vote to the ANC's 40.2%. A deal with the pro-business DA would be favoured by investors, and DA leader John Steenhuisen is open to talks. That is, to prevent more radical parties like the Marxist economic freedom fighters from getting their hands on the levers of power.
The purpose of these initial talks will be to gather information of what options are available to the DA as we seek to rescue South Africa from doomsday.
However, the DA is also seen as a party of white privilege, which it refutes. Some analysts say the ANC, a party synonymous with black South African liberation from white minority rule, would be unlikely to pick it as a sole coalition partner. Local media have reported the DA could enter into a cooperation pact with the ANC. That would see it support key decisions in exchange for top jobs in Parliament. The Conservative Zulu Inkatha Freedom Party, with nearly 4% of the vote, could also prove useful in making up the numbers. At the other end of the political spectrum is the Economic Freedom Fighters led by Julius Malema. It's a more natural fit for the ANC than the DA, though relations are tense between former ANC youth leader Malema and some of the party's factions.
If there's any party that we can work with and work properly, is the ANC. Because ANC, when compromised, is not arrogant.
However, some of the EFF's policies would likely give investors the jitters. It has pledged to nationalize gold and platinum mines and seize land from white farmers. The EFF said in April that it would partner with the ANC if it got the powerful post of finance minister. However, with just 9.5% of the vote, joining with the EFF alone still wouldn't give the ANC a majority. Indeed, the EFF was outperformed by Umkhonto we Sizwe, led by former President Jacob Zuma. It emerged as the third biggest party after the ANC and the DA on 14.6% of the vote. Despite performing better than many had expected, the newly formed MK, as it's known, has said it is considering a court challenge to the results.
Don't start trouble when there is no trouble.
Analysts have long feared Zuma's party may stir up trouble if his supporters, who rioted and looted for days when he was jailed for contempt of court in 2021, reject the results.
All right, so that gives, a brief synopsis / understanding as to, the context of the South Africa election. Big up to Anne-Marie, man. Bless up, the thing, man. You get what I say? All right, so watch this now. South Africa. For ones and ones who might be familiar with the history of South Africa, remember that the Portuguese, right, through Vasco da Gama, went down to the Cape from way back then, 1490s there and about. 1498, I think, there and about, right? So the Portuguese went down there. Then on comes the British down there too. Then the Dutch went down there. Them seal off a little place down there. Then the Germans, them down there too. So, it became a melting pot. And you know about the various Zulu wars between the British. Because remember, say, the Zulus were the first to defeat a British army, You get what I say? The Zulus. Yeah, man. And them did do it before the Ashantis. Well, the Ashantis and the British them fight, but that in a West Africa side. But long story short, who know the history of the Zulus and the America and the British them, or they might hear about Shaka Zulu and whatever. If you follow the history of that war, the British were very arrogant and they wanted to control more land. Because them time the Cecil roads them over them part there, and diamond and gold was being found in Transvaal. And the Dutch then did control a part of too. You'd have a people over there then called the Boers. So right now, Long story short, the whole history of South Africa is that the Europeans control all the wealth, you know, through roads and the Oppenheimers them, aka the De Beers, and them people they make the diamond is a girl's best friend and them sitting there. Them control the diamond mine, the platinum mines, the gold mines, all those things. On comes Steve Biko them from the 60s. And Steve Biko was one of the freedom fighters them before even Nelson Mandela. But Steve Biko was a brilliant scholar. You get what me I say? Him start the whole movement and them fully active. Him and Nelson Mandela. Then the man then start war for independence from the British and the Dutch and them people who control South Africa. Right? Now, Nelson Mandela, you know, he was there and get some help from Mozambique to, you know how the thing go. Mozambique, you talk about South African nations, you know, Zimbabwe did help out to, with, where the president from Zimbabwe name again, man? Robert Mugabe, them, you know how the thing go. So, Nelson Mandela, them hold him, lock him up, spend 27 years, right? Yeah, man, and then them free him with a deal. The deal was, you know, the rich South Africans would give up the political power, but they would still control the resources. Because if you remember very well, South Africa was the only African country with the NKE or the NUKE, right? And part of the deal is that we are giving Nelson Mandela the power, you know, but we are going to dismantle the system there. So that's the man, the black man can control that. So long story short, now the ANC came into power in the 1990s. And from then on, they have dominated South Africa's politics. Now, lo and behold, while the blacks control the politics of the country, the Europeans still control the economy. So after 30 odd years, the people them say enough is enough. One, Jacob Zuma, who was a part of the ANC, you know, got convicted and whatever, got formed him own a party. He took 14% of the vote. The Democratic Alliance are one bag of white man them. The white South Africans them farm them thing and say Democratic Alliance. They got 21% of the vote, something like that. The ANC got 40%. The economic freedom fighter them now with Julius Malema, they got 9% there and about. But long story short now, what this has created is a political quagmire for South Africa, because based on their constitution, you need to have more than 50% of the vote to form your own government. And the ANC, for the first time in its history, got 40%. You know the reason why? It's replete with corruption. You know, all of the black South Africans are living in poverty and crime, while the political ones, them are enrich themselves and them friends and families. The white South Africans, them who are the Dutch and the Germans, them are the Boers, them and the British, them still control the economy, still control the wealth. Long story short, just like a man will say in a Jamaica, black people don't really own nothing there, and it's the rest of people them control the whole of the resources. So the people them get fed up and say, here we go, and enough is enough. And with Jacob Zuma breaking away from the ANC, him carry him people with him. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the South Africa and the ANC got 40% of the vote. So now them are worried them head, right? I said that's, you know, so we don't know who we're going to form a coalition with, because one, the Democratic Alliance are the Europeans them with the money. And you know, so their agenda is to control the economy. All right, the EFF to Malema, you know what I'm saying? He want to be Minister of Finance, meaning say the Minister of Finance must come from Theme Party, because remember saying, you know, the economic freedom fighters to Malema, them kind of more about socialism. You know, them more promote a socialism kind of thing. So what them say is that them want to control the money so them can you know, spread the wealth, so to speak, among black South Africans. The key thing in this is that when people fed up, And you see, when political parties take people for granted, this is the result. So the once great and mighty ANC that always win the election, then with an overwhelming majority, they can actually form their own government without the need of any other party. Now they are in a situation where their hands are tied behind their back. So them I wonder who we partner with right now. So it just goes to show, man. It's just like the PNP, you know. When I look at some constituencies, I may say, hold on, PNP hold this 20 odd years, 30 odd years, and can lose it now because the people them fed up of the MP. Them not see the MP now pass through, so we now vote. The same thing happened in South Africa. South Africa is riddled with crime. There are more security companies in South Africa than there is police and soldier. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And guess what, go on? After 30 years of black people around the country, the blacks in South Africa have nothing to show for it. And that's why the people them fed up and say, enough is enough. So let me just hear what the panelists might say about this now. If you know, might, want to chime in a little bit. Me know say it might be out of, range because South Africa we're gone still. But sometimes we have to use the platform to highlight these things. It's funny how the observer them can talk about the two ship them from Russia figure Cuba, but nobody now talk about the South Africa election. Because we understand too, but I'm just highlighting it just to show the people what it is sometimes when people fed up and have enough. Joe Grind, you still there?
Yeah, it is really, really sad what is going on over there. Very sad. We get country to run. Well, them get them country to run as a black person and just drive it down to the ground. It's sad. It's sad.
Right. K Young, you want to say a thing about that?
Oh, yo, so the same guy where speak the last, I really did like how him speak, but I never know that's how them run the country down.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it crazy.
Right. You're talking about Julius Malema.
Yeah.
The thing about Malema and the EFF, the EFF is the
Oh,
economic freedom fighters, right? They are very how should I say now? Their rhetoric, right, is very strong. And they are a group of people where them extreme. They are extremists. You get what I say?
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah, they are extremists. So at the end of the day, they are not the ideal ones to run the thing, but them get over 1 million votes and secure 9% of the vote. You get what I say? But they are extremists, and you see, me like some of them ideas, but them extreme with it because what's this now? Where them want to do a take back the land from the Europeans, them like where Mugabe doing a Zimbabwe and turn the whole place upside it down. You get what I say? And while me understand the need for black South Africans to own land, then you take the land and give them, you never take away the white people them land though. There is enough land to give to black South Africans, right? You can do that. But the EFF now, them kind of extreme still, you see me?
But Imhotep, me show you something, Zane. And when you study European and how them war, when them have a rip against you, them really do, And after years and years and years, then we carry that, That what Shaka Zulu did, What Shaka did, and South Africa up until today, because all of that, all of what we are saying. Remember, the funding, how a party get them funding. Them could have sabotage them same way too. Most most private investors provide the politician them with money most of the time.
Yeah, but remember, so that's all right. Case in point with the ANC. Me understand the EFF them, right? Because they are a fringe party. But what's this now? The Jacob Zuma party there, the one they call the MK. You get and the Democratic Alliance are the one bag of white South Africans them with the money. But long story short though, the ANC have all the resources as the ruling government for 30 years. At 30 years, I run this fine through Nelson Mandela. First it was Nelson Mandela, and then there was one when named Tabu Mbeki. You remember him? I remember there was Jacob Zuma, and then now you have the one when named Rafa Soma, right? He's the one right now who he was president a while ago when the election run. Long story short, all black men running the AFC supposed to take up Nelson Mandela legacy. You get what I say, and try to make sure that the black South Africans benefit from their rule. The black South Africans don't benefit because them still control the economy. The Oppenheimers them still control the whole diamond and gold mine and platinum mines and them sitting there. So the resources of South Africa is controlled by, you know, them people. Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
And that I say, most of them people who control all of them stuff there. I mean, them not gonna really help out the party where I go against them.
All the resources, when it come on to the resources, are the Europeans them over there control it. The Dutch and the Germans them, who them want to call the Boers. But remember, said as during the Zulu War, there, you know, right? When them did defeat the British, you know. Remember, the British took their revenge, you know, man, to a bedroom named Lord Kitchener, you know. And they went back up there, and the Zulu chief said, he want peace, he no want no war. You know what the man them do? The man them give him some terms of surrender and say him have to surrender in a 1 day, and him have to give up everything and one bag of something. And even when the man want to do it, you get what I say? Them still invade and burn down the place and imprison him and them. So they carry him go to England. So they really wanted to take their revenge because it was embarrassing for them that a Zulu tribe, some man with a little spear and then sitting there, deal with the mighty British army. Remember, you know, at that time, you know, right? At that time, the British army was the most powerful army in the world. In the 1870s, right? In the 1870s and 80s and them time there. You get what I'm saying? Yeah?
But this is my thing, right? And again, we're back to Shaka, right? I think if them did follow that man, because them wait out Shaka, you know. Them wait out Shaka for him dead. Them never said nothing in. This is me can't understand or we can never set certain things in place because them wait out Shaka so till them pass. Then them go in back. Yo, you think we should have set things in place and don't left it one place. And I mean that these are the outcomes of those stuff. We don't think about the future. We only think about what's then and there. Right. You see me? Right. And I just say that because if them they follow if that man they set a blueprint, and I mean then time they them probably ain't think like that still, but you know, as I get things said. But we feel it for them because our people them same way can't deny it.
Right. Kaya David, you have to check in, you know, man, and give like an update, you know, since you say you did there at South Africa for a little bit and you see what go on. You get what I say? Well, and George still there, our HQ. I want them ones are still there.
Yeah, man. There say me. Yeah. All right. Yeah, my thing now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. The problem is Zuma, you know, because he was found to be corrupt, and what he did was take his marble and form his own party and cause a split. But as you say, as long as the economic power reside with this white party, there is not going to be any meaningful change to the social economics of the black people. And Malema is rhetoric, as you say, is inflammatory, and therefore it is not attracting the numbers that can really make a big impact when election comes. And maybe you need to revisit, you know, or him communicate, because I believe he has the best policy in terms of bringing equity within the economic space. However, the way how him coming across it is divisive. And that is the problem that they are having. But Zuma is a problem because he was found to be corrupt.
Right.
And instead of exiting the whole thing, him grabbing marbles and go farm him one party and cause a split. Because he want to, continue to enrich himself in the same format that he have been going all this way,
Right. And the funny thing, George, the funny you mentioned that with Zuma, because watch this now. The whole scandal that brought him down, The people where they want to enrich as Indians, them, because a whole heap of Indian control over South Africa too, You think a lot of Europeans them alone.
Right, yeah.
Over there, and the problem is they get close to them, and the corruption was centered around him and them Indian there. Him taking marbles with you and go farm him own MK party and took 14% of the ANC vote. So at Zuma stayed with the ANC. Me I show you how the man is not loyal, Because remember say the man they own Nelson Mandela, And see how Nelson Mandela sacrificed himself for the party, the ANC. And because him in some sour grape mode because of him own corruption. Nobody never trouble him, A him corruption where him and the Indian them, him and them a friend and one bag of corruption going on with them, right? Him vex, him taking marbles in Ghana, him take 14%. So had he not left, the ANC would have gotten say 54% and they could have formed the next government. But him the thing, him not care about Nelson Mandela legacy and not like that, All him care about is him own special interest. Big up to Ocean Johnson for the super sticker. Yeah, man, we greatly appreciate that. All right, so Ronin check in, And him say him did that is Kaya David. Him say him did there South Africa for a little bit. So go to me general and make we hear your experience now in the South Africa region there.
Yeah, man. South Africa was a blessed experience. It was my emotions and feelings kind of changed from day to day. Because sometimes I get up and I was just so enamored with the place, Just so happy to be in Africa. And then some days I get up and it's like, why, I just feel awkward being here. But there, South Africa for a month, and I barely even saw like a open feel like where people can play football or the infrastructure in Cape Town is very dense. I think maybe even more so than New York City. I never really seen a place quite like that. You know what I mean? All of the choice areas are white owned. And the black people then basically have the black people them in their own areas. Not necessarily ghettos. You have the ghetto them still in and the ghetto are really ghetto. But you have where you don't even bother think on like you can rent in a certain places. You know what I mean? It's very, very segregated. You know what I mean? So South Africa is like you almost step back in time, but you're in the future at the same time.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. It's very modern, but the apartheid system still exists.
Yeah,
the blacks them in power now, but that's the political power them have. Them not have the economic power.
I couldn't tell you an African dish I may eat while I was there. I there with some people. I said, yo, bring me somewhere where I can eat something distinctly South African.
Right.
And brother, we couldn't get nothing to eat. There Arab food. They have a lot of bazaars there, a lot of Dutch food, lot of I did see a Jamaican restaurant there, but it was owned by some like you call them like an Arab type of people.
Right.
It's a very perplexing place.
No, I mean it's a great place, But when you look at the history, rich with the history and whatever. But the sad reality is because it's a population of about 90 million people or so, people in South Africa, But the problem is the majority of the black people, them poor, 30 years worth of ANC rule and nothing to show. Nelson Mandela turning in grave. You understand?
That's the African youth, or not youth, a big man. I say, man, box him and him just look for me. I'm have to kind of divert my eye because I just feel so, like me feel embarrassed for him,
Right.
Wow, them things are really are going still. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, man. And I remember you have certain parts of South Africa where a white only, black people can't live there.
As I said, the most choicest areas are like that. All the beachfront property, all of the all of the yeah man, that is exactly okay. Me stay in a place called Grassy Park. Yeah, you know the funny thing, they have robot taxi just like what we have, you know, and coasters and stuff like that. It felt very much like Jamaica when I was in them. I mean, never drive or nothing like that. I was getting around like with the people them. And you know, it's yeah man. As I said, there Jamaican have nothing from South Africa when it come on to colorism and stuff like that. Like if you're not a Khoi or a San, as then call them the Khoi San people, but it's actually two different people them mixed together. If you're not that, then you're even black people like me and your brother, they would have called we colored down there.
Right,
And
but
we would have look.
Kaisan people them, but the Kaisan, right? The Kai and the San are the Kaisan, cause the Bantu groups them the same way.
The band, well, really, they're offshoots of the Bantu them, you know.
Right.
But
And
they have them all split up.
right?
Sorry.
No, I'm
and
saying the Zulus them too. The Zulus them too, no Bantu them.
Brother, the whole of them are one people, you know, but the white man have been so split up and this
but the Kaisan, the Kai and the San them still, you know, them kind of have a different. All right, look on, you see Mandela now, you see that type there. Yeah, man, that type they kind of different from the Zulu them. Right. But long story short though, a black South Africans them.
Yeah, man, the whole of them have come from one seed. Some have little intermix up with certain people and maybe some different African tribes. And if you notice, okay, you have some people in South Africa who look just like we, you know, look just like Jamaicans that look like African American because they're like a mix of other different African.
Right.
And so what happens is you find that them now they actually get discriminated against. You know, it's just that the people that are discriminating them don't really have the power to do anything about it. But they still consider them outsiders, you know, even if them born 2 and 3 generations, you know. I tell you, say, if me and you born down there, brother, then I look for me like we're colored them. Even though we're black like them or even blacker than them. Just your phenotype features, you know, them can look by your nose say you're not, you know. Even if somewhere down the line you're really coming from the Zulu then. Yeah man, they look by your style, yeah, man, and know say you're not really there. You know, the xenophobia is very rampant down
there. Right. Yeah, man, I understand that because I remember was it last year before last, you know, the Nigerians them, man.
Yeah.
A big riot with the Nigerians, them I run them out, and then now the Nigerians them now turn around in a Nigeria and start burn down the South African shops them. The South Africans them now in a South Africa burn down the Nigerian, so they don't want them back and whatever. Ocean Johnson, me back need to call in, man. Yeah, and tell us how Mandela sell out because me understand the people are gonna say, you know. But after 27 years in a jail, brother, what do you mean by sell out? The man sacrificed his life for the ANC. And Mandela knew said that South Africa would not be handed over to him on a platter as it relates to the economy. The Europeans control the economy, and that was gonna continue.
They would just pull out, you know?
Right. Right. So when Mandela and FW declared them, they did a negotiate and whatever. Right? What Mandela could have done this. So remember, you know, he became president, so therefore now they could implement laws and measures and things like that that would benefit the black South Africans. We can't say after 30 years Mandela sell out. So I'm to Mbeki and Zuma them and all them people after him. Why them and then remember, you know, they were solidified at that time now, you know. So them can run the thing where you know the black people them can benefit with the economy and them something there. So Nelson Mandela sacrificed his whole life for the ANC and South Africa. Spent 27 years in a prison. You understand me? I say, and we really I got 2 dirt now face that about the man sell out. No.
It's somebody more too, but as me get older.
When you understand, he had to do what he had to do.
His hands were tied. There's only so much he could have really done.
Of course, his hands were tied. I remember there were European mediators doing the whole thing. I remember, you know, if he did play hard, then where would I go on?
The country would have
gone back to the place, and you'd have FW declared them control it same way. And the white South Africans would control the economy same way and had all the power and black people would be under apartheid same way.
Yeah.
So my point is, yes, people might say Mandela sell out and whatever, but Mandela fought tooth and nail to make South Africa what it is in terms of black people running the country. And from them around the country, them have the power to change certain things. What happened though is the corruption and nepotism that permeated the political space for the last 30 odd years. That are the problem. And they reap what they sow now with the ANC. The once mighty ANC has fallen to a 40%, where they have to go try farm some coalition government now. So are those cause and effect. But me now go call out Mandela.
It no matter how much political, I mean, no, it matters, but I mean, having political prowess is the rule. If you don't own the resources of the country,
right,
and own certain business, you know, and the administration and stuff like that, you're not saying anything. You don't own the resources. You don't own the land that you're working on. There's only so much you can do, because if them own it, all them have to do is pull it back, and then
right,
you're in a limbo.
Right, because watch this now, you know. Where some people did want, you know, them did want where something they do. Robert Mugabe do, Mandela fi do it too. And look what happened to
I
Zimbabwe.
was just going to mention him to you know. Yeah, Mugabe is a perfect example of that. He had the right idea, but him implemented a little too fast. There
Right,
should have been
take credit farm them and everything, and look at Zimbabwe now. Everybody in Zimbabwe a multi-billionaire, because watch this now. Everybody in Zimbabwe a multi-billionaire, but them poor like a church mouse.
Yeah.
Them have $1 billion note, $5 billion note, $10 billion note have no value. You understand me? I say all because they say, Mugabe, yes, he had the right idea, but the manner in which he carried it out had implications on Zimbabwe. The farmers them in Zimbabwe, the white farmers in Zimbabwe had a lot of land and them farm up and them export and them do this and that. When him take away the land, the black farmers them now do the thing the way the white farmers them used to do it.
Yeah,
and the man he did it too. You get what me I say? Mess up the whole country. So you look at Zimbabwe now. What you know what Nelson Mandela do? And where Mugabe doing in Zimbabwe, and look at Zimbabwe now, unfortunately. So one has to be calculated. So yes, we can cuss Mandela and say he must sell out and yada yada. You get what me I say?
A perfect example of what would have happened had Mandela went that route.
Right.
We have that example in Zimbabwe.
Exactly.
Because you really and truly, if Mugabe should have started some irrigation programs and stuff to really educate the farmer them, you know, before they take over the land. You can't give a house to shoemakers for them build it, you know.
Right. See me so. And as me say, me general, me back. Remember me general man. Sometimes, yeah, we know in a leadership to understand the consequences and the implications of certain actions. So Nelson Mandela couldn't just run in and say, oh, we're going to nationalize the gold industry and diamond industry and platinum industry and take over everything and run out the people. You're mad. When I them control the economy, it's the same thing with Jamaica, you know. You think say, well, even when PJ say a black man time now, you think say him couldn't say here we go now, him a nationalize all the resources and this and that. You must be mad. Remember Michael Manning running. Do all them pack up and go to Florida and sit there. Gone.
Yeah.
You understand me? I say so at the end of the day, them have to take them time. Them can't just say them are gonna nationalize everything and things like that. Remember saying no, these white South Africans have been there from the 15th century. So them did a long time too. You understand me? I say you have the Dutch and the Germans and the English and some Portuguese there and them sitting there, whatever. I remember when they bring over war by Indians too over there and then sitting there too.
But no, lie, brother. You have to give even your enemy him just you know them bill over the side, man.
Right, yeah, of course, especially when them find gold in the Transvaal and Free State and Orange State, you know. I remember saying them man they did even war with the British too, then call it the Boer wars.
Yeah.
I say? But long
I've
story
never
short,
seen anywhere with such infrastructure like South Africa. I grew
right.
up in New York. I go to London.
Right.
I live in Toronto for a while. I've never seen such infrastructure like anywhere on earth like
Yeah,
South
man.
Africa.
Yeah, man. South Africa. When you look on Johannesburg, brother, right?
Yeah. I mean, never even go there. And they're even more built up than Cape Town.
The
Yeah.
Bloemfontein, Cape Town,
Mm-hmm.
KwaZulu, Natal, and them place there. These places, you wonder, you look on them cities, them you tell you, is a marvel to the eye. So what I say is that we can, where we do want is Nelson Mandela to turn the place in a Zimbabwe now. And then we would answer him do the right thing.
No.
But Zimbabwe is a testament as to, what would have occurred had Nelson Mandela, do what people didn't want him to do. So that's why people say him sell out. But
sometimes we're too idealistic in our thinking, we not think it through sometimes.
Right. And so that goes sometimes still, you see it. But the reality is that Mandela, hey, running, I don't forget, when Mandela come to Jamaica, I was at the National Stadium,
Yeah.
That was like 1991, there and about.
Yeah,
man. When he came to, listen me, brother, anybody remember that? Can tell you. You see, when Mandela come in, a Pierre Chaos go on, all female get can and then sitting there. Pierre Chaos go on at the stadium, one big alabaloo one. You get what I say? Yeah, man, all female get bullet and them sitting there in a real life. You understand me? Yeah, man. So the reality is that Nelson Mandela knew what he was up against. That's the reality of things. Nelson Mandela also understood the complexity of the South African culture. Remember, say him an idiot, Remember, say Nelson Mandela was all a Prince Hall Mason too, So him an idiot,
No, man. So educated lawyer, that man.
Right. Well educated. I say him and Steve Biko, them are the big friend too.
Yeah.
But my point is, where people did want, people say, oh, Mandela sell out because whatever. Remember, Mandela pass on the baton. So why the rest of them couldn't take the baton and at the same time slowly integrate more blacks in the economy in terms of spreading the wealth and them sitting there? It's all about greed and power for them. And them have them big friends where run the businesses them. As long as them can get them kickbacks, them good. Them not care about the average South African. You understand me? I say?
These are people we love focus on trinkets too much, and we don't plan ahead. Like 100 years from now, what we will be doing and what our great grandchildren will be inheriting and running. We don't really think in terms of that.
Right.
That's why we always get a beating, We want a house, we want nice car, we want shows and this and that. And meanwhile, these people are making provisions for their great grandchildren to continue and rule over us.
Right. You say wave crack, say Venezuela nationalizing them oil still. That was a good thing for them, The problem was the US sanctions that crippled them. Because I remember when they nationalized them thing, they were even selling it to the Caribbean country at very cheap rate, no interest on them sitting there. So when ExxonMobil and Shell them sell the oil at an extremely high price, and them want to sell it to you, or them want to give you a loan at interest, Venezuela was giving away the oil. Remember the Petro-Caribe deal? You get what me I say? Remember say I really Trump them mash up that too with Rex Tillerson. Remember I said Trump go for Rex Tillerson when the man was chairman for ExxonMobil, Make him in a Secretary of State, Cut off Venezuela oil and everybody start buy from ExxonMobil now. Money. Businessman that. So
Trump and American
nationalizing the oil is not a problem. We see it work out in Iran as well. Remember 1950 with the Shah, right? The Shah, right? No, as a matter of fact, the Shah was there. And when the Shah was there in Iran, the Shah was allowing BP, which is British Petroleum, to control the whole of Iranian oil. In 1954, there was them elect their first president named Mohammed Mossadegh. You know what Britain and America do? Them overthrow Mossadegh and throwing back the Shah. Because at the end of the day, when Mossadegh, the first democratically elected president of Iran, when he came into power, he make sure nationalize the Iranian oil so the people them can benefit. Britain never happy about it because, you know, British Petroleum was making their money from the Iranian oil. What them do? Team up with world boss, overthrow Mossadegh, had the Shah in power. British Petroleum took over the whole oil thing until 1979 in a real life. Until 1979, you know how the rest of it go with Khomeini. Him decides a year ago on, yeah, man, we take over this thing back, you know, and them call it the Islamic Revolution. And from them nationalize back them oil, them and world boss is no longer friends. And we see how it play out up to this day. So it's all about geopolitical economic interests from even the European powers. Britain control Iraq because it what the oil. Even when Britain and George Bush going, you know, whisper you see Britain go. Britain got one place then called Basra. Because Basra is one of the places where the whole of the oil, and Britain did control Basra during their time of ruling over them region there. Because remember saying, you know, after World War I in 1918, it was the Ottoman Empire that controlled all them region there. Go all the way back in Saudi Arabia, right? And when they broke up the Ottoman Empire, that's when Britain started to take over the whole them place there with the oil. So long story short, countries nationalize them resources. It helps. It's the sanctions. In case with Venezuela, yeah, are the American sanctions really stifling because you know, say the entire international market is connected to the American system. All transactions go through the SWIFT system. And if you're not in the SWIFT system, you're in a trouble. You understand? I said that's the reason why we leave Putin make sure say him create him own a system, and he make sure say here we go now China. You see when we start trade oil, here we go now. You give me the yuan and me give you ruble. So we're gonna trade in our own currency. The man them farm BRICS now, which is Britain. Hold on. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Them started out. You get me? I say, and now them own currencies. Yeah, me understand them add other nations. You get me? I say, I think even Jamaica is an observer nation as well, you know. You get me? I say, but long story short, when them farm BRICS, them decide to here go on now. If you have oil and me I sell let's say Russia have oil and natural gas, right? And let's say China have the manufacturing goods. When Russia sell the oil to China, China pay them in the yuan. And when China sell to Russia, Russia pay China in a ruble. So at the end of the day, them bypass the American dollar and them bypass the SWIFT system. So even what go on right now, Putin did done plan up long time for separate from the SWIFT system. That's the international transfer system. All transactions go through the system there. And it then cut you off from that, dog eat your supper. So me understand when Andrew Wallace had to give up the Petro-Caribbean deal. The manner in which it was done is Andrew tied behind him back because Trump don't send Rex Tillerson say, yeah man, Venezuela I'll have to cut off. So our whole politics still, but it's all about money at the end of the day too, you know? You get what I'm saying?
You can't for Trump, you know. Trump look after him when I interested, you know. I'm one country interest, you know.
Remember saying in general, under Trump, the US sold more arms to the place, the amount of money where they make. Because all them do are just tell you say that them and they know a problem, you know. And then the Saudis them say, oh, in my problem, all right, please, we want the best technology where you have. How much money you have? We have 100 billion, 500 billion. All right, cool. And just go over one next spot and say, yeah, man, you see Iran not trouble, you know. And Jordan say, all right, here we go now. We need some tanks and some planes and then sitting there. You understand me I say? And then he go over Bahrain and say the same thing. He go over Qatar, go say the same thing. He go over the UAE, go say the same thing. And I saw them make a bag of money. So it's all about business at the end of the day. You know, a lot of people might not understand how the system work. You know, it's all about business. And at the end of the day, the sheriff in town are call the shots. That's just the reality. And you know how we go. When it comes on to the petrodollar, is really the American dollar is king when it comes on to the petro. So at least them use as them strength, you know.
You know, so Harriet Truman say America has no friends, only interests and allies.
Right. Him the take over after Roosevelt, not true?
You know, so I'm not sure about that.
He was after Roosevelt, man. Yeah, man. Truman, yeah, man. He took over after Roosevelt, and then after him was Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Yeah.
Yeah, you understand me? I said, but there was a guy, man. There was a guy too, you know, man. If only he was president. There was a guy named Henry A. Wallace. Yeah, man. He was the vice president to something there, man. To Roosevelt. Yeah, a craft them did not Truman. Henry A. Wallace was the vice president of Truman, and he had a very good idea in about here go on now. He did promote democratic socialism. Oh my gosh, man. Them deal with him bad.
I think it's the best form of government, really.
Yeah, man, but you know them time the whole Russia thing, the 1940s and late 40s, I go up to 50s. No, it couldn't work. So them push him out. You get what I say? But long story short though, man, when it come on to the history, the man them all about them money, brother. Love them or hate them, you know. Them all about them money and business. You understand me? I say, and they make sure say here go on. They use manual doctrine for damage the Western Hemisphere and whatever is in their geopolitical interests, them are going to protect it. So even while go on Guyana in the Essequibo region there, Venezuela might pass the referendum, but then can't go over there like that. Because them know that the US are going to intervene because it is in their strategic interest. Yeah. Remember, say it's ExxonMobil and the American oil companies them down there. You get what I say? I drill out the whole light, I carry all of the billions and I give the country 10% away them a drill. But the amount of oil where them have down there is crazy because them have the land. I remember the Dutch then did control Guyana first, you know, until Britain and the Dutch then fight feet and Britain take it over. And remember Spain did control part of it with Venezuela. So it's pay baga. Britain, you know, Britain caused this whole problem in the Essequibo region, you know. Because when Britain and Spain did a fight over it, Britain and Spain never pacified the borders. It wasn't. So Britain leave it there so now, and I saw Guyana now in the problem. I remember it them rich with oil. Whole heap of oil there. So it's all about politics still. But you know, you see the thing about Venezuela as well too. People might not like them, but them don't use strong arm tactics on Guyana at all. You get what I say? Yeah, them have a referendum because, as me I say, Britain never ratified the land. And the same problem Britain caused over Ethiopia too. And make many like get involved in the battle of Adwa with the Ethiopians them. I mean with the Italians them. Right? Britain, remember, you know, I mean I show you when you look at the history. Right? Remember, said the Mahdi's them in a Sudan, very powerful at the time. You get what I say? Yeah, man. And then now, watch this now. The Mahdi's them got powerful in Sudan. They were fighting against the Egyptians, who was of the Ottoman Empire through the Pashas them. Right? Them a fight for Egypt. The Egyptian then get trapped in a Sudan, had no way to escape. They went to the British. The British said, all right, here we go on. I'm going to speak to Emperor Johannes so you can escape to Ethiopia. Emperor Johannes, all right, here we go on. This is the deal. You have a port city in Misawa, right? I think that is modern day Djibouti. Emperor Johannes said, me are going to allow Egyptian forces to flee, you know, to Ethiopia. Because if they didn't, then the Mahdis them would trap them and deal with them away. Johannes said, I will allow the Egyptians to flee to Ethiopia, providing that they give me that port city in Misawa. The British and the Egyptians them agree and say, yes, we will. Johannes let the man them through. You see, when the Mahdis here say Ethiopia, let through the man them, The man then go sack Gandhar and burn down Gandhar, you know. Then Gandhar was the capital, you know, of Ethiopia, you know, the churches, everything, you know. The man them sack it and burn it down when Emperor Johannes did actually the one campaign. And the man end up having to go war with the Mahdists them and losing life. The Mahdists them attack him tent and chop off him head and carry it go to Egypt and send it go over Egypt and say, Unu next. So Emperor Johannes lost his head because of the British double crossing. What the British did, that port city, when the Egyptians left it, you know what them do? The man them give the Italians it. Remember, you know, Italy had no foothold in East Africa, you know. They control Libya at the time. And because Britain never want France, forget it, because you did have French Somalia too, you know. Watch this now. You had French Somalia, you had Britain Somalia, and you have Italy Somaliland. Right? So what is now? The British never want the French to get that port city there. Them bring in the Italians, them, and backstab the Ethiopians, them. Because remember, say Ethiopia landlocked, you know. So them always want a port for themselves. And the British promise Emperor Johannes that. And the man lose him head just because of the mistake they will make. You get what I say? And that's how it bring in the Italians, them, in other region there, and them control part of Somalia, and then control the region when they call Italy, Eritrea, whatever. And that's when them start encroach until Menelik have to deal with them. So I'm going to show you how Britain double cross all the time. And the same thing then go on with Palestine there with the Balfour Declaration settings, right? Lord Arthur Balfour meet with the top man them of England, the Rothschilds them, you know, and do a secret deal and say, here we go on. Yeah, man, I don't know I get the land here, you know. And Rothschild, them have the money at the time, you know. The man them promised the land, you know. And remember at the time, you know, it was supposed to be what? A neutral ground, because it was diverse. The Arabs, them and them people, they was always living there. There was mass migration at the 1890s and 1880s. Remember, man, like Theodore Herzl and them, man, when them have them Congress, you get me? I said them all about sending people over there. And the man them promise the people them, the land behind the people them back. And that's why we have this problem up to this day. And we think I go on over there now. Madness. All of we see I go on over the region there, you know. Britain caused all this, you know. Britain did this, you know. Britain. You understand me I say? So it's a whole geopolitical nonsense go on more time, man. But it's always good to kind of know a little history more time so you can just understand the whole thing. You get me I say? And that's the reason why man like all I'm curry them now. They're not going to dialogue with me still, because you see the real questions when they go ask, that make him uncomfortable with that sovereign. And the first thing they might do, that assalamu alaikum, and they must say them are Moors and them nonsense they running.
Curry don't know one thing what's going on. He's been indoctrinated and might take up this Moorish science business and I try to bring it in a Jamaica and Queen Ifrika, and then all them know for them only have confidence in them chatting. Them not gonna sit down and really listen to a man like you when I matter. So
Right. True. But you know say me rate and love Queen Ifrika. I just know say here we go on now. A craft is still with this sovereign maroon thing. You get what I say? And yeah, the whole Flagstaff thing where she said as them people anoint her as Queen or whatever. There's a lady named Miss Gloria Sims, you know. Miss Gloria Sims, she kind of represent like a council thing for the Maroons them. And Miss Gloria Sims did a national apology, you know, and say on behalf of the Maroons, you know, she's apologizing for what they did in the past. You get what I say? And Richard Curry come out with official statement, you know. We do not associate ourselves with Miss Sims, nor does she speak for their compound Maroons. And one bag of something, you know. A simple apology from the lady. If you say, here we go on. You know, say Jamaica's Maroons still are really them suppress every slave rebellion. And if it wasn't for them, Jamaica would have been, you know, independent long time like Haiti and whatever. And she apologized. And the man said, no, you can't speak for us. We not apologize. And then man, they were interview Richard Curry. Then now gonna ask him and say, will the Accompang Maroons apologize for what they did during slavery? And the 30 shillings where they get for every returned slave and them sitting there. They're not gonna ask him them hard question there. They're not gonna ask him, they're not gonna ask him that.
But you know what really should have gone still, and it's the things where the right people are not asking the right questions are giving the hard. That's why he's not gonna go certain places because I will just tell him, all right, boom, you wait, brother. We're gonna set us on toll road. You have to pay for drive on Jamaican road. You have to go pay for use the airport every time you fly out of Jamaica. Because you're technically using you're using Jamaican amenities. Right. So you have to have these things for yourself because you're an independent sovereign nation. So these are the tough questions where he that's why he won't come here.
Yeah, because me I gonna ask him say, oh, you're a sovereign state and your PO box and Magati PO. You never have your own post office.
I'm sure say have Jamaican passport and sitting there.
Hey, man, come on, man. Richard Curry them a craftsman, man. But what me I say is that you see, sometimes as a people, yeah, we like that sweet talk there. We stop and we indigenous and yeah, man, get the idea.
We're idealists. A lot of us are idealists in thinking,
Right.
We love that feel good. It's like comfort food,
Right. We love the feel good things for real. So here go on now. When me hear Richard Curry said that's him verify the people who want to be Maroons, him verify it by background check. And me I say, hold on, how you prove that them people are Maroons now? You can't prove nothing. And I will dare you to some. One question me would ask Richard Curry. When he must say him sovereign and indigenous and him are more, because that him come with. Me would say, show me your DNA test. Yeah. One question me want ask him. And if somebody want convey it to him, yeah, just ask him, show us his DNA test.
And brother, that's a thing when me and you have a not say contention, but we have we disagree somewhat on that topic there because who was in Morocco before the Arabs came there and set up a Moorish state, right? Because right, like who were they? They didn't look like you and I, brother. They were the Amazigh people. So once you say if him have no Amazigh or no we call them Bedouin blood in him.
Berber, right.
Berber,
Right. No, but him not like that, brother. That's what I say. When the man have on the fez, him not understand what him a deal with. Him just know say a little Freemason him a deal with and compass and square settings and more science and then sitting there.
That is a police at him Avan and then don't even realize it.
Right, worn by the Ascaris.
By the Ascari them that is a police man. Right. That is I mean,
right.
And
it was the Ascaris.
More don't wear no fence.
It was the natives who was working for the colonial masters in the context of Libya, the Italians, in Ethiopia too. And when there was the war between the Italians and Menelik them, they had Ascaris and they had their fez.
That's
Black
right.
Ascaris too. So when
they were
right.
So it's like a consistency you see in a Moorish doctrine, even down to the Ascari them from North Africa. Right. Because in North Africa, the Ascari them help catch an and put in a slavery.
Right.
And come to Jamaica can continue the same thing.
Yeah, but that, as me I said, that Moorish thing that make no sense. And here we go on now. The next argument the man them put forward, and the argument that make no sense, the man them say, because remember, the Moors control Spain for over 700 years, right? And until 14 what? It was 1492.
1492.
Right. It was the Battle of Granada, right? That actually expelled them. However, remember, there was a papal bull and an edict. And it says that the Moors who wanted to remain on the Iberian Peninsula, they had to convert to Christianity, which is Catholicism, because they're Catholic, right? The ones them who never want to do it, them deport them. One thing was for sure. there was an edict that says no Moors must be allowed into the quote-unquote New World because they were Muslims and they were fearful that they would convert the other ones to Islam. So they made an edict that no Moors should ever set foot in the New World.
Really, you tell Curry that and now just go on like say it, and over talk and depend some Yankee punk thing and just go on like you can't even say it.
Yeah, man. But Curry them a baby to the reasoning, brother. That's why as me say, them can't to take on the reasoning like that because when it comes on to the history and them something there, them are gonna talk about say Moors come here with Columbus and them nonsense there. And then now you can point to the edicts. You understand what I say? That said no Moors can come over here, so because remember, they felt the rulership of the Moors for 700 years. So I'm 747 until 1492. That's how long the Moors ruled the Iberian Peninsula for.
Right.
I remember say whole heap of war go on, whole heap of crusade go on from France. I remember Spain and France border. So even the French them are try to get them off, fight them off. Whole heap of war then go on win. So the man them say no Moors mustn't set no foot over here, so because them afraid man them influence them people here. So for those who are gonna say, oh, Moors came here, that the man them are saying no. The man them talk about say it's the man them come from where they come from? Over England. Yeah, man, Spraga Benzema argue said the man the Moors then come from over England and then sitting them and come to Jamaica.
Because I know them say about them indigenous to Jamaica and they never come from Africa and I just comfort food, yeah, man. And then don't want to identify like Africa it's like it's not sexy enough for them. It's not a glorious enough tradition for them to be proud of her. So them every 5 years them come with something new,
Right. Sky Bass game. You're afraid to call in me general. You can call in a reason you're going like say you're a stranger. The problem is me general. You have to remember the various caliphates, right? You have to remember the various tribes. Yes, there were blacks as well, but we can't make it look like so just pay black people them.
They were the minority. Me I go say it. I will say it. The black people in North Africa were the minority. Right? Here's the thing that we have to accept as black people. Not all of Africa was inhabited by black people. Right? Most of North Africa was not inhabited by black people like Guyana.
Yeah, David. Me only hope say I know the Chief X reasoning you forward with because him argument flat bad bro.
Brother.
Chief X flat bad
Chief X have a lot of things where I don't agree with but at the same time I go where truth is as well too, and I can get truth from a lot of people what me don't even like.
Yeah, but the thing about Chief X argument is that me general, him even argue say the indigenous Egyptians were not black, and that the argument they can't stand up though. It can't stand up at all. You get me? I say because all of the historians, all of the scholars proves that say ancient Egypt was an African civilization. Remember the man I call Egypt a Mediterranean civilization, brother.
But it is. It is in Africa, It is in Africa, but it is a Mediterranean society. It's right.
Yeah, but hold on, man. Using the fact that the Greeks and the Romans control it does not make it a Mediterranean culture, though. Are we talking about from its inception? That is what he's trying to say. Because of the Greek influence in 332 BC, and when the Romans then took it over after the end of the Ptolemy dynasty, right? Yeah, he might use that to say it's a Mediterranean culture, but what about pre-dynastic and before the Greeks came in? So that are the problem with them argument still. I understand the Mediterranean influence through the Greeks and the Romans, but to say that it is indigenously a Mediterranean society, come on, man, we can't do that, man.
Well, they were trading more with the Mediterranean than any inland Africans,
No,
and
I understand that part there, but that doesn't mean say culturally, a Mediterranean culture started. And as me I say, we understand the Persian invasion, right? And we understand that the Greeks then take it up after the Persians, and after the Greeks it was the Romans. But to say that it was a Mediterranean because of the Greek and Roman influence, I take where the thing from all where Cheek Anta Diop and Theophilo Benga them fight for preserve and defend at the Cairo Symposium in 1974. So as me I say, we take out Egypt out of Africa just because you know the where the bridge in the name again, man?
Brother, to be fair, Chief X has never taken Egypt out of Africa. You know, Egypt is Africa, you know. But like I said, we don't. We have a hard time accepting the fact that Ethiopia, Africa is the most mixed continent on earth.
No man,
So
I agree with that, man.
the white skinned North African is just as African as the man where they are Ghana, you know, who
No,
is black.
I agree with that. But you see, the problem there so is for him to say that the original Egyptians were the same as the modern Egyptians. You can't agree with that because remember, it's the Arab conquest. Remember, say Cairo, you know, and the Arabs them go over, they go build a city there, you know, as a
Yeah.
Muslim city, you know, brother.
But that was done with an army of not even 7,000 people, brother.
Right, me understand that. But my point is, right? When the conquest of the Arabs started in like the 7th century there and about, right? The 8th century. That was when the Arabs really kind of conquered the region there. So to say that the modern the Egyptians are the same as the ancient Egyptians, that the argument not go flawed. Is addiction. Bless up for the super chat, you know. Yeah, man, greatly appreciated. You know, say good night. So you know where it going, I'm Kaya David. Let me hear the last words there because I close stuff and I was soon 6.5 hours. Yeah, man. So you know where thing go.
No, man, I don't really have anything to close on, you know. Whether I mean, like, me just love it. Me love listening to your reasoning. Them, I learn a lot from you.
Word.
And I wish a lot. It will. The program will continue to grow more, and you know, we'll find more like-minded people. And yeah, man, what you're doing, it can only go up from here, brother. So just keep. You're really mesmerizing to me, you know.
Word.
Because I don't know how you find so much time to your work, you do your fatherly duties, everything that has to be done, and you still have the time to take in so much. I mean, I guess you do a lot of it in your younger days, and you probably have more time. But
Right.
that is my biggest, hardest juggling act is to do that. You know, because I come home from work, you know, I'm a musician too. So sometimes I come home from work, not even my guitar in and time people pick it up sometimes. I have to really fight for just keep a part of me. So what happens is my reading suffers a lot. So I'm give them for YouTube and people like you, and you know, I can really, you know, kind of sit down and take telling and listening.
Yeah, man, respect, man. You know, so manners and respect, man. You get what I say? Yeah, man. Me back. There was no Sudanese, me general. If you talk about Nubians, then we can have a conversation there, right?
But
Yeah,
we're
man.
not the Nubians either.
Eh?
You know,
No,
we're
I'm
not
talking about he's talking about Egypt was run by the Sudanese. Remember Narma? Narma was the first quote unquote Sematawi. And a Sematawi is the unifier of upper and lower. You get what I'm saying? So so there was no term of the Sudanese, no. It was the Nubians. They said them they call them. You know what the thing go. But anyway, still big up, you know, Ronin. Yeah, man. Well, and George still there, what? George?
My cut still, so you don't know how you go.
Yeah, man, big up, man. If George cut, like George cut. Well, and HQ still there. All right, look at HQ there. So people, big up on yourself and manners and respect to everybody. Remember, drop a like. What the last time I checked, me need 2 more subscribers to 2,950. So it's road to 3,000. Let me see how much subscribers the thing there right now there. All right, 2,949. So we need 51 more subscribers to 3,000. So if you have not yet subscribed and you rate the reasoning, man, you know the thing going on, people. Just support the channel and, you know, just drop a little subscription, drop a like on the stream. 6.5 hours solid reasoning, very informative topics. You know how the thing go. You know, we kind of choose some topics and we know so here we go on. You know, they will be very interesting because we can share different perspectives. So Big up to the ones and ones, man, who support the platform, man. You know the thing going, whatever way, shape, or form, we appreciate it. Big up to the Jamaican massive too, because sometimes, 43% of my audience is also Jamaican, based on the topics too. So big up on yourself, the Jamaican massive, when you say them check into a solid Imhotep reasoning. The silent listeners, them, man, drop a type in the comments sometimes, so I can big on up to, because the thing going on, manners and respect, You know how Imhotep do it. I respect to everybody. I would just there for reason and share the knowledge. I could do this for all the whole week, meaning say, me can't just reason about world history and them thing there, because I will passion this, for just reason, share perspectives, and we there to edify, we there to learn from each other and things like that too. So I write this over there, we're there on the YouTube streets, not because we are run down no attention, because we know so here we go on. We can just reason upon some topics, and we can share some perspectives, and we can respectfully disagree, just like me and we every crack disagree since night, and we know our reasoning. So yeah, man, it's nothing untoward. I greatly appreciate the real ones, them where check in and support the thing. Big up the people them who drop a like, big up the ones them who share, big up the ones them who subscribe, big up the ones them who share it to them friends and family members. You know what the thing go. Big up DB. Yeah, man, respect for the super sticker, me general. Yeah, man, and respect for your next one too. You know how the thing go. So tomorrow, yeah, man, tomorrow afternoon we might deal with some esoteric Sundays. So it's more like a religious reasoning. Might touch upon some Freemasonry stuff, some metaphysics, some occult science kind of setting. So ones and ones can look forward for the reasoning there. But I just want to express my appreciation to everyone that has been supporting the platform. You have some people who they might decide to stay anonymous. Yeah, man, George Smith, man, respect, man. You know the thing, general. Yeah, you have ones and ones who might choose to remain anonymous and incognito. I just want to make you know, say big up on yourself same way. And the silent listeners, them, man, yeah, man, I might know, so you might not check out the platform still, but you can drop a like on the stream same way, man. You get what I say? Yeah, even if me might not be your favorite person, because I might not say what you want hear, but at the same time, it's solid reasoning, solid information. Me not just talk for talking sake. You get what I say? I'm kind of glad how we could touch over South Africa part there, touch a little bit over Ethiopia side there, and that's how we reason more time, man. You get what I say, people? So big up on yourself, man. We greatly appreciate the support. You know the thing. Nikki Willie, you're still up. See there, big up. At what time you know? Soon 2 o'clock. And Nikki Willie up. Jar Eubanks, big up the English massive, Yeah, man. Bless up his addiction. Greatly appreciate the support. Sky Bass Game, one of them they must call into me general. You get what I say? Along with me back. Me back. You have a lot to say, me general. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. You must check in same way. Richard Patriots, a manners and respect, me general. Julius Diamond, big up yourself, Me back say Egypt was run by Sudanese. I say the same people. No, man, not the same people, me general. You get what I say? When I call them Sudanese. You get what I say? Remember say you have what? 5 cataracts? Yeah, man. Remember say Egyptian history no normal, And you have the 18th dynasties with all people like Amos the third and them people who expelled the Ixos. Remember, you had the Ixos who was ruling over Egypt too, called rulers of they were called Eka Asut, or rulers of the foreign land. You get what I say? Yeah, man. So, you have Narma. He was the first one to unite the upper and the lower. So, the whole history of the place still, we just love them things that because reason about them things. The 3Js, where you can find a copy of the treaty, boy, me I tell them in general, your guess is as good as mine, because anytime it's Richard Curry, I ask him about that. Where's the treaty? Show us the treaty. But him not have no treaty. And him know say that's if there was any after the second Maroon War, that is null and void because they broke the treaty. That's the reason why they could deport them. And Richard Curry, them Maroons, them turn against the Trelawney Maroons or Cudgertown Maroons in a real life too. Them no want to talk about that. But I'm not speaking about these things to create any enmity, you know. We just show you say sometime where the man them a say, I know them want sugarcoat certain things and make it look like say boy, them are better Maroon for other Maroon towns and them something. They know, sir. As ones and ones don't say the Maroons were like the first police force and them something. They big up to Wavy, Rex Jones, big up yourself, Michael Davis, big up my general. Long time I see you check in. Glad for know say you all right, man. Ocean Johnson, you know what you think going at Kaya David, D Anna, big up yourself, you know, D Anna. Poseidon, yeah, man, you know the thing going on. All the ones and ones, man, where the day, man. Jamaica YouTube, James Bond, Rick Star, Miss Julia, Subi. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. George, HQ, K Young, you know, Big Papa, you know, Joe Grind. I don't want to leave out no name, you know, man. You know, I think Reggae-matic. Yeah, man. Big up, you know, my general. Ganja Aladdin. Yeah, man. Big up, you know, Blue Flick. All the ones and ones, and big up on yourself. Let me see who else there. I can bless them up. Big up to Jeanette Edwards. Big up to Sweet Pete, you know, Only Good Karma, Chanel Baby British, Sky Hype. Big up on yourself anywhere there, you know, CKP, the mayor, big up. You know, Cunningham Spice, Miss J Detta. Big up yourself anywhere you're there, my sister. You know, big up all the ones and ones them who check in, man. So, people, manners and respect, greatly appreciate the support and the check-in. See the questions. Big up yourself, my general. Manners and respect for the super chat for seal up the thing. You get what me I say? What you say? No, what on them? Me back I say, I ask the Maroons how them turn in Nani and Paul Bogle. Well, I really Paul Bogle, them sell out Wicked, them sell out Tacky, Sam Sharp. You get what me I say? Coffee. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. I'm Three Finger Jack. You get what me I say, people? A whole heap of things them man them go on with, man. So, DeAndre Small, you still there? Yeah, man. Big up me general. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know what I think, go? Manners and respect. You know what I think, go? DeAndre Small, man. When a politics reasoning, probably all Monday we can talk about some politics, you know? See, Mark Gold in a file lawsuit or a threaten. Whole heap of things are going on in politics, man. Whole heap of little things. But me just say, here we go on now. I go all that little reasoning here. Yeah, man. That's some of that. Because the politics thing kind of just corrupt more time too. So we just go and show the people them say, we just go and diversify the thing. Big up on yourself, people, manners and respect. Catch you up on the next one. So check out tomorrow.